Okay, now, from the beginning.
Get it, boys.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Thruxton, the fastest circuit in the UK for the Classic Sports Car Club Thruxton Thriller of 2024. I'm Marcus Pye. Alongside me, we've got Chris Buxton and Kieran McGinley working in the pits today. We have a 9-race programme coming up, and it's all action all the way, kicking off in just a short while with the Ram Air BMW Championship Verum Builders Open Series grid. They come out for the first time shortly before our lunch break. We follow with Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports, the MG Trophy, and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. We've got Liqui Moly Slicks, Coward Sport, Tin Tops, Puma Cup and Modern Classics. Then we've got Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, JMC Racing Special Saloons come out again. And we run through to the end of the afternoon when we've got the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, the Caterham 7 grid, which is very, very strong. So our first grid coming forward, the first race of the day, and that is the first of our 2 Ram Air BMW Championship and Verum Builders Open Series races, being led round appropriately by a very, very flash safety car, which is very far from subtle.
No, very much so. Good afternoon to you, Marcus. Good afternoon, Kieran, down in the pit lane, and good afternoon, everybody, either watching live or post-event, and those circuit side. A great opportunity to enjoy some fantastic racing here at the Hampshire home of horsepower.
And here's our grid then. On pole, it's Graham Crowhurst in number 15. Alongside him, Nathan Wells. Second row is Niall Bradley and Jason West. Third row is Brian Bransom and Michael Vituli, who's had some work done on his car since qualifying.
He has indeed. So from row 4 will be the number 32 car of James Card, alongside Dylan Popovich, the lead of our Open Series contenders in the number 9. It's actually showing his Neves on. I wonder if Dylan Popovich has had trouble.
Popovich isn't in the BMW grid. That's Neves in this
yes, beg your pardon, yes.
Then it's Paul Cook, Sam Pearson, Matthew Evans in that mighty 1M Coupe. Giuseppe Calari is in there as well. And then we go back to Adrian Bradley, Ian Crisp, Oliver Smith. And let's see, Dave Griffin in there, the Aussie, in his Diet Coke car. That's one to watch for. He'll come through. We've got John Wyatt on P17. The Taylor and Beckett car is next up.
Shane Taylor is going to be the starting, the number 33, and then there is Dylan Popovich. Of course, the BMW and the Open Grid being split.
That's right.
And then it's Ollie Smith in the 136 alongside the 189 car of Wilson. Then it's Strickland in the number 6 with McCormack just behind him.
Yeah, it's a great mix of cars. We've got the fantastic turbocharged VW Golf down there, which really goes well. That's the Ross Irvine car. A real good mix. And this Open Series car is led by Dylan Popovich in the 7-litre Chevrolet powered Ginetta G50. But they're the BMWs with Graham Crowhurst in that distinctively liveried car going out of the blocks. One not away at all well. And that is number 47. In fact, 2 BMWs didn't get away, and the second one is going to impede the Open Series grid. There's one still there, and I wonder whether this is going to see the start of the second group aborted because one driver with his hand waving out of the window, we can't see who it is at this point, is stuck out on the track. We can see it's Nathan Wells who leads the way, but with the grid still sitting here.
I think it's Ian Crisp that is the car in trouble. He's got some motive power. They have red flagged the session. They did not feel it safe, understandably, to release the Open Series grid with one stationary. And of course, the BMW field are now making their way back towards us, having gone through Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. Ian Crisp have got a little bit of motive power, so hopefully they can get his car out of the way and they can then roll the Open Series grid back round.
Still stuck somewhere now near pole, but the rest of the BMWs, the Ram Air Series cars, are coming round. Crisp has broken again up on the start line, but he's pushable, I think, back towards the pit lane. And provided the BMWs run up and can run sort of fairly gingerly through this pack of cars on the grid, they can resume where they were. Well, the Open guys, led by Dylan Popovic, the Sarajevo-born racer, it leads that next group, potentially that next group away.
Well, this is an unusual way of starting festivities here at the...
Well, in all the years I've been coming racing at Thruxton, I've never seen anything quite like it.
No, that is a first for me. I mean, there have been some incredible moments here, the Hampshire home of horsepower, but this is quite a new one. So the BMW is now being lined up single file, now of course stuck behind the Open Series cars. Ian Crisp still has yet to be extracted from his particular position. He must be getting very hot down there in the cars as well, as much as the rain has tried to interfere with today's festivities. It is very warm here, which is no complaint at all. But when you're in race gear and down there bolted into the cars, it can get a little uncomfortable.
It's not good, that's for sure. Niall Bradley, who was on row 2 in the 47 car, didn't get away. He has resumed. He got going, but he's now at the back end of the queue. Now, I can't quite work out why we have a caterum at the end of the BMW grid. BMW didn't do caterums.
What does not belong in this picture? Yes, one of the caterums. That's bizarre because it shouldn't have lined up at the front of the Open Series grid. So a little bit of miscommunication there, but we will get festivities running.
I wonder if this is a car that was maybe late into the assembly area, or it got as far as the pit lane, perhaps.
Potentially, and it's been released behind the BMW
to get
grid.
onto its group, yeah, which is an interesting one.
Which would have been correct if the Open Series had actually been released, but of course they couldn't be, and the pit lane was then open to allow the caterum loose. That absolutely does make sense indeed.
That's right. It's an odd one. So we've got Dylan Popovic, who leads the second grid, who actually isn't on my first grid, let alone a split grid, which is quite interesting. So this is very confusing for us. But we'll see that 23 got here first, which is Nathan Wells in that beautiful spotless H2O BMW, a car which is an E46 GTR, 3.2 litre 6-cylinder car, and it's dressed up in an IMSA livery from the States. It's a tribute livery. The Graham Crowhurst car that was on pole, an E46, that's in that striped livery. Which
he's a newcomer to the club. Now that's a fantastic car. I believe they are actually restoring the BMWs to their original starting positions, but they are actually going to build the grid behind the Open Series. So that I wonder if they're going to roll the Open Series cars up to the line.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen, Chris.
That makes far more sense than trying to get the BMWs to ferret the way past.
So we're going to have the car with the largest engine in the grid, the 7-litre Chevrolet powered Ginetta.
Leading the way.
Graham Crowhurst is now finding his way forward. Yep.
So have they decided to change their mind? He can't get past.
There's 7/8 of a BMW width between himself and the caterum,
I think that's Bruce Wilson in the '89 caterum, and he's just about managed to get through without painting the wall with that very fetching livery.
Well, that theory's out of the window.
Yes. Well, unless he's deciding to start up there and no one else. There we go.
Now Nathan Wells is going forward. He's going to go forward onto the outside of the grid. 76 there. Is Jason West in the black and orange car. 44, predominantly yellow. That's Oliver Neves, who made a really good start. XMGB racer, ex-MG racer Ollie Neves. And then we've got the rest of them working their way through now. The Diet Coke car and that Australian livery of the Australian, which is Dave Griffin. That's 43.
He's had a lot of success in that car. He has also raced an E90 as well with varying levels of success as well. I remember Dave Griffin on my very first visit here to Thruxton actually managed to lose his driver's door in a turn one incident.
And continued.
I mean, it was very heavily scrutinised, quite correctly. I was in pit lane that day, and I remember seeing basically every scrutineer just had a look at the car, and then it was one of those moments, Marcus, when you look at something and you think, am I actually seeing what my eyes are actually telling my brain? And I had
Did
to look
it
at
start like that, or has it shed that? Look, so the 67 Caterham,
he's returning
which
back to the
I
pits.
think where that comes in, that's a car which is qualifying out of session for the Magnificent Sevens, I suspect. And that has done another lap.
Yeah, so Darren McCormack in this.
Although it's now going to the end of the pit lane.
Because that's where he would have started originally. So now, because we're reforming the grids in their original positions, he can't form behind the Open Series because that's not where he would have started originally.
So Darren McCormack, who races in the Castle Combe GT Series, among other things, he's at the end of the pit lane. So he will join at the end. The BMWs and the BMW Mini. There's a soulless BMW Mini at
John
the
Wyatt.
end of that group. Yeah, John Wyatt's the jeweller in his gold car. They are ready.
Here we go again.
Now they've got a lap on their tyres.
Well, yes, and the
But they won't be any more.
no, but the Open Series drivers would have actually cooked by now.
So green flag lap. So it's a one more warm-up lap, just a tyre and brake warming lap as they come through. No overtaking in theory. You join the Crocodile, you run round, keep your position within the grid, and the Virum Open Series cars go away. Virum builders based over Aldermaston Way between Basingstoke and Reading, and run by Rob Hardy, who races regularly with the CSCC, and been a staunch and loyal supporter of the club for many a long year now. Rob's raced in Porsche's VW Golf GTI and other things over the years, but great to see such a wonderful pack of these big beefy BMW E46s and E36s, Chris.
Absolutely. So yeah, coming back to the Hardy family, they've got 3 cars currently that they're running. They've brought the Boxster with them, which is nicknamed George. Sorry, that's not. It's nicknamed Bruce. Bruce the Boxster. They've got a 944 S2 that was formerly raced by David Coulthard. That is Porsche, the Porsche, which is currently, I believe, being rested, was what they told me. And then Gordon the Golfer is their latest addition to their camp. Yes, it's always lovely to have a chat with the Hardy family when they're here, and we look forward to seeing the Boxster when it takes to the field a little bit later on. But yes, it's such a great array of different specifications, engine sizes, liveries that we're seeing here. The BMW Championship being the inherited by the club. It's basically the leftover of sorts from the Kumo Cup.
It's new to CSCC this year. Incidentally, among those BMWs, you've got Matty Evans's number 62, the amazing 4-litre V8 powered
the Matty
1M.
Missile, I nicknamed that.
Certainly, that's there. And also watch for Ben Pearson with the M235, which is a car that won here a couple of weeks ago with the 750 Motor Club race meeting.
The turbocharged 3 litres 2 Series. That's new to the club this year.
Yeah, it's a lovely car. It's beautifully turned out, beautifully driven, and super consistent it was a couple of weeks back. Had no opposition whatsoever romping to a couple of victories. Dylan Popovich in that Ginetta, number 9, the purple car, as all Dylan's cars have been for about the last 20 years. He was actually 8th quickest in qualifying on a very stout 1:20.797. So he was only a couple of seconds away from the ultimate BMW pace set by Graham Crowhurst, who was a couple of tenths ahead of Nathan Wells in that H2O, the immaculate H2O cars. Ben Pearson made a rocket of a start and is about 4th going into Allard. In fact, I think he's 3rd now on the exit of Allard. Round the outside, Ben Pearson, the white car with the black wings, made an absolute flyer, and indeed he's 3rd behind Wells, and Crowhurst dives inside Wells. They go really wide through Campbell into Cobb, and side by side out front it's Crowhurst and Wells. Wells gets out over the curb on the outside, and Ben Pearson is in 3rd place, and Pearson is absolutely charging. He started down on the 5th row of the grid, and he is already running in 3rd place. Former Ginetta racer, and he's absolutely on it. He's being a little bit eaten up, I think, in terms of power around the back. There's Matty Evans' car, the black car, the 62 with the bright yellow flashes up it. But out front, it's Nathan Wells from Graham Crowhurst as they come up Woodham Hill for the first time into the club chicane, Chris.
Nathan Wells has been driving that car for a few years now. He's under all kinds of pressure from Crowhurst. It's Graham Crowhurst's first race with the club, as well as Brian Branson getting the tail very lively. Coming through that final chicane, he's under all kinds of pressure from that number 25, which is Ben Pearson. He's absolutely flying from the start. They're 3 wide coming over the line. So you just hear that roar. It's such a wonderful noise to hear. Either live or up here in the commentary box. Now the Open Series cars are coming past as Ollie Smith is absolutely flown away. Dylan Popovich bogged down a little bit. He's back up in the 2nd. But now the field's starting to establish its pecking order. So far, so good. Yeah,
Dylan's car does tend to come on strong in the back end of the race. He did Spa a couple of weeks ago in that.
Wow.
But, up in the 3rd place, Brian Branson with the predominantly orange BMW. He's a class leader ahead of Ben Pearson, and Ben Pearson has his mirrors full now of Jason West in number 76, and then it's James Card in the Hewitt Card car.
Absolutely. So now the pecking order starting to be established. Look at Crowhurst. Brian Branson, he, along with his usual stablemate Jasper Sapra, they are racing something BMW flavoured somewhere every single week. Not even he can keep up with the top 2. But look at this group here. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, Nathan Wells leads from Graham Crowhurst, but 3 abreast down the order, and that was Michael Vitulli involved in all of that. Ben Pearson is now in 5th place, having been up to 3rd on the early lap. And you can see Matty Evans in the middle of your screens in that very distinctive car with the massive rear wing.
Absolutely so. Now in the Open group, just coming past our position now is Ollie Smith, now under pressure by that beautifully growling Ginetta of Dylan Popovich. Then right behind them, the number 6 BMW of Jonathan Strickland has one of the caterers. I mean, you could also argue what doesn't belong in this picture, but Bruce Wilson is nailed to the back of the BMW. But still, the BMW field are still all scrapping for their own bit of real estate.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And there is the 25 car, which is Ben Pearson, and you can see that modern 235 type car, and that's Michael Vitulli going after him. I think Paul Cook may have snuck past them in all of that, but as they come back through fastest part of the circuit up Woodham Hill into the chicane, you can see Matty Evans there in the 1M Coupe. Pearson being edged out after that early start. The kind of the natural pecking order is kind of re-establishing, isn't it, Chris?
Absolutely so. That 2 Series is so much a smaller car, but God, did it take off like an absolutely scalded cat. And yeah, Matty Evans starting near the back of the BMW field. That's an E92 engine he's managed to somehow crowbar into that very tiny shell. And God, he's pedaling it well, but under pressure as they're coming into Cabot Cobra Seagrave once more.
Yes, he's got the torque, hasn't he, in the middle of the complex there. It's the 62 car of Matty Evans. And he's going after Michael Vitulli,
who's defending for all he's worth here. But yeah, Matty Evans is having to really work hard to keep his chaser number 47. Oh, someone was squealing away there, as we heard, but everyone seems to still be keeping their real estate to themselves. Now, number 47 is Niall Bradley. Again, even on the restart, really bogged down, really struggled to get that E46 up and going, but up and going he is, and now running well, but obviously trying to make up for lost time. Look at this, Vitulli, Evans and Bradley still arguing. Matty Evans now going for an outside line, coming down to the chicane once again.
Yeah, he's got the grunt up the hill. Vitulli will try to outbrake him into the corner, but on the outside,
wow,
it's Niall Bradley working his way back up through the order, and Niall Bradley in the 47, the car that was very slow away, or didn't get away at the first attempt at the start, is working his way through now, and he's well into his stride.
Absolutely amazing stuff into Cabot Common Seagrave again. You see Bradley nearly getting into the boot of Matty Evans. Evans is wrong-footed there, so is that an opportunity for Bradley? And no, somehow that's Matty Evans manages to close the door again, just using that incredible grunt out of the corners to keep Bradley at bay. But it's down the straights that E92 just loses a little bit. Oh, there's a bit of tyre smoke there bouncing off the suspension.
It's a little shorter in the wheelbase, isn't it, as well? So perhaps it's not quite as stable around the really fast bits here at Thruxton. 2.356 miles. Basically the same stretch of ribbon of tarmac that it was when it was open for racing back in 1968 by Graham White and the British Automobile Racing Club, who are still based here. Certainly the club is headquartered here. And look for the red car, which is Vitulli. Pearson has got trouble on his hands as well, because they're working through way past the slower car from the Open Series. Pearson stuck in behind.
Oh, that was a lock-up there, sorry Marcus. Who was that was locking up? It was the number 32 BMW. That's James Card, that also races in Classic Thunder Saloons as well, so used to racing. But yeah, that was a big lock-up coming into the chicane.
Yeah, out front still it's Nathan Wells ahead of Graham Crowhurst, but we're watching some of these superb battles in the lower part of the top 10. And we can see Matty Evans, who's running 6th.
Is that trouble for the number 44? It looked very slow. That was Oliver Neves in that very brightly coloured BMW. Looked very, very slow coming through Cabot Cobra Seagrave. We've lost him in the TV shots. Yeah, there is trouble for the 44.
Slowed. That's slowed, and we're back with this group of cars with Pearson, who you saw there.
Flirting with the grass.
That's Adrian Bradley, isn't it? In the car that's in the kind of Advan Yokohama kind of livery, the red and black strobe effect. And there's Evans.
He's finding a new playmate, isn't he? That's Paul Cook. He's closing in on in the number 27. Slightly further down the road again. This group just will not be separated. This is absolutely superb. This is why. One of the reasons why I've been really looking forward to this weekend. These grids are not disappearing. Oh, Paul Clark! He's doing nothing wrong. He's just wrong-footed, slightly coming into the chicane, but with a lot of fast BMWs around him. He had no choice. If you're the slower car, it's up to you to be predictable, but he had absolutely nowhere to go. But everybody navigated that particular incident perfectly well.
Yes, that big Porsche 928 GTS Cup car, 5.4 litres. It's a meaty machine, and they used to show a couple of them in the Porsche Championship, but you don't see them on track very often these days. Watching though the BMWs, which dominate both numerically and in the front order here. Trying to see where how far up the order Dylan Popovich got with the Ginetta. He is currently...
I think he's still actually tucked up behind Ollie Smith, so he's second in the open category.
He's shown as having been in the pits.
Curious.
sign for Popovich, so don't see the car there. He might have ducked in and out.
Potentially, but he was still glued to the back of Ollie Smith last I saw him. I can see the number 44 car has come to rest out of harm's way as much as he can do. He couldn't quite make it to the pit lane, but the number 44 BMW Oliver Neves has brought the TN Racing M3E46 to rest on the outside of the circuits, coming down towards the chicane.
Yeah, there's our long shot into Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, known as the complex, and there is the 44, Ollie Neves, abandoning ship. So he's managed to limp about 3/4 of a lap from where the problem first struck.
Ross Irvine in that VW Golf is going to get really popular really quickly in a minute because he's got these BMWs all squirming around him. My goodness me, someone's had their bravery pills. That'll be Niall Bradley, the 47, being chased by Paul Cook, being chased by Matty Evans. There he is in the E92.
Niall Bradley back up into 5th place overall in the 47, and bear in mind he didn't get away at the first attempt at the start. He's working really hard, and we still have 9.5 minutes to go in this race. And Nathan Wells, our leader, has been caught by Graham Crowhurst and all this. It's quite a long race, 20 minutes around here. It's very, very high speed. It's very tough mentally, let alone physically, on the drivers. And being consistent, being quick and consistent, and steering clear of trouble when you come to lap slower cars are all keys to success in this type of races.
Vituli with Pearson with Bradley is not far behind them either. Someone's slow.
There's a problem here, and code 60 has been shown. So
there's marshals on track recovering the 44.
You can't overtake under code 60,
there we go.
He suddenly realised.
I believe that's because there's marshals on the track recovering the number 44 BMW of Oliver Neves. So we are not aware of any other stranded cars out there, but for the marshal's safety.
No, only 2 are shown as missing in action, so to speak. Crisp, who was pushed away at the start, Neves, who's down below us. But we do have several drivers have incurred penalties for things like corner cutting. That's often one of them.
One of them is our number 420, which is Kev Smith in the Honda Civic Type R. They've not usually seen in the Open Series. That is more New Millennium and Tin Tops. That guy is usually spotted, but nothing prevents him, of course, taking part here. Also, the 134, which is Richard Green in one of our Caterhams. Caterham's being reintroduced into the Open Series this year. So that is the Mortimer Green sponsored Caterham 420R.
The cars that run in the Magnificent Sevens, another opportunity to race during the day, or a couple of times today. With green flag now has been given, so the problem down here has been sorted, and well done the marshals for moving Ollie Neves' car back behind the barrier. That's safely out of the way. How's that left them? Well, it's left them with nose to tail our leaders, which are Nathan Wells in 23 and Graham Crowhurst in that stripy 15. And it's not a colour that BMWs ran at Le Mans when Andy Priault drove one back in the day. Andy Priault at that point was 3-time World Touring Car Champion, 1-time European Champion. They ran those stripes all over the cars. Then some wag then put it on a Bentley for the Bentley Drivers Club Silverstone.
I would have thought that was before your time, Marcus.
Yeah, so was Nuvolari. So there's the leaders that now absolutely nose to tail, and a bit crossed up was our leader there. That was Nathan Wells in the immaculate H2O car. It is a fabulous livery. First saw it a couple of years ago, dressed like this, and it's mighty. The sound of those, the induction roar from those engines is very, very fierce. They come back up to the chicane.
Stirs the soul, doesn't it? Oh, again, Nathan Wells getting really uncomfortable. He's wrong-footed through the chicane.
He's run too wide, and Crowhurst braked incredibly late on the outside, and Wells tried to cover it. The status quo has been maintained, just And here's the rest, and they're getting, well, having to wobble round the 420 there, which is Kev Smith and the Honda, who's trying to stay out of the way, but it's really for the quicker cars to find their way past safely.
Oh, again an opportunistic move there from Crowhurst. Tried to get alongside and then hits the curb coming through the complex a little bit too hard. That's cost him a bit of momentum, giving Nathan Wells some much needed breathing space.
Yeah, Evans is back up into third now, as high as he's been in this race.
Wow.
But he has a penalty showing against his number 62, and that could well drop him back, because right behind we've got 47, which is Niall Bradley, essaying to recapture his start position, and Paul Cook is not very far behind, nor is Brian Branson, nor is Jason West. So even something like a 10-second penalty would probably drop Matty Evans back 4 or 5 places in this race. Ollie Smith's meanwhile gone past in the first of the Open Series cars, the Verum Builders Open Series. So here they come then, our leaders, with 4.5 minutes to go. The wider bodied car, the E46 GTR of Nathan Wells, is still holding sway up front. Graham Crowhurst hasn't given up by any stretch of the imagination trying to get past. And there are parts of the circuit where Crowhurst is quicker. Dave Griffin has dived into the pits, and he is into the pit lane. Meanwhile, our leaders are working their way. They've been through Oval out towards Village and Church. They lap one of the Caterham 7s.
Not a lot of urgency around Dave Griffin's car, it seems. So again, if you're coming in on a non-pit stop race, that does tend to be relatively terminal.
He was doing really well at Donington recently, and suddenly you saw some vapour coming out of the car. There's been a change here by the looks of things, as Graham Crowhurst has got ahead. There was a fuel system issue, and they've caught and passed the 928 Porsche again, and that really has hamstrung Nathan Wells, and it's thrown Graham Crowhurst a large lead. He was ahead, but it's made now for a lead of over 2.3 seconds, just one corner, catching a slower car. And meanwhile, Matty Evans in third place and Niall Bradley in fourth lot together. And that didn't look quite as urgent, did it, Nathan Wells? I wonder whether he's got a problem.
Well, it does look like he's been struggling to slow the car down, or at least rotate it for a few laps now. Either the camera angle is kind of playing with us a little bit. He does seem to be getting back up to speed again. It could be he's decided there's not enough time left in this race, so rather than push the car to breaking point, bearing in mind we will see this grid, or at least the surviving cars of it, back out again for the 7th race of our 9-race schedule for today. So Nathan Wells may be thinking, I'll settle for second this time, I'll have you next time, Gadget.
Yeah, well, he's chasing after Graham Crowhurst, who was quickest on a 1:18.907. He's on an 18.336 in the race. Wells was that quicker, a 1:17.
That was on lap 2, so that was
very early on.
Yeah.
That's nearly always when the best times are set, on a clear track before we get into lappery.
Matty Evans is still fending off all the advances from Niall Bradley in the 47 car.
He probably doesn't know he's got that penalty hanging over him like a sword of Damocles.
Well, he's driving. He's driving as if he's stolen the thing. I mean, he built it obviously, but Matty Evans has driven some fabulous machinery
the
here.
Lambo as well. He's raced that over the years, hasn't he? But it's interesting that he's battling there with that, and they're pulling away from Brian Branson and Jason West, but they've got a good gap then to Michael Vituli down into Ben Pearson going slowly. Ben Pearson, he's struggling now.
Yeah, we saw him going slowly earlier on, but then he picked up the pace again, and again it looks like a similar issue where he suddenly goes slowly and then it starts to pick up again.
Goes into kind of a limp mode, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can't control or delete whilst you're racing, or certainly inadvisable.
In the last 3/4 of a minute or so. They're going to get one more lap after this one by the looks of things, because there are still just over 30 seconds on the clock as Graham Crowhurst threads this stripy BMW E46 M3 through into Allard. Nathan Wells still going on.
Oh, Matty Evans has just had to cut the chicane. So again, apologies for cutting you off there.
He got really skew whiffed, didn't he, through the middle of it. He's lost out to...
that was Ronan Bradley he was actually trying to avoid, and he's lost the position to the other one, to the Nar Bradley. I don't think I'll ever grow tired of that noise. That noise just stirs the soul. It's superb.
It is just brilliant, and we see there's Nathan West taking a lot of speed to go past the lap cars here, including that amazing army green Golf, which is that of Ross Irvine, isn't it? Number 31.
Yes, indeed. We'll see that car, along with several of these cars, will be out in our Slicks series later on today. That's our 4th race of the schedule. So
2.7 seconds first to second last time through. The Pearson car is still hobbled, but is going to get to the finish, at least be classified. There, though, is Graham Crowhurst threading his way through the chicane, and he comes through and takes the checkered flag. Kev Smith was alongside him. Whether he thought the checkered flag, whether he got one more lap to go, which I think he might just have done.
I thought he was braking in order to not do it.
Well, I think he's achieved that, because he's shown as having been lapped. So, Nathan Wells in second place. Bradley, number 47, that's Niall Bradley in third place. Fourth, Brian Branson. Fifth is Jason West, and sixth, Matty Evans. I think with that penalty probably applied.
That's penalty applied,
yeah. Behind then would be Michael Vitulli, and then it is James Card. Behind them Paul Cook, and the next of the Bradleys, which is the 612 car of Adrian Bradley.
Well, that's not a bad way of opening today's scorecard, is it, Marcus?
Absolutely cracking. What a great race that was. There may well be one or two changes to that order once penalties have been applied and judicials are sorted out. But at the end of the day, we saw some great BMW racing from the Ram-Air BMW Championship and Fearon Builders Open Series competitors. Shortly we're going to get the provisional results. I stress they are going to be provisional.
As the field work their way back towards the pit lane, Kieran McGinley will hopefully be able to pick up our top 3 finishers, which will be Crowhurst, West and for Bradley, with penalties applied.
There we go then. Graham Crowhurst wins it in 15 from Nathan Wells, a class winner, and 47 Niall Bradley in third. Other class winners, 26 Brian Bransom in fourth, 5th Jason West in 76. Then it's Matty Evans in 62, another class winner. 89 Michael Vitulli, 32 James Card was 8th, 9th 27 Paul Cook, 10th was 612, which was Adrian Bradley, 11th Ollie Smith, who won the Open Series section, 12th was 25, the Ailing Ben Pearson, 13th Ronan Bradley in 78, and 14th number 6, another class winner, which is Jonathan Strickland. Then we go back to Bruce Wilson in 189, Darren McCormack in 67, who started from the back. 17 is John Wyatt. He finished in 17th place. 18th was the Taylor and Beckett car. 19th was 134 Richard Green. 20th Clinton Ewan. 21st Ross Irvine in the Golf. 22nd Adrian Clark in the Porsche, number 911, though it's a 928. 7 Martin Dolan. Giuseppe Calari, 82, Kev Smith in 420. I think they're the last of the finishers, because Dave Griffin had pitted, Dylan Popovich had pitted, and we also lost Ollie Neves in 44, who pulled off at the chicane. So that's the provisional result then for our first race of the 9 today, the one race that takes place before the Marshall's lunch break, and hopefully we're going to catch up with the top 3 in the Parc Fermé with Kieran McGinley. So they're working their way then through the pit lane towards the sort of rostrum area. And
there's a lot of them. They're still going. Look at that.
There's some fabulous hardware out there, Chris.
Absolutely so, and it's amazing that we can get to combine one of the newcomer categories to the club, the BMW Championship. We will be seeing another newcomer to this field a little bit later on this afternoon. But Kieran McGinley has found some people to talk to.
Well, we're live in the pit lane then after that very first opening race, and it's Graham Crowhurst that came out on top. I believe he's just behind me having his debrief, but the team were all punching in delight, I'm sure you saw. Let's see if we can jump in and see if we can have a chat here to Graham Crowhurst. Graham, where did Graham go? Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Graham, congratulations. You came over the line punching the air with delight. I mean, your team had congratulated you. How was it out there? It was a great battle you had there with Nathan.
I mean, honestly, I cannot describe the week I've had. The engine wasn't in it on Tuesday. Thanks to Mike Emmy Auto Services for all the help. We've had overfueling problems. I was on the dyno yesterday thinking I'm not going to make it. So I was happy with 2 finishes today. So this is just... lost for words.
Yeah, and obviously you get another chance of going out later on today, so we get to hopefully make that 2 out of 2. What do you reckon to that?
Well, I mean, we'll give it a go. Me and Nathan seem to have some good pace over the others. I don't know if anything happened. But yeah, I mean, Nathan kind of gifted me to a touch, but you've got to be there to pick up the pieces. So, I mean, I'm not going to name everyone, but thanks to everyone who's helped this week, because I wouldn't be here without any of them.
It was a slightly fractured start, so obviously we had that delayed start, but then you and Nathan went side by side into turn 1. I mean, talk us through that very first lap.
I mean, I'm glad we got a restart. I'm glad we got a restart. But, Nathan went with me around the outside, I think, and I just thought, stick with him. I mean, ultimately, me and Nathan aren't racing in class. So I just wanted to make sure the Class Bs didn't get up to me. And then once we got away, I thought, let's go. And then I just thought... I'm better under the brakes than him, so I thought there might be a chance. And then he went on the grass at church, and that was the only invitation I needed.
And sealed that one. Well, Graham, congratulations. Go and celebrate with your team. I know you've been waiting for that one. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's have a chat to our second place driver. Then let's see if we can find Nathan Wells out there. There he is, Nathan. Nathan, congratulations. Second place. I mean, you and Graham, we're just talking to Graham there about what a great battle you two had. I mean, talk to us from your point of view.
It's good fun. I kind of got a good start, and then... had a bit of a gap building, started losing back out a bit on the traffic, and then, I was getting a bit hot, and I made a mistake at church, ran wide. Graham got through, and then, couldn't get back on terms with him. So, congrats to him. It was a good drive from Graham to do that. But I've just found out that I've got to go see the Clark for a code 60 issue, so I might lose this second place as well.
Well, look, let's say for now you've got it. Yeah. So let's talk about that for now. I mean, it's a great battle between you two, especially into turn 1. We got a second bite of the cherry for that restart. Yeah,
the first restart went better for me, but I was actually quite happy with both starts because my car's got a very long first gear. It's a sequential gearbox, so usually standing starts do not go well for me. I tend to lose about 2 or 3 places every time. So the fact that I actually managed to jump a car this time is a result for me. It's the first time it's ever happened, so happy with that.
Well, great stuff. We'll see you out later on. If you have been summoned by the Clark, I better let you go. Yeah. So good luck with that.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Cheers.
No problem. We're second place for now there for Nathan Wells. Let's see if we can find Niall Bradley. Let's see. Oh, Niall. Come over here, Niall. Well, you've been promoted up to 3rd place then, overall, after penalties. I mean, how are you feeling? Did you realise when you crossed the line?
No, I didn't actually. No, I fell back on the start. Just getting used to this clutch, first standard start. So we went to pure last, and then next thing they done a red flag. So I was thinking, sweet, we might do a regrid. So I get a second go at it, and I still lost places. But I loved it. It was a brilliant race, really fast. First time I've ever done the track. So loving it.
So first time you've ever done the track, and you've got a podium overall. So second race later on. Expectations maybe?
Yeah, we'll definitely be pushing if I can just get the thing off the line. Yeah, there's more to come. There's definitely more to come.
We'll see if you get a second bite of a cherry at a restart. I'm not sure though, but maybe we'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know is right. We'll soon find out. Thank you.
Well, no, thank you very much. Congratulations on your podium overall. And let's see if we can have a class winner. This will be for the Open Series with Oliver Smith. Funnily enough, he's actually driving a BMW, but let's gloss over that. Oliver, congratulations, class victory. How was that out there? Because you had an opening good battle with Dylan Popovich, but unfortunately he retired.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, I enjoyed dicing with him. He's a good driver, so it's nice to be able to be really, really close, but know that, you know, you can both just have a good, hard race. But yeah, it's a shame he retired. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah, and of course we've had some spits out there. Obviously very, very minor. Obviously nothing to affect the track from your point of view.
No, it was bone dry. Yeah.
I mean, okay, so after that Dylan Popovich retirement, it seemed like you had a bit of a time of your own out there.
Yeah, I was just driving around on my own for the most part, which is brilliant, really. You know, that'll do. Yeah.
It's your own personal time trial session, isn't it?
Pretty much. Yep. Yeah, it's ideal.
So what's the aim then for the second session? Obviously, you've got to go for another win. That's got to be the obvious statement.
I'd like to try. Hopefully, Dylan can sort his Janetta out, and I can have a bit of a dice with him. But yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, great stuff. And let's gloss over the fact that you've won in a BMW in the Open Series, and we've got BMWs here as well.
They're too fast for me. That's why I went in the Open.
Well, at least you're honest, Oliver. Congratulations on the class victory. So that was our top three and a class victor there. We are going to go into our lunch break right now, and what that means is we get to have a little bit of a walk up and down the paddock. So if you come and follow me, we'll see if we can find anybody out there who we can have a chat to, because of course we have the one lunch before the race break, the one race before the lunch break. So this gives us an opportunity now to see if we can pop our head in and see who we can find to stick a microphone under noses. That is, of course, if the drivers themselves haven't cleared off and gone for lunch themselves. I'll see who I can pop a microphone under. Actually, I'll tell you what, John Wyatt, the car in front of us here, in the number 17 BMW Mini Cooper S. I'll see if I could just have a microphone under John's nose. He might be moving off very shortly. John, how was that first race for you there?
Brilliant. I enjoyed every minute. It was really good. Really, really enjoyed it. It was good fun. It was very, very intense. There was we're getting battered around the track, and obviously the faster cars are coming through, but it was good, really good fun. Really enjoyed it. And good lap time as well, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, and that's something to take into the second race later on today. So what lessons have you learned from the first race?
I need to get an M3. That's it. That's really it. Got to get a much faster car. But this one, it was done as a bit of fun, and I've really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, M3 on the wish list then, but for now you've got your Mini. How is it out there?
Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. Handles like a dream. Handles like a dream. It's a great... We're hoping for rain this afternoon, then it will really have some fun.
Well, we'll see if your wish comes through. Thank you very much, John. We'll let you get back onto your lunch break. Thank you very much, John. And let's just see if we can... Oh, can we have a chat to Bradley before he moves off? No, I think he's focused there. Is he stopping? He is going to stop. Oh, I don't believe this. People don't normally stop for me. This is the 612 here. Bradley, how are you out there? How was it out there? You're sweating a little bit.
Yeah, very tough, very tough. Enjoyable. First time I've been here. So I've got 2 races with Ram Air and then one with the slicks today. But it's a tough circuit, hard to learn. But it's good fun. Always a battle out there. It's always good.
It's a lot of high speed, not a lot of braking points. How's that in this car for you?
Yeah, that's the hard bit, just carrying the speed. Like learning every lap and just trying to keep out of trouble. And no, it's good. It's a good circuit. It's just tough to learn. There's no rest. It's go for the whole race.
So obviously your first outing out there for the first ever time. What lessons do you take into the second race later today?
I don't know. Just keep learning it really. You have to link pretty much every bend together to get it right, and you think you've got one right and it overcooks the next one, and then you messes up your braking point, your turning point. So it's just a matter of just keep repeating it and keep hopefully getting quicker and quicker with a bit of luck. I've got quicker every time, so I've been out 2 qualifyings and 1 race, and I've gone quicker every time. So hopefully by the end of the day I might be all right.
So let's see how we go in your second race then. We'll look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you very much for the chat. Enjoy your lunch break. And, well, we've got no one else here. I'll tell you what, though, we do have a marshal. We'll let this red BMW head on way, and we'll see if we can have a chat to a marshal, because, of course, without our marshals here, we cannot go racing. It's as simple as that. Excuse me, sir, could we have a chat to you on Alpha Live? Yes, so you're marshal here, is that correct?
I am, yes.
And so, obviously, you're here in the assembly area. What's your role for today?
I'm parc ferme today. So our role today is, after a batch has gone out, we bring them back into parc ferme to complete the safety checks before they're released back amongst the public.
Great stuff. And can I ask, how long have you been marshalling?
25 years.
Wow. Okay, so I've got to ask you then, in those 25 years, what's sort of like the best machinery you've been able to get up close and personal to?
I think some of the early Mercedes at Goodwood that I've dealt with have been some of the most impressive. I hate to say it's a foreign car, but it's certainly the most impressive. And of course, Sir Sterling and John Surtees, and working with people of that era, and Jerry. So yes, that was the big era for us.
And what was your sort of inspiration to sort of go marshalling? What was the sort of key moment for you?
I think probably we used to bring the children up here for birthdays instead of having a party. And when they got to 15, and you had to start paying for everybody, we all started marshalling.
That's great. I love that. Obviously, what's your background before you did marshal?
Work-wise, I'm bank manager. Retired now, but I was a bank manager.
So you went from dealing with money to dealing with cars and drivers?
Yep.
That's great stuff. Well, I'll let you go and enjoy your lunch break because this is your lunch break as well. But thank you so much for the chat.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, without our marshals, we just cannot go racing. So we do thank them profusely for volunteering their time to allow us to hold these races and go racing. We've actually got as well, we've got a couple of cars that are actually about to head out. Now, it looks like it's going to be some experience laps here as they're in Ford Pumas. But the one at the front there, I don't know if you can catch that Lamborghini. Whoever's in that Lambo, I'm very jealous, only very jealous. Let's see then if we can come back down the pit lane, because that is where our Jaguars and MGs are based for the day. So they're going to be the easiest to have a chat to when we get out there. Beep of the horn from the experience laps then. All in Ford Pumas. Yeah, I'd love to be able to just jump in that, although there's a reason I'm behind a microphone and not behind a wheel, but there we go. Sorry, Aviv behind the camera is really desperately trying to keep up with me. I do apologise. But yeah, we'll have a look down the pit lane and see what we go for there, and we'll collar some drivers out of the pit lane. Of course, this is technically their lunch break, but I'll just barge in and shove a microphone under their nose. I'm sure they'll be fine with it. They'll get over it. They love the attention, really. But what a great first race we had, didn't we? It was brilliant. Great battle up at the front, up at the lead there. We've got the MG there, Tyler Ballard, in the number 1 car. So let's see if we can have a stick ahead through and see if we can have a chat to Tyler Ballard. It's just outside. Have we got a drive in? Would you mind having a chat to us, Tyler? The only problem is we lose the signal. Tyler, is it? Yeah, good to meet you, Tyler. Kieran from Alpha Live. We're live right now, so watch the language. Right, we've got the MG ZR here from College Motorsports, and you're in the number 1. Now, did you choose the number 1, or did you get given the number 1?
I got given it last year. Yeah, we were fortunate enough after many years of trying to finally win the championship. So, yeah, I've earned that number 1. Put it that way. So, yeah, I'm going to use it for the rest of the year. Great stuff. And okay, so let's have a chat about the MG. What's the story behind your ZR? Well, that one was obviously straight off the road, built into a race car, and that's the 3rd car we've had. We've had some big damage over the years, but yeah, that's the 3rd car. That's sort of done 3 seasons now, but yeah, it's pretty much a standard road car. So obviously a few changes to the engines and the suspension, but other than that, it's a cheap way into motorsport for people. Absolutely, and that's pretty much what Club Motorsports really should be. I mean, you're up against the Jags as well today. It might not be a fair contest, but then again, you're not in the same class anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But how is the MG out there at Thruxton? Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's probably one of my favourite tracks. Obviously, we've never been here. I think the last time the championship came here was 2011, so yeah, pretty fortunate to come here because there's not many championships to get to race here, is there? So, but yeah, I really like it. Really like it, yeah. There's a lot of high speed. We've already said to other drivers that have just come off the circuit, not many braking points. I mean, it's a big way to actually, it seems like it's an easy circuit, but it's definitely not. No, it's definitely very hard to learn. There's a lot of time to find. It's very bumpy. But yeah, when you string a lap together, it's really enjoyable. So we just have to see what the race holds. I mean, yeah, there's not so many cars as we'd like, but it's still, still up for a chance of a good race. So. And I just see the sun's just trying to peek through. Is that a good thing for you or a bad thing? I'm not bothered personally. I used to quite like the rain, but either way, you just crack on with it, don't you, really?
Yeah, you do indeed. Well, Tyler, thank you so much for having the chat to us, and good luck for the rest of the day. We'll have a chat to, I'm sure we'll see if we can have a chat to Tyler later on down the line. Let's have a look and see who's in the next garage along. It's another MG, and it's Matt Harvey. That's the number 20, so that's the DMG RS and iTech Racing with Daytona Motorsport. Have we got the driver in there? Matthew, would you mind popping out here? It's just we lose the signal if we go into the garages. Matthew, Matt, how are you?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Yes, not too bad at all. I mean, you've been out there already today. How is the MG out there?
MG feels good, yeah. I didn't get a really good lap in qualifying. I couldn't find a bit of space, and then right towards the end I had to avoid a rather spinning jag and ended up flat spotting a tyre and going off into the grass. So kind of cut my session a bit short, but hope to be a bit quicker in the race.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of time to make up then in the race, but what's your sort of target for the races today?
Oh, wow, a win would be good, wouldn't it?
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know really. I've never been here before, so it's for qualifying was the first time out on track, which was for a track like Thruxton is quite scary because there's a lot of quite fast corners.
This seems to be a common theme. Quite a few drivers I've spoken to already today say this is their first time here.
Yeah, and weirdly this is my local track as well because I'm from Somerset, but I've never been here. So yeah, it's a lot of learning going on, but should be good fun. If I can keep with the guys at the front and then maybe try and pick anyone off, then that would be great. But yeah, see how we go.
And let's have a chat about the MG itself. What's the history behind your car here?
So this car was built in 2021, I think, as a Class C car, which is like basically a road car with a roll cage. And we bought it off of another competitor who was moving back to karting. And then last year converted to a Class B, so we get coilovers, we get to bit more power and that, and a lot more competition. It's pretty much the class everyone races in. So yeah, we've been running around with them. It's been going quite well, to be fair, doing all right. Alton Park last time out was really good for us. We got 2/3, and we're right on the pace as well, which has been pretty much the first time I've been up there, which has been great. It was really good fun.
Well, let's hope it's not the only time, Matt. Let's hope we get you up there today. But thank you so much for having a chat to us, and we'll leave you to,
Brief, yeah, whatever we're doing. I mean, it's not long until we're out for our race now, I don't know.
No, it's not.
Yeah, getting ready for that now. So.
Great stuff. Well, we'll leave you to your pre-race prep. Thank you for talking to us, Matt.
Thank you.
Matt Harvey there in the number 20. Look out for that black and red MG then. And I've been summoned, and we have a driver here. Who have we got here? This is James Blake. James, how did I guess that? James, welcome along. Another MG. I've got to ask this because the last two drivers I've spoken to have said this is their first time to Thruxton. Is this your first time to Thruxton?
It's the first time racing here, yeah. Did a track day in the week just to learn the circuit and really enjoyed it, so can't wait for the race, really.
Yeah, a lot of drivers have been saying it's their first time here, but they've really enjoyed it. What's the sort of allure about Thruxton?
Oh, just going round, and you know, we came here in the week, and it's just round the back, it's just so fast, you know, and then it's just round church, you're just going faster and faster, and you just don't normally get the car feeling in the same way where it's maxed out, and you just have to be brave and turn it in. So yeah, don't get that at some of the other circuits. I've been to most of the circuits, but never had this sort of sensation.
No, it's great. I mean, the clouds are gathering. I mentioned this already, but is that a good thing for you? It stays dry, or are you hoping for maybe doing a rain dance maybe soon?
Well, like I say, being a bit new here, I think I just keep it simple and hope for some dry weather. You know, if it rains, it rains. But yeah, some dry weather would be my preference, I think.
And obviously, let's have a chat about your MG here. What's the history for it? It's for hire.
So this car is for hire from iTech Racing. I've got Chaz Rolls here. He's the engineer, guy that runs iTech Racing. So I've known him for 10 years. Been racing at Castlecombe in a car that he's built separate to this, in the Castlecombe Saloons, another ZR. This car was built and available for hire, so I just jumped at the chance to, you know, get in there. I think we did all last year. We're hoping to do all of this year. You know, Donington, Snetterton, Silverstone, you know, watching touring cars on the telly, and you go, you know, when I was younger, and then to actually be doing it now, you know, you know, I'm very lucky to be able to do this. So it's get on and do it while I can, really.
Yeah, absolutely, savour it. I mean, what's the sort of realistic target for yourself today then?
Well, I think with the spots of rain during quali, you know, that sort of, I didn't want to, you know, chance it too much in quali, so I think there's a little bit more to come, I think. So where we are in the class, I think there's 5 or 6 guys in the race, so you know, there's no slouches, so we're hoping to, you know, stay where we are, maybe get 1 or 2 more places if we're lucky. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Great stuff. Thank you for the chat, James, and good luck with your pre-race rep and obviously the race. We look forward to you soon. Now, I'm getting word there. We've got someone in the assembly area who's just been in the Lamborghini. Bill, I think his name is. Producer did tell me the name, and I've forgotten the last name, but his name is Bill. Bill Toombs. There we go. Thank you, producer. Coombs. I'm getting that name wrong. I will get it right eventually. Coombs. Bill Coombs, there we go. Sorry, yes, I've had to be shown. There we go. these radios, eh? These radios. I'll blame the radios, not me. It's never my fault. Yes, we have Bill Coombs, who is in the Lamborghini, or was in the Lamborghini, and I believe this is Bill here. Bill, welcome along. I mean, Lamborghini at Thruxton. Not to say I'm very jealous, but I am very jealous. How was it out there?
Yeah, very good. Sadly, I didn't get to drive the Lamborghini. The circuit manager, I think, Pat, was in that one. So I was driving one of the Pumas, which was fantastic fun. First time I've ever driven those, so it was quite entertaining. First lap round, but you know, it's having driven 1 million laps round here over the years, it comes back very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, how is it out there? I've got to ask.
Circuit looks fantastic. You know, Pat's done a great job of presenting the circuit. It's a lovely meeting, the CSCC meeting. It's you know, you have some very interesting cars driving around in the various races, and you know, they've got character. You know, they're old school, so they've got characters. So they're, you know, it's not like a one-make formula or anything. You've got some interesting stuff up there and lots of history.
Absolutely. And speaking of history, then I've got to put you on the spot. Is there any cars around here you've seen in particular that really caught your eye?
Do you know, to be honest, so you know, being retired now, I didn't arrive ever so early, and I've been chatting to Ben Taylor and a few other guys, so I've had quite a social morning, and then got roped into doing the rides, which I'm delighted to do because it's great fun. I haven't really had a good look around the paddock yet, but I'm sure some of the Camaros and the Mustangs and things, I'll be, yeah, anything with a big old V8 in would be pretty good, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I'm being reliably informed that you were the ex-CEO here. Is that right?
Yeah, so I first came here in '79 for the race school, so did a race school course. I was then obviously racing driver and instructor here for years. Then took over running the school in '92, what's now the Experience Centre, and then I was circuit director here from 2012 to 2019 when I retired. So and it's lovely to see it all, going from strength to strength these days. You know, it's lots of people, great racing. It's still got that old feel, but a friendly feel, which is very nice. Still got that old school character, but with all the modern facilities that you can see with things like the Thruxton Centre.
Now, obviously, having been the CEO here, is there a favourite corner or a favourite section of this track that has a special place in your heart?
Yeah, it's always got to be Church Corner because it's the fastest corner anywhere. I was fortunate enough to race the old historic Formula One cars, and even corners like Eau Rouge and things. Church Corner here is faster, so it's an equal challenge, and there aren't very many of those old school corners left anymore. So it's that's got to be my favourite. Fast corners are always good.
We've got plenty of them here at Thruxton, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yeah. It's so good, so flowing round the back, and each of the corners is really challenging. But there's nothing quite like going around the sequence at the back here, where you get there's a lot of time to be gained or lost, and one gets a real sense of satisfaction if you've done a good job and it's all come together well.
Great stuff, Bill. Lovely to have a chat to you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and make sure you do pick a favourite car.
Thank you. I will. To be assured of that.
Great stuff. Thank you, Bill. Bill Coombs there, the former CEO of Thruxton. I'm being told, and in fact I can see into the assembly area, that we have some arrivals, and I don't know if they're early, but I know we don't have a lot of time left. So if I'm going to get some interviews, it needs to be soon. I'm being told I haven't got long at all. So I'm going to see if I can have the number 4. Now, I was told it's M. Ellis on the side, which covers both Martin and Matthew. And we'll have a chat here. I'm going to take a guess. Is this your car, sir? No. Oh, okay. Your safety car driver. Well, you're pretty good then. I mean, we've already seen you in action in qualifying today. Right. What's the difference, really, safety car driver? What's some tips you can give us?
Well, you've got to behave yourself out there, obviously, and not do anything stupid. And just do what they tell you in the tower, really. So
do what they tell you. Do you have a favourite radio station? Did you get a chance to listen to the radio station?
I'm afraid not, no. It's all listen to race control. And they keep us controlled and what speed they want us to do. And so when people are behind us saying, come on, speed up, it's not down to us, it's the guys that are running the race. So, yeah, we're basically at their command all the time. So.
It's a bit of a mixed bag, though, because you want to do the most amount of laps out there, but that means something has had to have happened out on tracks. Exactly. It's a bit bittersweet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's nice to get out and do a lot of laps, but obviously, if someone's broken down and parked in the wrong place, that's fine. As long as no one gets hurt, it's a good day, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely it is. Well, we better vacate here because we're right in a position spot, but it's been great to chat to you. Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too. And we've got Danny Holmes, who's just pulled up. Danny Morris, sorry, in the Holmes Racing Peugeot, who's just pulled up there, and of course now he's going to reverse back into his dummy grid position, and I'll just keep my wits about me just to make sure I don't get keeled over, but we'll see if we've got enough time to just quickly stick a microphone under Danny's nose there, and we'll see if we can have a chat to him. He's talking to his engineers there. We'll see if we can just have a pop in there. Oh, Danny's seen me now. He'll retreat quite quickly. Danny, have you got a quick minute to chat?
Certainly, yes.
Pole position then. How's that feeling?
Well, can't get any better than that, can it? Yeah, very happy with that. Although I think some of the competition had some problems, but no. At the end of the day, yeah, very pleased with getting pole. Don't often get pole, so.
So I'd ask you what the target is, but I think that's a pretty obvious answer, isn't it?
Well, target is always to finish. That's the main thing. Very delicate car, so, and very expensive. So main objective is to finish, and if we do well, brilliant.
Great stuff. Good luck out there, Danny, and we'll see how you get on then in the next race. And of course, now we've got the combination. Now I'm being ushered out of the way because we've got cars coming through, which obviously means now we should probably go into our next race, which is the Future Classics and the Mod Sports.
Thank you, Kieran. Struggling with your words there, but we'll blame the heat. It is very, very warm down there. Yes, so the break is done, and the next race of the day, first for this particular pair of grids, will be forming. You saw they were just gathering in the holding area behind Kieran McGinley. So this is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. So cars of the 70s will be joining the JMC, that's John Cockerton's racing outfit, the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. You want to talk about an eclectic mixture of cars, look no further than this grid alone. We have got some fantastic machinery. We've got some fantastic machinery across the board in all of our categories here today. But something rather special in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So when we get the grid available, we'll talk through that. We did see Kieran talking to Danny Morris in the Peugeot 309 GTI, the turbocharged 2-litre car. Danny and his late brother Ricky Parker Morris. Ricky in particular was very popular in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports scene. He's dearly missed, and Danny's still racing in his memory. And doing particularly well, getting that beautiful Peugeot, right letter, onto the front row. There we go. We can see some of the mixture of cars. So on the screen at the moment, you can see the number 70 car on the right-hand side of the shot. That is Stuart Dayburn, who is our lead qualifier for the Future Classics category. That is his Battleship Grey TVR Tuscan. Alongside him is Paul Dolan in the number 26 Lotus Elan. Not many Lotus Elans will look like that, let's be quite honest. 2-litre car. He's also races a BMW 325 E30 and previously a BMW E21 323, along with the Ford Puma, along with a Triumph TR8. So quite a mixture from Paul Dolan. This is the first outing of the Special Saloons and Motorsports grid, so he gets to ride the very fetching orange and black striped Lotus Elan. Next to him is the number 4 Lotus, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, the Ellis and the Ellis pairing. That is Martin and Matthew Ellis. Dad and lad combination. Father Martin will be taking that car in this race, and then son Matthew will be having a go when we see this grid come back out for race number 6 in today's festivities. 300 horsepower, Point CNC sponsored Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Even I'm tripping over my words up in the commentary tower. And then on the left hand side of that particular shot, you saw Craig Percy in the number 16 Morris Minor. Now, there are not many Morris Minors in the world that have a 6.2 litre V8 under the right foot, but that is exactly what Craig Percy is sporting. And again, a regular in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports classes. So generally pushing towards the top 10 in that Morris Minor. That's an ex-police car. It was originally built by Chris Isaac, and then Craig Percy purchased that particular car. So quite a few years back now. As the camera now looks at some more wonderful examples of some more of the grids. So there you can see, actually see the nose, the Camaro there on the right hand side of the shot, right next to the number 76 Golf. That is Dean Clayton, the Wessex Packaging 2 litre. I used to drive BMW Mini Cooper R50. Similar size car, but not quite the same shape. So the number 76 car will be starting in 13th place. The nose of the car you can just see on the right-hand side of the shot is Alex Thistlethwaite, which is a name I know I'm going to trip up over the course of the broadcast. The number 68 car, a gorgeous Chevrolet Camaro. That was last I saw that it was blue. So it's been reliveried. Hasn't come out to play for a few years. 2018 was the last time we saw Alex in a Camaro, but he comes out to play in this wonderful example. And then the centre stage in this particular shot is Darren Claydon in the 351 Porsche 944 S2. Car he has pushed for quite a few years. Next along is that motor livery, that beautiful BMW from Jamie Sturgis. That's the M535i E28 I knew I'd get that wrong. 3.4 litre, beautiful example there from Jamie Sturgis. And then it is the 184 Golf. Tim Moll is sporting that one. That's another one of our Special Saloons and Mod Sports cars. Now, I had a Mark 1 Golf, and it sure as hell did not look like that. These are not taking to the grid, as you might imagine. Thruxton Circuit, of course, being an airfield, so it is able to land light aircraft. Some wonderful examples that are taking in some of the sun. And why not? It's not a bad place to watch the racing from. Here's our front row, actually, of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So you can see Danny Morris's car. There it is, the number 309, the Holmes Racing or Spirit of RPM car. Then you have Turbo Tom Carey. That's well, it says Honda CRX. There ain't a lot of Honda under that skin, let's be quite honest. And then the 175 car, that's Andy Southcott. The MG Lennon Midget, again, very little actually MG under that skin. Andy used to race with his son Chris. They used to have a pair of those. Southcott Jr. going on to race Hondas these days, but Andy's still pedaling the 175 car. I did have a chance to have a chat with Andy. That's a Vauxhall red top engine under the right foot of that 175 car. Originally from Southampton. That car weighs around about 500 kilograms. It's about light enough to put in your pocket. There's the other Talbot Sunbeam Lotus for those watching the stream. The number 63 car. So that is Jeff Beale. So that car was built by Talbot specialist Phil Seaman. Phil did share that car with Jeff Beale originally, but now Jeff has been pedaling that car very, very successfully in Future Classics for a number of years. Now taking centre stage, this wonderful Astra GTE owned by the club chairman, John Hammersley. That car is actually for sale So those that are wanting to put their hand in the pocket, maybe having a go at a car that has been very successful in these parts, by all means have a chat to John Hammersley. Now, I'm going to have to make a bit of a confession here. All of us commentators, we do our best to remain impartial, but we are human and there are cars that we are partial to, and I will hold my hands up. That we can see in the center of the shot is one of my favorites. The number 17, the Darien Wildcat. Ian Hall has been driving this car for a very long time indeed. He started racing motorsports back in the 1960s. And he is commonly paired with Jim Seward, who is also on the grid. Where is Jim starting? In the Triumph TR8. Down in 24th was Jim. And Ian actually owns the engine of both of those cars. So Ian Hall, a very successful engine builder, and that car is absolutely glorious. It will shake the earth from under your feet, that Darien Wildcat. Again, has been very successful in special saloons and motorsports racing for quite some time. It's a 6-litre engine under his right foot. There's that motor livery BMW, Jamie Sturgis. There's, again, a lovely example there, the VW Golf, Tim Moll. 188, so the next BMW in line, that's the Nardone family. Christian and Luca Nardone, showing that one. Then the number 97, Ray Barrow. He's had that Chevrolet Camaro for a number of years. And a Rover SD1 joins us on the grid. Jerry Bailey in that car. First time we've seen a Rover in a long, long time in the Classic Sports Car Club. But this is a real example of the eclectic mixture of cars, age ranges of cars as well, that we can enjoy here at the CSCC. That on stream will not qualify, however. There is not a category for aircraft, nor is there a category for recovery vehicles. However, enough of that. We have got a grid to run through from top to bottom, and there's a lot of them. There's 32 cars to run through in this grid. So let's have a look then. Who will start at the front? As mentioned, it's Danny Morris in the 309 Peugeot, alongside Turbo Tom Carey in the number 31 Honda CRX. Row 2 is Andy Southcott in the MG Lennon Midget, alongside Stuart Dayburn in his TBR Tuscan. Row 3 is Paul Dolan, and then the Matthew and Martin Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, car number 4, starting in 6th position. Next up is Craig Percy in the number 16 Morris Minor, alongside the number 17 of Ian Hall in the Darien Wildcat. Row 5 is the number 56 car of Tony Marion in the Porsche 944, alongside the 63 of Jeff Beale in his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Row 6, number 68 is Alex Thistlethwaite in the Chevrolet Camaro, the 5.7-litre version, alongside number 76 Dean Clayton in the VW Mark II Golf. Next row is the next Claydon, number 351 Darren Claydon in his Porsche 944 S2, alongside Jamie Sturgis in the number 87 of BMW 535 E28. Row 8 is Tim Moll in the 184 VW Mark I Golf, alongside the Nardone pairing in the 188 BMW. That's the 325 IE30. Row 9 is number 97 Ray Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro, his 5.7-litre monster, alongside the 156 John Hammersley in his Vauxhall Astra GTE. Row 10, number 122 is Jerry Bailey in the Rover SD1, as previously mentioned, alongside number 86 Colin Claxton in his Ford Escort. Row 11, number 10 is Thomas Hendry in the BMW E30 318 IS, alongside the next Claxton, 84 David Claxton in his Triumph Dolomite Sprite. Don't be fooled, that is a 2-litre turbo engine under his right foot. That will punch above its weight. And then next up is the number 89 Triumph TR7 V8, Jim Seward, alongside number 65 Steve Frey in the Ford Mondeo. Row 13, number 60 is Paul Turner in the Suzuki SC100, alongside the 166, the Brain and Thomas pairing in the Alfa Romeo 1750 GTV. Row 14, number 170 is Donald Dewar in the VW Golf GTI Mark I, alongside the 501 Alex Childs in his Alfa Romeo 105 GT Junior. Row 15, number 49 is Matt Sanders in his Triumph Dynamite Sprite, alongside the number 92 Neil Vaughan in the Chevrolet Corvette C3, 8 litres under his right foot, a real proper bone shaker. And then finally at the back of the field, the number 93 Gary Cole in somewhat of an unusual car, but it is joining us in the Special Saloons of Motorsport, nonetheless, a Citroen BX, the 2-litre example, joins us on the 16th row. What a fabulous lineup we have got, ready to do battle. So like all of our categories, they are further divided into subcategories. We didn't really get a chance to talk about the categories in the BMW and Open series, but we will discuss those if we have an opportunity to. The racing was that intense for our opening race of the day. So here in the Future Classics and Special Saloons and Mod Sports, for Future Classics, it is the categories are dictated by engine power. So the top category is category A, which is for anything over 3.3 litre, and then it works its way down to the category F, which is up to 1600 litre. 1600 litre? 1600 cc. 1600 litre would be something, kind of a ship or something. So 1600 cc is the smallest category. There is a category E, for E30 320i BMWs running the M20B20 engine. And then category D is for 1600 to 2 litres. And C is 2 litre to 2.5 litre. B is 2.5 litre to 3.3 litre. And as mentioned, A is over 3 litre. Similar idea for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. And now, the Special Saloons and Mod Sports are further divided into classic engine and modern engine classes. So if the cars have had to be reworked, if they're not running a significant percentage of the original engine specifications, they can be entered into the modern engine classes. Similar idea, just slightly different division of classes. So for the classic engine, the top category there is anything over 6 litre, and all forced inductions, or anything turbo or supercharged, will go into classic category A. For B, it's 2.1 litre to 6 litres. There's quite a divide there for category B. And then C, it is 1.5 litre to 2.1 litre. D is 1151 cc to 1500 cc. And then the E category is up to 1150 cc. That's the classic engine categories. I'm not surprised Tim Moll's got his door open. He must be absolutely cooking in there. Got to bear in mind that all of our drivers are sat in the cars ready to be released in their racing gear, and it is pretty warm out there. We can see some movement, we can see on the cameras, and here we hear engines beginning to roar into life. So that, I am hoping, is an indication that we will be getting the cars on their rolling lap very, very soon. The other category of, the other way that the Special Saloons and Mod Sports are categorized in the modern engine class, if it's over 2.3 litre and all forced industrial engines, that's modern engine A class. 1400cc to 2300cc is B, and up to 1400 is modern engine class C. That is how the Special Saloons and Mod Sports are divided. As we're just waiting for the cars to be released. What an incredible day we've got. The rain has tried to threaten intervention here in Hampshire, but has so far been unsuccessful. Joining me in the box, Marcus Pye. A great honour to be alongside the Oracle of Motorsport himself. So, Special Saloons and Mod Sports, Marcus, that's a subject close to your heart.
Absolutely my bag, Chris, and I've loved them since, since I first came to Thruxton in October 1973. So, and even before that, followed them in the magazines. But I've just done a bit of a scout around the paddock, finding a few of the drivers from this morning, finding out one or two of the problems to impart later on. But they're coming out now onto the grid, and what a grid it is, mixed with the Future Classics, Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, and JMC Racing, John Crockerton's business, Special Saloons and Mod Sports. But yes, a really good mix of cars here, with those 2 litre cars out the front, the 2 litre turbo powered Peugeot with Cosworth YB, Ford YB engine in it, Danny Morris. The Spirit of RPM, as the car is called, after his late brother Ricky Parker Morris, with whom he shared this car and whom he raced for many, many moons. Ricky passed away during the COVID times of 2020 into 21, and this car raced in his honour and his memory, and going very well this morning. Tom Carey, always quick round here with the BDG powered Honda CRX, which is a monocoque chassis with a kind of a plastic Honda-ish body over the top of it. The Peugeot looks like a Peugeot. Looks like a Peugeot 309.
It has the V silhouette of it, yes.
It does.
One of the things I've loved about mod sports is from the outset, it almost looks absolutely bonkers, as if you can strap any kind of engine to any kind of chassis that has any kind of shell on it. Off you go. You feel free. It's not that straightforward, I'm well aware, but
absolutely. But I mean, the special saloons, you could do a lot more too than you could with the mod sports. Mod sports, you had to keep the same family of engines. You had to keep the same basic type of chassis involved. So if you had a steel monocoque chassis, you had to remain that way. If you had a fiberglass monocoque chassis, it had to remain that way. And you could do a lot less technically with mod sports. But special saloons, which became super saloons in 1974, certainly the more powerful ones, are absolutely fabulous. We've got the MG Lennon Midget, which is interesting. That's a tube frame midget.
There's not a lot of midget really in there.
Built in Northern Ireland by Mike Johnston, and it's one of a couple that Andy Southcote from Southampton runs. 2.3 litres, and he's got one with a Vauxhall red top engine and one with a Millington.
It's the red top engine that is out there, yeah. The Millington
absolutely.
engine is the blue accented one, I believe.
That's right. And then you've got Stuart Dayburn with the TVR Tuscan Challenge, Paul Dolan going really well with the 2-litre Elan up there. And the Ellises with their Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, father and son, they always go well. Look at that Morris Minor as well, the Morris Minor V8, which is the car of Craig Percy, built by drag racer Chris Isaac a long time ago, and that has a 6.3 litre Chevrolet LS3 V8.
You won't find another one like it.
You won't, but of course we also see out the Austin A30 with a 5 litre Chevy from time to time, which is great. Not exactly as Alec Isagonis deemed necessary for Moggy Thousands back in the day. We've got also the amazing Darien there of Ian Hall. We've been racing here at Thruxton since the 60s, 80 years old now. Ian Hall,
no.
17.
Trouble for the number 76. The Golf has come to rest. That is Dean Clayton. So that's only his second outing with the club. Now, is that going to cause trouble? Well, no, we are racing. The field has gotten underway. So hopefully that stranded Golf isn't going to cause too many problems. But again, that roar of every kind of engine you can expect is just on its way down to Cabell Cobb and Seagrave.
They're still going through, but the Golf, unfortunately, is stricken on Woodham Hill. The marshals are in attendance. It's sort of kind of harks back to that first race, doesn't it, before lunch? The marshals are pushing it away, and whether they get it through that slot before the field arrives, the matter.
The marshals are absolutely incredible, and we always thank them for their efforts. Oh, look at that, Carey and Danny Morris. Surprise, surprise, crossing swords already. With Southcott, he's already taken the lead over and just sprinting off into the distance.
I think Southcott sort of got the jump on him at the start. He dived away. He was going so quickly, but as they come onto Woodham Hill, it is the Southcott MG Lennon Midget which leads, as so often before here, leading Tom Carey in the Honda. Third is Danny Morris in the Peugeot. Behind them, Dayburn with the TVR, Dolan with the orange Elan. Then we've got the super duper Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. What a great piece of kit that is, so quick. Particularly in the lad's hands.
Oh, he's having to go with the Elan coming down to the first turn, coming down to Allard. Can't get it done though. That door closed in his face. But Martin Ellis, his father, that's taken over the 300 horsepower Talbot Sunbeam Lotus for this race, having a go at that tiny little Elan. But Paul Dolan denying his day.
And on the road, when they were new, those Talbot Sunbeam Lotuses spun their wheels in second, third, and fourth gear, and if there's the slightest element of damp, you spend most of your time very sideways. Interesting, down the field we've got the ex-Brian Muir Triumph Dolomite Sprint, number 49. which is Matthew Sanders, out for only the second time since restoration. But there's the Dolan Elan. It's a very, very pretty car, isn't it, that?
Yeah, he's commonly known for racing BMWs, or certainly more recent times. He raced at Mallory Park last year, came 5th in both of the races that we saw that car coming out in. So it is a quick bit of kit. But he is chasing the future classic frontrunner of Stuart Dayburn, who absolutely obliterated the field in that car on his previous outing at Alton Park a few weeks ago. So he's, again, as far as the future classes are concerned, he's untouchable. He's got a few more horses to deal with when it comes to the special Slither Mosswolds. And then you've got the Darien Wildcat. Shamelessly admit is my favourite car of this field. No disrespect to the rest, they're all absolutely fantastic. But I do have a bit of a soft spot for that Darien. That 6-litre monster is keeping the Ellis's company. Ellis is three-wheeling, saving some tyre rubber, heading up towards the complex.
Yeah, it's great to see the variety of cars in this field. That only 2 litres, more than holding its own against the big TVR of Stuart Dayburn, 5-litre engine in that one. And we see
battles all over the place.
The for sale Astra GTE 3 times.
Have you made
champion.
John an offer on that yet?
I haven't. My pocket doesn't really go that deep.
Raymond Barrow, he's had that Camaro quite a number of years and still pedaling it well. An absolutely earth-shattering engine in there in the number 97. Yeah, 5.7 litres of angry Chevrolet.
He brings that up from Brighton way, doesn't he? And yeah, John Hammersley, 73, chairman of the CSCC, racing for the best part of 50 years. And still enjoying it. Finds it's getting a little bit tiring, sort of trying to work on the car, doing all the trying to get his mind round the cornering potential on slicks. It's quite something. There's the Moggy Miner being overtaken by another of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotuses. That's Jeff Beale passing Craig Percy.
Oh, look at the group behind them, though. You've got a pair of the 944s, along with Tim Moll in the VW Golf. A big wag of the tail there from Tony Marion in the yellow in the Whitchurch Motor Company 3-litre car.
This is Tim Moll, who is no relation to Guy Moll, who in 1934, 90 years ago, won the Monaco Grand Prix in a Scuderia Ferrari Alfa Romeo P3.
Oh, there you are, you see. There you are. You learn something new every day. Every day is a school day, as I've always been told.
Yeah, Tony Marion in that yellow Porsche, a regular here, a garage owner from Whitchurch in Hampshire, so not very far away from Thruxton. And looking at the other, the two Porsches are together, aren't they?
The other being the other Clayton out there.
Darren Clayton.
Darren Clayton, sorry, I said Clayton, beg your pardon. Yeah, Darren Clayton's previously raced the BMW 320 with the club. He was out at Donington in the Open and the Future Classics race, so actually ran 3 times. Has had that car since around about 2017 or so, and that is not a slow car. He is nailed to the back of that. V8 Morris Minor is absolutely flying.
And he's running 9th overall as Craig Percy, being harassed by Claydon in the Porsche and also by Tim Moll with that VW Golf GTI.
Now this group are actually closing in on Ian Hall. Now has the Darien Wildcat.
Ian Hall's got a problem.
I was going to say that the Wildcat's sick, isn't he? Yeah, that's pulled immediately over to the right-hand side. Danny Morris said during the interviews these cars are very fragile. He wasn't kidding.
Yeah.
It is boom or bust, unfortunately, with the special
and with the Darien there. I mean, it's a beautifully built, beautifully engineered car. Aero engineer by profession when he was working full time. And so Ian Hall, I remember here in Mod Sports way back in the early 70s, and he started before that. I mean, he'd been racing since the first meeting at Thruxton, I think in 68.
Since the 60s, I think I've got in my notes.
Yeah, 68 was when this iteration of the circuit started. Of course, it did open before. Because here's the leaders, and that was Southcote coming back past Tom Carey, who was ahead of him coming up the hill. So Southcote and Carey locked in combat, and Morris was stuck behind another of the VW Golf.
That's Donald Dewar, who's
Donald Dewar down from Scotland.
Oh wow,
car,
well travelled.
Yeah.
new to the club for this meeting, so we always welcome new faces here. Always happy to have any new entrants to the club. But yeah, look at this. Now, it's not often that Andy Southcott gets challenged by anybody. Turbo Tom Carey, if I can get the right syllables out, is hustling hard for the lead.
Turbo Tom Carey with an ECMO engine. But,
I say nothing.
Here he comes. And Carey, look at that. He hops the corner there. Quick sweepers out of the back of the circuit.
I remember
he's quicker here, isn't he?
He is, and they're catching the back of that blue Suzuki Swift they are on the tail of.
Yeah, that's Paul Turner.
Which is somewhat outgunned.
It's got a motorcycle engine.
I think it has every right to be outgunned, in which case, but against that. But yeah, that's wrong-footed Tom Carey a little bit in the Honda CRX, so he continues to
back off
chase.
a little bit, and Southcott managed to find his way past. But look at the bodywork, just deflecting on top of the engine cover of that Lenham nose.
I had a chat to Andy Southgate. He actually had to take the door shut just to prevent the rattling of the door from distracting him, because the car is so light. All panels are as light as they can be.
I sense that Morris is coming back at them. And so 121.3 for Morris that time round. He's much closer. So it's at the end of the 6th lap, it's Southcott, Carey and Morris in that order, and the gap between them is only 2.3 seconds.
Sorry, all my feelings got shaken out by the Corvette rumbling past us. The 8-litre C3, that's such a glorious noise. And there he is, there is Danny Morris on the back of Tom Carey. Absolutely shifting now, our pole sitter on the back of Tom Carey for second position. Tom's fallen a little bit off the back of Andy Southgate. Again, possibly getting caught up in the traffic here, but yeah, Danny Morris is hustling hard in. They've got a BMW, that's the number 10 car, I believe, that is Thomas Hendry. Not a newcomer to the club, but that is a new car for him as they dance around that lovely Triumph Dolomite.
Southcott scarpered, hasn't he? He's taken this opportunity to get past. He's lapped the Triumph Dolomite Sprint that's down.
Oh, that's Morris having a look. Is he? Oh, he's swept around the outside of Tom Carey.
Yeah, they're going past David Claxton's Kurzheck Triumph Dolomite Sprint, the short-tailed version.
They've not long gone past Jim Seaward either in that beautifully growling Triumph TR7. How on earth he's got the V8 in there, I will never know, but not a lot of room to manoeuvre, I dare say, as the Honda screams past us once more, trying to close down.
TR7 V8s ran in works rallies, didn't they? So it's that lightweight aluminium V8 is relatively compact.
True. I remember Tom Carey a couple of years ago had a fire in that car here.
Massive fire right here. Yeah. So
and they kind of rebuilt. They rebuilt the whole car in a week, or in a particular short period of time.
He was working away, so it was his mates who kind of rebuilt
that's
the car.
Right. Yes, it was his team that rebuilt it for him in time for the next CSCC meeting.
And they put an 1800 engine into it just as a stopgap because the 2-litre one had been damaged, or the ancillaries of it had been damaged. There's Craig Percy getting back on side by side, and they go yellows there, and yellow flags into Allard, and side by side the Morris Minor V8 Craig Percy.
I think I just saw camera left what the cause of the yellow was, but I didn't quite see who it was. I'm wondering if it was the Triumph. I wonder if it was actually Jim Seaward, but I couldn't quite see it. Disappeared out of camera a little too quickly. Who is missing? That's going to be the... is it Childs, the 501 car? That's showing as missing in action. Was it the Alfa Romeo? I thought it was. I thought it was a white car I saw on the shot very quickly.
On lap 4, and we're now working lap 9 for the leaders.
The yellows are gone. So
I
commentated curse Jim Seaward. He has come in the number 89 Triumph. So he is at least accounted for.
Oh, and Dolan spins and tags the TVR as he does so, and that's put both of them off onto the infield. Dolan just dropped it, got a little bit sideways, tagged the TVR, and they're both scrungling around in the loose stuff.
It looks like Stu Dayburn is deciding just to bring the car in, because again we will see Stu Dayburn. Well, hopefully there's not too much damage to the car. We will see him out again in the Modern Classics race, which is part of our 5th race lineup for the day, and also back out in this revisited grid for race number 6.
The two Porsches are close together, and here comes Dolan. He's got going again, but he's a long way down. He's going to be down in 12th place now, but Dayburn out. And there's a leader going past Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ovaltine Camaro, the ex-Martin Thomas car. Alex Thistlethwaite, now the owner of Thruxton Circuit as of recent times.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't struggle with that name as much as I did. And the checker flag has been presented, so we are bringing this race to a halt.
And that's because there are cars stranded at different parts on the circuit.
I was enjoying that.
But Andy Southcote has won it by 3 seconds from Danny Morris. Tom Carey.
So Tom Carey fell away from the back of Danny Morris towards the end of that.
And then the Ellis family, Talbot Sunbeam Lotus.
So Martin Ellis.
Ellis driving in this one.
Ellis Senior was taking that one. So Junior will have a go at that one for race number 6 later today.
Yep, Craig Percy is going to be 5th in the Morris Minor. Jeff Beale 6th in the blue Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. And then it'll be Tim Mole leading the rest by the looks of things. Let's see, there's Craig Percy, there's Jeff Beale, and they've accelerated through. Then there's Tim Mole. He is going to be in 7th place. 8th is Tony Marion, who's got ahead of Darren Claydon towards the end. And in 10th place, Jamie Sturgis with the BMW. Jamie from literally over the back of the circuit in the village.
Oh, that's a slow Andy Southcote. But then again, he's missed the pit lane entry. He'd already finished, so he's going for another victory lap.
There's the Thistlethwaite Camaro going into the pits.
I need to practice that right on the blackboard 100 times. Thistlethwaite. See, I still can't do it.
Car looked after by Alaman Racing. Here come the results then provisionally for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, James C Racing, Special Leagues and Motorsports. Andy Southcote the winner, 175, the MG Lennon Midget. Another win here for the Southampton man. In 2nd place, 309, Danny Morris with the Peugeot 309 Turbo. Class winner. 3rd, also class winner, 31, Tom Carey with the Honda BDG. Then in 4th place, Martin Ellis, Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. 5th, Craig Percy with the Morris Minor Chevrolet. 6th, Jeff Beale, Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. 7th, Tim Mole, Volkswagen Golf GTI. Then 8th, Tony Marion, Porsche 944 S2. Then 351, Darren Claydon, similar car. Then it is 87, Jamie Sturgis with BMW M535. The Nardoni BMW, number 188 is 11th. 12th, Paul Dolan after his spin in the Elan. 13th is Alex Thistlethwaite with the Ovaltine Chevrolet Camaro, 5.7 litre car. And in 14th place, John Hammersley with the faithful Vauxhall Astra. 15th, Jerry Bailey with the Kurt Team Tribute Rover SD1. Looked after here by Ken Clark. 86 is Colin Claxton with the Ford Escort. 17th is Ray Barrow with the Baldwin Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Then it's David Claxton with the Triumph Dolomite Sprint Kurzheck Turbo car. Donald Dewar with his VW Golf GTI Mark 1. Paul Turner with the Suzuki SC100 powered by the motorcycle engine. Steve Frey with the Ford Mondeo Space-Drome car, an ex-Euro car chassis. The Gary Thomas Ben Brain Alfa Romeo. The grey car 166 22nd. Neil Vaughan Chevrolet Camaro Corvette next. Stuart Dayburn retirement. Jim Seward retirement. Gary Cole retirement. Matthew Sanders looks like he retired. Did 3 hours at Spa, but not 20 minutes at Thruxton. And Thomas Hendry, Ian Hall, Alex Childs also failed to go the distance. We've got one car just rejoining under its own steam from the bottom of the of Woodham Hill.
That was the one I was trying to identify earlier on, and I thought it was originally Jim Seward. But
is that the Alex Childs?
I think that is the 501 Alex Childs car. So it's promising that it is coming back under its own steam. Yes, that's that is indeed the Alfa Romeo, and also coming back under his own steam was the red Golf we lost very early on.
Yes, on the installation lap.
Yes, that's right. So that is now cautiously, but it is coming back very, very slowly. That was the number 76 car that unfortunately came to grief in the early part of the race. That was Dean Clayton. And Southcote. Now, is he in trouble? Because he is not moving. There he goes. So I think maybe you just have stalled. What a superb race. Over all too quickly, a blink of an eye, and with the intense racing action we had, it has disappeared very quickly. But you can now see the marshals having to put the quick dry powder down as someone has dropped something a little bit slippery. Perhaps, well, we don't know who was responsible for that, but we have got Kieran McGinley down on the pit lane ready to speak to some of our drivers.
An early end then to that race, but let's see if we can gather up our top three. Let's see, we've got Danny Morris here because Andy Southcott took the checkered flag twice. Let's see if I can find him. He's gone. Oh, he's over here. He's over here. Let's see if we can just stay away from Thomas Carey's car there. It pulled up into the pit lane. It was slightly on fire at the back end, but nonetheless, we'll have a speak to Danny Morris first of all. Danny, we'll speak to you first because Andy, I don't think, he's just there now. But second place for you. Pole, what happened in those first couple of laps? Because you dropped down to third, but then you more than made up for it with a great move for second.
Yeah, the pace of the other two cars is hard to live with, particularly off the line, and I don't think I had my best start ever, judging by how much Andy came past me or how quickly he came past me. So, but then I just, the tyres take a little bit longer to warm up. I think the others are on radials. I'm on cross-ply, so take a little bit longer to warm up. But I got into the groove, and then thought I was catching both of them at one point, but obviously got caught up by a back marker down, or someone was lapping down at the chicane. So that put me back a few seconds. But I'd rather do that than take a risk diving down the inside and both coming off. So and it's, the car was going really well, didn't miss a beat. So, and I think Tom in third had a bit of a problem, so that allowed me to get past him down the straight. So, but yeah, it's very, very close. I think a little bit more pace. You never know, I might be out there for challenge for the lead next time.
And next time, of course, later on this afternoon. Yes. What sort of lessons do you take away from this race?
I've got to drive faster.
Good lesson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. That's second place there, Danny Morris. We'll have a chat to Thomas Carey. Tom, third place, fastest lap. Bit of a fiery end for you. What happened there?
I believe it's not the first time it's happened. Exhaust pipe rubber just can't cope with the heat of the exhaust pipe. So I exhaust wrap it and put a rubber on it, but it just can't cope. I should say congratulations first of all, really, to Andy and to Danny. They went very well, as they always do, to be honest. Be nice if they had a weekend off, the pair of them, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well, you did get fastest lap, so that's something to take away with. What else do you take away from here into the next race later on today?
And start in first gear, because once I got caught napping, but second gear is not the gear for coming off of this line here, basically. And try and look into it, because it's down to 3 cylinders. Whatever happened halfway through, to walk its way through, it's misfiring badly. So get the lads to look at it now, basically.
We've got about an hour and a bit to sort of rectify that. Hopefully we'll see you out there and maybe a bit quicker pace than a 1:20.9, I think it was.
Oh, right, OK. Well, I'll do my best, certainly, depending on if the lads do their best.
If it's 3 cylinders and you still got fastest lap, I'm keen to see what it's doing on all cylinders.
That must have been when it had 4, I reckon. If it
it's a better story if it's not.
OK, yeah, that was with 3, definitely.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Tom. Congratulations on third place. Let's have a chat now to Andy Southcott, our race winner. Andy. Fancy seeing you. I told him if you get in the top 3, you're probably speaking to me, and you're trying to hide from me. Andy, how was that out there?
Well, yeah, I'd like to apologise, obviously, for going through the checkered flag twice, but it was hidden in my defence. It was hidden behind the orange flag, whatever that one is. But thanks to Michael here for getting me back on, because obviously we had a wheelband problem, which you saw. So yeah, it was really, really good, and the car was going all right. Not perfect, but it was a lot better. So yeah, bit of work to go next time.
Yeah, you seem to have a great start off the grid. You got past Danny Morris there. Talk us through your start.
Yeah, I was obviously queued up behind in third position. And yeah, I mean, this thing's absolutely lightning over, I don't know, 20, 30 feet. And it just, whereas I think he's got to wait for his turbo to come in. But then Tom's quick as well, and I think he was behind me and we both got past him. So obviously he started parallel with him, didn't he, Tom? So yeah, that was it really. And then I didn't look back, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Danny. I know Tom got past me at church, put a great move on me. His mate was in his Suzuki to the left, And I thought, can I get through there? And he just went straight through the middle of us. Really bold move. It was a really good move. So, yeah, but most enjoyable. And again, thanks to Mikey for getting me back on the road.
Yeah, and it's great to see you back on the road and on the top step of the overall. What's the lesson here to take into the second race today?
Don't know. I think I'm going to have my wits about it because Tom's lightningly quick round parts of the circuit, and I think I've got which is surprising, but I think I've got the rush on the back straight, so I can catch him, and I caught him there and actually got past him. So, but he had a misfire, so it's his to win. I think the next one, but thanks very much anyway.
We'll see about that. Well, thank you, Andy, and enjoy that victory. We'll see you later on. And with that, then, that's our top three. We've got no one else to interview, so I'll lead into the next race. The next race, then, is the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship.
Race number 3 then is gathering in the holding area. So it is the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. We welcome back the big cats back to the Classic Sports Car Club, and they're very welcome they are. A wonderful mixture of different types, different engine sizes, and of course different liveries arising here. So, grid for this race. The Jaguars will start ahead of the MGs this time. So Colin Philpott in the 67 car will start alongside Jack Robinson in the number 14. Hopefully he's fixed it because he had a problem in qualifying. The Pink Panther, the 24, Michael Seaborn alongside number 7, Tom Lenthal, 156 Andrew Harper as Joan starts alongside multiple Jaguar champion James Ram in the number 99. Chris Byrne in the 139 alongside Michael Atkinson in the 58 on row number 4, alongside the row 5, which is 17 Ian Spooner, alongside Mark Bennett in the 82. Row number 6 is number 45 David Ringham alongside 34 Charles Jackson. And the next row is 163 Andrew Maynard alongside number 56 James Wall, and number 3 rounds out the Jaguars of Colin Porter. The MG's number 1, number 31 is Fergus Campbell, starts alongside last year's MG champion Tyler Ballard in the number 1 car. And then the next row is James Cole in the 88 alongside 248, which is Jack Woodcock. Then on the next row is number 39 James Blake alongside number 20 Matthew Harvey. And the number 13 Andrew Rogerson, former Jaguar racer himself, brings up the back of the field.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that Fergus Campbell in that Dayglow coloured MG ZR was second quickest overall in qualifying. So
it's amazing to think
room
that
for him to charge the field.
And now I was privileged enough to see these at Alton Park, and my God, do these little MGs make the big cats work for it. I was a little surprised, actually, the MGs punched above their weight. I thought the big cats would really have the small MGs for power, especially here, but exactly as you say, Marcus, those MGs.
And these are the less powerful MGs. Usually there's a couple of quicker ones as well. But they're not here this weekend, so tremendous effort from Fergus Campbell.
It's basically the Category B cars that are here, so that is modified, so there's the MGs that are 170s. There are 7 of them, so there's a few less of them. I wonder if the MG runners kind of thought, we're not going to keep up with the Jaguars here, but as was proven, exactly as you say, Marcus, in qualifying, those MGs yet again made the big cats work for it. It is spectacular to see the the mini versus the mighty. It's like the minis versus the 4 Falcons of yesteryear. Again, before your time, Marcus.
I remember them all too well, and I'm thankful that I did too, because I had some great days of watching racing from the end of the 1960s. Saw Jim Clark win the British Grand Prix in '67 in the new Lotus 49 with the Cosworth DFE engine. A lot of great club racing back through then, through the 70s, 80s, 90s, right through to now, and doing probably 30 meetings a year for the last 47 years. I've seen quite a lot of it.
1 or 2
during my lifetime.
I entered the world in 1980, so I missed that era.
Oh, Johnny come lately.
I'm sorry. I can't be held responsible for it. But I have, my brother actually gave me the appreciation of classic cars when we grew up with one of Mark II Escorts. But in later years, when I've really gotten involved in motorsport commentary. I've looked back at as much footage as I can find online of, exactly that, Mini versus Falcon versus Austin Healey versus anything that pretty much could race in the British Saloon Car Championship, and it was known. And what a time to be enjoying motorsport.
Yeah, those parts of the world. It was Ford Minis, Ford Anglias, Hillman Imps. Then the Escort came in. 67. Porsche 911s were running in British Saloon Car Championship in 67 as well. Vic Elford and Terry Hunter.
I enjoy anything that has four wheels and an engine, and I make no apology for it. But there is something magical, and I'm sure I don't need to justify to you, Marcus, that there is something magical about seeing classic machinery in classic period livery doing what they were built to do. And we are somewhat treated to that with our Jaguars. A little bit more so than the MGs. They're a little bit more modern. But, as mentioned, they have put on a wonderful display. We've enjoyed their company at Donington. We enjoy their company at Alton Park. And we get to see the MGs. And believe you me, they will punch above their weight. They will make a number of these big cats really work for their position.
Yeah, 6 of the MGs, led by that Dayglow car, number 31, the BPDO car.
Yeah, that could light up an entire...
Campbell.
That could light a whole town, that car. It is...
I think a small country. If it's got its magneto working correctly, it would be really good. And that's Fergus Campbell. Used to work with him at Haymarket Publishing years and years back. His father was a racer as well. Fred Campbell had a Morgan Plus 8. But there's the Jags, which are on the first grid, and it's a good mix of period type international racing liveries, a sort of silk cut car, or there's a couple of silk cut liveries. There's a Castrol livery among them, I see as well.
Tell you one car we are missing is Rogerson from the back of the MGs. We saw he had trouble during qualifying.
Yeah, and also I think Jack Robinson, isn't it, with the Swallows Jag that had
the headbutt to the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
But
away go the Jags. And it's the pole man, Colin Philpott, who was quickest out of the blocks. And we've got one or two interesting cars. We've got the sort of supercharged XK8 of Chris Boone, the Kovcats car, in there. A couple more supercharged cars, Rick Walker and Andrew Harper in among them. There go the MGs, slightly more sedate pace, the front-wheel drive cars off the grid, and Campbell has the advantage there.
The racing
but
in those
all
MGs
going
is,
after him.
Yeah, he's very close and very ferocious.
Yeah, the Jags though, and Chris Boone has been shaken well off down the order in the yellow and blue XK8, the supercharged car. You can hear the superchargers.
Yeah, you'll hear that.
Two of them wailing above the normal engine. Though.
It's interesting to see the new S-Type, the supercharged S-Type, actually doing well. Generally, the S-Type, usually a smaller engine, but the new supercharged one's a 4.7 litre as the beating heart of some of these Jaguars. We're now enjoying the MGs, working their way through. Started to spread out a little bit, but they will not stay like that. They all bunch up pretty quick.
Of course, Jaguars were the in thing in the British Saloon Car Championship in the early part of the 60s, and half of the Grand Prix stars came out in them in rounds of the championship. Then, of course, the big galaxy of Jack Sears came on song, and we had 156 hopping over the curbs on the inside of the chicane there. That's the second placeman. That's Andrew Harper. Philpott and Harper and Lentil. And James Ram up into 4th place.
Oh, Michael Seaborn on the inside line, fending off the advances of Michael Atkinson. So, great side-by-side going on there. Michael Seaborn was 3rd in Class C in the Jaguar Challenge last year. Knows how to pedal that car very well. Here come the MGs once again. The Dayglow car doing his best up front to keep all of the advances at bay. There's Tyler Ballard wearing that number 1. Finished 7th twice at Alton Park. Didn't finish the opening round in Donington, unfortunately. Hasn't quite got up to pace along with the rest, but he's certainly doing well here. Hanging on to the back of that number 31, Fergus Campbell. It wasn't at Alton Park, so that will affect the championship standings for him. That is a natural championship as opposed to a series that we also enjoy here at the Classic Sports Car Club. But it is so far so good for the remaining 6 MGs. Oh, Tyler Ballard getting very close there to Fergus Campbell. not quite able to get alongside. They are starting to catch the tail end of the Jaguars you just saw in the camera shot there, those watching the stream. But front running the Jaguars, that's a very wayward big cat. Unfortunately, I missed which one was gone for a bit of a wander. Just stayed on the terra firma, as again Fergus Campbell now flirting with the rumble strip and getting a little close to the grass. Now the MGs are going to have to work hard to get past the big cats.
But one of the Jags just ahead of the battling MGs has a loose bonnet, I noticed. It's just undone on the left-hand side, and the driver coming in, that's the Storm car coming in to the pits. But look at the MGs. I mean, there's Campbell, second and third are side by side. I think Ballard's just lost second place in that group to Woodcock by the looks of things. Maybe Cole. No, it's Cole who's gone through. And yeah, there's a big change around there in the battle behind Fergus Campbell, and second and third still side by side.
Ballard just bandside the inside of Cole. Coming up into Campbell, nicely done. He wasn't content with that move, staying still. And back up into second place, and a good exit from Seagrave. He's going to put him back in the tyre tracks, back in the slipstream of Fergus Campbell. So that's a challenge for the lead, not diluted in the slightest for the MGs. So they're still fighting, and not too far behind them is the fifth place MG, which is going to be Matt Harvey. So he's not, just seen him going through the camera shot. He's not too far out of it either. I thought that was a spin there. That's actually someone's car that passed. And the camera shot there, my apologies. The Jaguars still arguing for their own bits of real estate, as again the MGs are closing in.
Yeah, and Tom Lentle's got through on the inside of Allard up into second place. The MGs, slightly different lines that I noticed that Campbell and Ballard uses. Ballard up the outside into the chicane. The first four MGs absolutely together. They clamber over the curbs in the middle, and it looks like the third one of those, which is Cole, looks up the inside of Ballard, and he squeezes through again.
Swaps through once more. That second place changing hands. It will continue to do so as the race continues. And then you've got Woodcock that is ready to do battle right behind them as well.
Campbell at Campbell.
Bravo, sir. Beat me to it.
Let's hope he doesn't make a soup of it.
Oh, I knew it. I should have been prepared for that.
He doesn't. He's actually made ground coming out. And Campbell with a lead of about 5 or 6 MG lengths over Cole now, James Cole.
It's only about 3 yards, isn't it?
Tyler Ballard behind them.
Getting onto the back of, trying to identify which Jaguar it is they've caught. Now, strictly speaking, that is for a race position, although the Jaguar is not likely to be able to fight too hard to keep the MGs behind. As we continue to see the lead of the Jaguars, Tom Lenthal in the number 7 car. He's in second with Andrew Harper, that supercharged number 156 car. You tend to hear it before you see it. Colin Philpott reminding people he is the fastest Jaguar for a reason. Sets the new fastest lap of the race. Look at this group here. Number 58. Goodness me, Michael Atkinson previously was in an XJ300. He's got all kinds of pressure from the number 17 Jaguar of Ewan Spooner, the LJS Roofing and Building sponsored car, a 4-litre XJS, trying to find his way through as well. You just know if there's a mistake, one, it'll be quite dramatic. There's the nature of this circuit being very, very quick. But two, it could well catch somebody out. As there's the MGs just catching that particular group. Somebody went a little bit too deep there. I missed which Jaguar it was, as the camera is continuing to focus on that beautiful silk-cut liveried car of Spooner, I think it is.
And here come the MGs. They're closing in with Campbell and Cole, as opposed to Campbell Cole, who was a very quick saloon car racer back in the day. Mike Campbell, Cole Race Minis, went on to win the Castle Combe Formula Ford Championship, I think in 1971. And Campbell and Cole together, Ballard right behind, and Campbell trying to get a bit of a tow from one of the big Jags. It's punching a huge hole in the air.
That's Andrew Maynard that they are getting into the slipstream of. It's exactly what these MGs are about. It's all about momentum. They don't have a great deal of power. They go, again, the MG 170s, only 1.8 litre at best. is that trouble for one of the big cats that was getting very slow there?
Certainly eating that XJS up in a straight line.
That is going to be...
And they help break the Jag as well. And the top three bore a hole inside the Jaguars line.
Andrew Maynard's got nowhere to go. He's like, I need room here somewhere, fellas. He's actually having to go. Andrew Maynard's actually having to go back at Tyler Ballard. He's getting the inside line. He was trying to.
It won't last.
Whoa! There was nearly a tap between Tyler Ballard and Andrew Maynard there. Only just by
no yellow flags. That tells us something.
Absolutely so. But the MGs, I said that the MGs will make the big cats work for it. And there's a change of lead in the MG Cup as they are catching the back of one of the XK8s. So that is now Cole that leads the way in the MGs. That's Michael Atkinson in the grey number 58 that they are catching up to. So the supercharged 4.2 litre XK8 should have the legs on the MGs, but the MGs are like, oh really, sir? I weigh about a quarter of what you do. And two of them have slipped through before they anywhere even close to a braking zone. So much squabbling going on. This is what we love to see.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb. And the leaders go on they're 3.5 seconds apart. Philpott and Lentol.
Oh, it's a spin! That's Maynard. As Andrew Maynard's got a big moment there. The tail just completely letting go on the Jaguar. Still hasn't got it under control. The problem or a puncture or something.
One of the MGs, in trying to take avoiding action, kind of overcorrected, found himself out on the grass, and he's got it back, but it's cost him some time. So we've got the three lead MGs, which is now Cole and Campbell, with Ballard a distance behind. And the rest of them are together. And let's pick up who is where among the MGs. It's
Cole,
Harvey, Blake and Woodcock together, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's Cole, Campbell and Ballard in that front group, the first half of them. Then Harvey, Blake and Woodcock in the second half of. As Cole now is having another big cat. He's found another playmate in the number 17. That's Ian Stewart in the 4 litre XJS. He's having none of that. He's going to have to. Cole's going to have to work a little bit harder to try and get past this particular Jaguar. That's allowing the Dayglow Orange car of Fergus Campbell to close back in. So any advantage that was afforded to the MG leader has gone. And then Tyler Ballard, the number 1 MG, is still looming large in the background. We still have over 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, to see how high the top MGs are going to get. Cole and Campbell in 9th and 10th now in the green and Dayglow orange cars. And here they come. Tyler Ballard has reunited with them, and they take another...
Do they even bother braking?
Yeah. Cole has taken another Jaguar, just hijacked him into the chicane.
But that's all. I mean, they're utilising the advantage of the smaller car. They brake about a week later than the Jaguars do, and then just utilise that momentum to sneak through and displace the Jaguars. The next one down the road is the number 56, the turbo diesel XJ of James Wall, the auto reserve Jaguar Pass, the 2.7 litre C-Class car, of which Cole has already got past him. So he's utilising the traffic to his advantage, as now so close is Fergus Campbell. I thought hit the back of Spooner there, but doesn't look like he did. He certainly lost momentum. It's Tyler Ballard. Thank you very much. I'm having this place.
Yeah, that's so easily done. You lose just a 10th of a second out of the throttle, and your rival's passed. So Campbell, who's been on class pole and led early on, now finds himself third of the MGs, and the train for 5th and 6th aren't that far behind him now, which are in the orders of Harvey, Blake and Woodcock.
Oh, Ballard now just finding his way through. He's actually essentially been joined by the rest of the MGs. The odd one out is now the 88. So that's Cole, James Cole, who's taken over the lead and is really working to breakaways, and then it's the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 MGs. So there's an odd one out somewhere. With one of the MGs has lost the back of this pack.
Yeah, we've got four running there. The 6 that are running are 1 and 2 separated, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 together.
There's the turbo diesel Jaguar trying to create a smoke string
into the complex. I think Tyler Ballard is going to get caught by Fergus Campbell. He does, and the rest are there with him as well. And there was a change towards the back of that group. Yeah. 6th to 5th among the MG ZRs.
Absolutely, yeah. My apologies, I miscounted how many were in that pack. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is the remaining 5 MGs. So with the opportunity to break away, James Cole has taken full advantage of that. Then it is Ballard, followed by Campbell, the top 3 of that. But again, they're going to have to drive a bit more in their mirrors because they've got the rest of the MG pack with the big cat joining them just for fun, with still 6 minutes and plenty of racing remaining.
Yeah, there on our screens is Graham Cole. James Cole, apologise, in the motorsport car, number 88.
Number 56 Jaguar, that's James Wall, as mentioned, in the turbo diesel car. Just the braking difference yet again being exploited.
And that belch of black smoke.
Just
the
to try and hide his escape, yes. Nature of the turbo diesel. Plenty of... They haven't been able to displace the diesel Jaguar just yet, but making him work very, very hard for it. There's the 248 car, so that is Jack Woodcock that has managed to claim one position up into the race. So still having to drive a bit in his mirrors. Into Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave once more. Ballard has gotten past the diesel Jaguar, James Wall. So Fergus Campbell will have to find his way past through the smoke. So Campbell now getting through. Can he hold that position? Only time will tell. Spooner with his mirror still full of MG, as through comes Woodcock and our remaining MG runners.
First 2 through, still 3.7 seconds apart. That hasn't really stretched. Fastest lap to Philpott as early as lap 4, 1:28.758.
Personal best for James Cole in the 88, now leading the way in the MGs. He did a 31.856, which is only 4/10 slower than Philpott was last time around. I mean, granted, that's a couple of seconds off the ultimate pace, but if you're going to compare apples to oranges, that is still an absolutely superb
a
pace.
problem for Fergus Campbell. He's hit dramas at the chicane. I think he could be coming in. Suddenly slowed.
And in he comes.
And the 31 car that was on class pole for this race is out of it.
A great shame indeed. The literal bright light of the MG Trophy coming to a halt. Hopefully they can get that one patched up and ready to roll once more for our penultimate race of the day, is when we're due to expect the MG Trophy and the Jaguar Championship cars return to us. There is our race leader, Colin Philpott, been in Jaguars for many, many years. He was Class B champion in 2023, Class C champion the year before.
And that name across the front bumper, Powerbell Services.
That's his company,
presence in Jaguar racing for so many years.
Yeah, he won the opening race at Alton Park last time out, was third in the following one. Didn't fare so well at Donington, unfortunately, and fastest lap now beginning to change hands a little bit. I think that's personal best lap that is changing hands, because I don't think that was
fastest
lap was still 128. Yeah,
from lap 4. 11 laps in for the leaders.
Absolutely unchallenged is Colin Philpott at this point, the 4-litre XJS. He's had a range of Jaguars.
Cole is up into 6th place overall, Chris, ahead of Chris Boone now.
A supercharged XK8, the other supercharged XK8 being displaced by our MG leader. as the camera looks at number 7. That's Tom. I keep saying Tim Lenthal. Beg your pardon, Tom Lenthal, second in Class B in the Jaguar Challenge last year. Was podium twice in both of the Jaguar races at Alton Park, and also took part in the Modern Classics race at Alton and came home 5th, leader in class there. And the amount of times that he and his prey of Colin Philpott have crossed swords and shared real estate, oh, I can't count that high, I know that much.
There's the grey Jag in second place, which is Tom Lenthal.
Now that the sun's properly come out, so you get to see how absolutely stunning these cars are. And some of them don't actually look like they've turned a wheel. They look, a lot of them actually look so showroom new. It's amazing. Bit of a cluster of cars here on camera. That's Colin Porter in the number 3. Being swallowed up a little bit in the Swallows car. That's number 20, Matthew Harvey, that has gotten back ahead of Jack Woodcock. Then this is the tail end of the MG contingent, but still fighting hard. They are catching the back of Chris Boone. That's the supercharged XK8, the Covcats president, so to speak, or certainly the owner of, Coventry-based Jaguar specialist. He's been racing Jaguars since around about 2011. He was 5th in Class A in the Jaguar Challenge last. And yet again, the MGs barrel the inside of Campbell, giving the Big Cat no opportunity to close that door. With 30 seconds remaining, Colin Philpott will just about beat the flag to start the final lap of this race.
No, the checkered flag has gone out as Colin Philpott went past again. There's a couple of drivers have picked up penalties, I see. Seaborn is one of them, and Woodcock the other.
I wonder if we've got a car stranded somewhere then. There's definitely time on the clock when Colin Philpott crossed the line.
Yeah, 2.894 seconds the margin of victory for Colin Philpott over Tom Lenthal. Third place is Harper. Andrew Harper in 156. In fourth place, James Ram. Made a couple of places from where he started in the 199 car. In fact, it's changed to 99 since the electronic program was printed. And in fifth place, Michael Seaborn in 24, the purpley silk cut-esque livery. And in sixth, a brilliant sixth, 88, James Cole among the MGs.
And did say they'd punch above their weight, and they did not disappoint. A superb series that has joined the classic sports car ranks this year.
Yeah, just a shame there's so few of them here, because they've had a couple of races obviously in recent weeks, and maybe just too much racing for some of them.
I suspect it's something to do with perhaps some of the drivers thinking they wouldn't quite be able to keep up with the big cats. It is a lot of right foot here in. You've raced here.
I think that James Cole did rather well, because he only didn't keep up with 5 big cats. He chased well. So let's look at the results then provisionally here at Thruxton. And the order of that race for Jaguars and MGs. Colin Philpott, Jaguar XJS, wins it by 2.894 seconds from Tom Lenthal in another XJS. Third, Andrew Harper in the supercharged S-Type R. Fourth, James Ram in his XJS 6-litre car that. Then 24, Michael Seaborn with his 4-litre XJS. Fifth, James Cole, first of the MG ZRs. Brilliant drive for him in 88. Seventh, Matthew Harvey in a ZR. Then it was Chris Boone in the supercharged XJ8 Jaguar. He was 8th. 9th was James Blake in the 3rd of the MGs. 4th, Jack Woodcock in the 4th of the MGs. Then it's Ewan Spooner, Jaguar XJS. Michael Atkinson, Jaguar XK8. Andrew Maynard, XJ40. And David Ringham in an XJS. That's the top 14. 15th, Charles Jackson in an XJ. 16th, James Wall in the XJ TDI. Then it's Mark Bennett in his X300, Colin Porter in the X340, but two of the MGs didn't make it home. One of them being Tyler Ballard, the defending champion, who was out of action a couple of laps from home.
Yeah, so we saw Fergus Campbell come in very, very slowly in the number 31, and that would be the culprit of the early finish. Very, very unfortunate for Tyler Ballard as the rest of our cars come in. I can see there are 3 Jaguars lined up, so hopefully Kieran has been able to catch hold of some drivers to have a chat to.
So here we go then. Our Jaguars and our MGs are just making their way into the pits now, and we have Colin Philpott, who's just jumped out of the car. Colin, you positioned that car perfectly towards me there. You've done this before.
Yeah, just had a real good race, really. Yeah, I don't know what to say, really. The car went really well, thanks to our Power Bell team. And Michael Holt, who's not here for his Eden, puts his bit into it as well.
I mean, you had a good start, and you never really looked back, Colin.
I know, it took off out the gate, didn't it? It just didn't light up, really. It just went, and just had it sweet. Just must have hit that sweet spot, because it just gripped up and went. And I did look in my mirrors, I thought, anybody with me? I wonder if I jumped it, but no, I didn't. That was good, yeah.
So obviously, it's something you've done before, obviously, but when you're out in front and you've got that lead, you know, what's the tips to keeping that concentration? Is it just pumping in those hot laps?
Yeah, it is. You try and concentrate on just doing the laps, but you can't help looking in the mirrors, can you? And I could see Andrew Harper was second, then I see Tom got him, then I kept my eye on Tom, because I know Tom's quick and with similar cars. So I think he started to creep up on me a little bit, but I put a couple of concentrated and just tried to get a couple of laps in that kept that gap. I think he must have thought, oh yeah, I'm not going to get him. But no, the car's going really well. I had a little bit of an oil leak from the gearbox after practice. I was rushing around trying to sort that out. Gears were a little bit sticky on it, so I had to concentrate on that. So it didn't really flow, but hey, it went well. Really pleased with it. Well,
from the outside, it might have been a sort of the swan's legs flailing about underneath, but from the surface, it looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, oh, thank you. It's good. Yeah, thank you.
Well, Colin, congratulations. We'll leave you to celebrate now and look forward to seeing you later on. Let's have a chat to our second place driver in Tom Lenthal. Tom, Lenthal. I've been corrected now. I'm in trouble. Tom, obviously second place there. It just seemed like there was no catching Colin today.
No, I don't know. At one point I thought I was reeling in him a little bit, and I thought, oh yeah, we can sort of make this up. And then a little slide, and then I thought, oh, the traffic, maybe we can just reel him in. But look, we've got another race to go. I had someone in between me on the first race, so I had to get past Andy. So hopefully in the second race we'll be able to stick to his bumper, and I think we've got the pace. We just need to be a little bit closer, and then we can fight for it. So we'll give it a go.
I mean, Colin was saying to us, he seemed to have just found the absolute sweet spot on that start, and that seemed to be a huge difference in that.
Yeah, I mean, and his car's super stable around the fast section, around the back as well, you know. So, yeah, I mean, look, if I can get a good start in the next race, you know, if Colin was trying as hard as he could, then I can keep that pace. So then it'd be nice if I can stay a bit closer and we can have a bit of a battle. That'd be good fun. So I'm up for that.
Well, by the sounds of it, we're looking forward to it. Congratulations on second place. We'll look forward to seeing you on track. And we'll quickly just have a word with our third place driver before we cut back. Andrew Harper. He's just getting a handshake there. We'll see if we can have a chat to Andrew here in his Jaguar. He was being closed in by James Ram, very, very close there. Just having a chat to the scrutineers. Andrew, just very quickly for you, congratulations, third place. But boy, was James Ram closing in on you in those closing stages.
On the last lap, I made a horrible mistake at Church and just ended up with an awful drift on. Lost loads of speed. Just about enough to keep James behind me.
Just about, but that's all you need.
Yeah, I was very lucky. It was just one more lap. I could see him closing and closing lap by lap. I was struggling with I was managing a problem within the car that was making life difficult for me. But yeah, I knew when James was there, he wasn't going to knock twice on the door to come through. So.
Well, congratulations on third place. It may have been scrubbed, but you got it. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
And with that, then we move very quickly and swiftly on to our liquid moly slicks.
So the Liqui Moly Slick Series is our fourth race of the day, and what a You want earth-shattering in engine tone, this is where you come. A wonderfully eclectic mixture of cars will be gracing our grid for this amazing series. Grid coming up then on the front row, the number 82 of Nibs and Hills will be joining Jamie Sturgis in the number 99 car. Second is the second row, beg your pardon, is 38 Sam Allpass, excuse me, alongside a car we've already seen, number 23 Nathan Wells. Row 3, another car we've seen, and we'll see several of the BMWs coming out this time, is 47 Niall Bradley, alongside BMW veteran number 26 Brian Branson. Row number 4 is 83 Richard Guy in a huge Mosler, alongside number 39 Nigel Musto in the re-liveried Volvo. It doesn't contain an awful lot of Volvo, but what it does contain is a hell of a lot of horses. Row number 5 is number 73 Matt Saunders in his BMW, alongside 612 another Bradley, and another BMW we've seen starts in 10th. Number 98, regular veteran, is the number 98, the Interceptor Racing BMW of Wyatt and Humphrey, alongside David Harvey in his Little Lotus, the number 41, starts in 12th. Row 7 is the Nairns, usually known for driving much smaller machinery, i.e. a Mini and a Lotus Elan and Caterhams. They come out in a GT3 spec Porsche for its first maiden outing in race trim. The number 54 starts 13th, alongside Ronan Bradley, the third of the Bradley BMWs, in the number 78 car starts 14th. Ross Irvin in his Golf, number 31, starts in 15th, with the Tyler Beckett car, number 33, starting in 16th. And at the back of the field, has he joined us? I'm just looking on the camera. Yes, he has. Dylan Popovich joins the back of the field with the number 9 Janetta.
Yeah, that's right. They had a problem this morning. It went into a kind of limp mode at some point towards the end of the race, and Dylan pulled it into the pits. But having finished third on the road at Spa a couple of weeks ago, really enjoying the car, but this morning a little bit of a problem in that early race. But out front, it's Michael Nibbs who starts the Janetta, which is on pole. Alongside him is Jamie Sturgis with the remarkable Seat, and away they go.
The field somewhat fragmented. I think Nigel Musto was very, very slow coming out of the chicane in the Volvo.
And it's Jamie Sturgis, the local resident from just over the back of the circuit, who has got the lead in the Seat. In the sweepers before Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. He hops a rear wheel over the curb going into Campbell. Michael Nibbs going with him. The BMW over the curb in behind him. That's Nathan Wells. And then that amazing Chevrolet-powered BMW clone of Sam Allpass in fourth place. A Jeff Steele concoction based on a French Solution F chassis. They bought it without the bodywork. They had Nissan V6s in originally, but now it's got a 6.2 litre LS3 Chevrolet in it. He's
clearly wasn't loud enough, so
and through on the inside he comes. Pretty much an annual race meeting for Sam Allpass, who has come through into third place, but Nibbs is trying to get him back on the exit. Wells is now second, and Sturgis it is, though, who leads the way up the hill in the Ram Air Seat.
Oh, there goes Allpass. He knows this track well. He won here last year and won here in 2022 as well.
Caught fire in 2021, so he's looking for a
He can be forgiven. He can be forgiven on that occasion.
But yeah, really close to top 5, and it's Sturgis from Allpass, from Wells, from Michael Nibbs there in the Janetta, and in 5th place it is Niall Bradley. Niall Bradley in the black BMW going with them, but tremendous this morning. Sturgis and Nibbs and Allpass all got into the 117s, and Sturgis is very, very neat in this TCR car, which doesn't have anything like the power of the BMW. The BMW can wind the power up to anything up to about 590 horsepower. It might be using 575, he said, a lot of the time, but there is that option for that little kind of, not quite a push to pass, but it's certainly a little bit in reserve out the back, but it's quite a long race, 40 minutes.
Indeed, it's our first pit stop race of the day, so we'll only see this grid once out, sadly, but So after 10 minutes, the pit lane will become open for 15 minutes. Before I can even finish explaining that, Sam Oldpass lines up a move on the turbocharged Cupra TCR. With it, Jamie Sturgis also races the Castle Coombe GT Championship. He's going to make him work for it. Sam Oldpass isn't going to make a move there.
Yeah, Sturgis is the reigning Castle Coombe champion with the previous Ram Air Golf. But Nibs it is now who's emerging as a challenger to Oldpass, who's splitting the BMWs, Chris.
Absolutely so. I mean, what an eclectic mixture. A turbocharged 2-litre Seat Cupra up front, followed by a Chevy engine masquerading as a BMW right behind, and then the tiny little Ginetta that's trying to outbrake the mighty Oldpass coming into Camel Cop and Seagrave. Can he do it? Well, I don't. Well, he'll lose out a little bit on the faster parts, but tried his best to usurp Sam Oldpass. Doesn't happen on this occasion. Here they come then. It is still Sturgis fending off the advantage of Oldpass. So Ginetta in third. Now looking in his mirrors with Nathan Wells in the GTR right behind. Then it is Niall Bradley not far behind. Little bit of a gap back to Richard Guy in that colossal grey. You can actually hear it on the cameras. That huge grey Moser is a beautiful, beautiful car. Newcomer to the club, both car and driver welcomed indeed. Look at the Ginetta having a go now. So Sam Oldpass has gone up into first. So Jamie Sturgis has got no option to outbreak from there, although he has a go at it. And then now the Ginetta is having a go at the Seat.
It's brilliant, isn't it? So you've got the mock BMW Chevrolet out front, the Seat front-wheel drive car in second place, the Ginetta, which has got a Ford V6 in it, in third. Then we've got the straight six BMW in fourth, and another of those BMs next up. And there's Nigel Mustill clawing his way up the inside of Russell Humphrey, not Humphreys as we see on our screens, but Russell Humphrey, who's starting the red and yellow BMW.
So close between Nathan Wells and Niall Bradley. They're coming out of Seagrave. The two BMWs crossing swords. Same field as they did before, same spec. Of course, they are running, as the name of the series suggests, they are running slick tyres in this series. And again, the classes of this race dictated by engine size. But we'll run through those during the pit stop phase. So for any shared car, it will be during the pit stop phase that the drivers are able to swap. It's a timed pit stop, so it's not as fast as you can do this. The pit stop. Oh, that's the problem for Oldpass. That's Sam Oldpass slow. Oh, goodness me. Just worked his way up into the lead, and now his mighty Chevy and BMW badge Chevy has let him down.
Oh, what a blow. He doesn't race very often, but he's quick. He used to race in radicals, etc. But looks like he's out of this one. And what's happened to it? Anything obvious? Not a tyre gone down or something like that? Can't see anything.
It's not belching any smoke, is it?
No.
So that would indicate its engine of some description. But right behind then, Dylan Popovich has made his way from the back of the field. He's just gone ahead of Nigel Mustill in that Volvo. That Volvo was re-delivered. He shared that car with Craig Dolby at Silverstone, I remember. Good Lord, did Craig Dolby make that car sing.
Yeah, he did. And Craig currently off injured, isn't he? He's hurt his wrist in some filming, and so not strong enough to yet.
A bit of a problem for a stuntman.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
There's Sam Oldpass there. Oh, it looks like it's a puncture, so they're changing the rear left tyre. Well, they're certainly having a look at the rear left, so it's either a puncture or some kind of issue on that corner. There's Dylan Popovich in his Ginetta, the new engine in that car from 2022. Absolutely mugs the Mosler as it's as they're heading their way through towards us.
The Bosnian battler himself. But now it's Michael Nibs up ahead in the Ginetta. So we've had Jamie Sturgis has led, Sam Oldpass has led, Michael Nibs has
Russell
led.
Humphrey having a go at Nigel Mustill. Can't quite do it. Again, I'm going to be banned from your commentary box. I do keep cutting you off, sir.
That's called a 7-litre Chevy in that Volvo. And that's the one that won the Spa 12 Hours with Eric Van der Poel and Nico Verdonk, I think, driving it. But back then, not with the big Chevy in it.
It raced in Belgium and Holland, I believe. Was originally built for, might not say the Swedish touring car championship, although I've heard differently.
Russell Humphrey outbreaks Nigel Muss still.
Oh, it's so close.
Campbell, they've got the Mosler ahead of them.
That car, Nigel Russell, being Volvo, beg your pardon, won at Silverstone. Partly no short effort by Craig Dolby's efforts, although it was Nigel that started that car. He had some fierce machinery that particular day. Was second at Alton Park a few weeks ago. That was purely in Nigel's hands, I think. But he's now got BMW stalwart Russell Humphrey right behind, handing over to Mark Wyatt during the pit stop phase. The pits will be open in the next couple of minutes. So any car that's coming too early will have to pit again. The past car still in the pit lane, so they haven't retired it yet. They are still examining it, as you can see picture in picture there. So they are looking at, oh my goodness, something has made a right old mess in there. So it was,
the tyre just all
the tyres shredded.
Shredded, you couldn't see it as he drove in.
But he knew there was a problem there, as that Volvo is very recalcitrant coming through the... Oh, we have a code 60. That's why people are recalcitrant. As Dylan Popovich is in, but you're in too early, sir. The pit lane is not open yet. So as Dylan Popovich got another problem, he's having a bit of a difficult day with his beloved Ginetta. Hopefully it's fixable, whatever the problem may be. But what, pray tell, has caused us to have a code 60? I can't immediately see. Well, whatever the problem was, it's sorted. We're green flag once again. There's a curious car, the Lotus of the number 41
That's really
car.
interesting because David Harvey, the Suffolk-Norfolk border builder,
say that 10 times.
Between Essex, Suffolk and Norfolk, he sort of works all around the area. He started racing in motorcycles, and he raced here at Thruxton in 1972. Came off his bike at church, still has the scars on his backside to prove it. He said he was getting like too much information, but he said it explains why I kind of lift off a little bit going through there even now in a car. But his late brother was a very fine motorcycle racer, was a British champion at one point. Jim Harvey was telling me this morning. But there it is. It's a Rover K Series engine.
It's a supercharged 1.8
supercharged, makes best part of 400 horsepower.
In something that weighs barely more than a damp towel.
Yes.
So there
something like that.
It debuted here in 21, I think it was. Fairly recently, as far as its debut into the club was concerned. It was indeed 2021. And initially, no one could work out what it was. We thought it was a Caterham or a KTM or something like that. And as everyone looked at the list and saw what it was, but God, does he pedal that thing well. He's been racing this particular car since 2005. He was in the Lotus Cup Europe until 2019, and then came over to us in, like I said, 2021 with this car, and has done it pretty well with it. Pit lane now open, and we can see coming into the pit lane is Aidan Bradley in the 612. So serving his pit stop now. As mentioned, it's a timed pit stop, so it's 90 seconds from when they break the beam at pit lane in to when they break the beam at pit lane out. Cannot be any less than 1.5 minutes, and that will include any driver changes going on, which Aidan Bradley is not sure.
Popovich is going again.
Oh, he's come back out again?
By the looks of things, yeah.
I can't see his Ginetta in the pit lane.
No, he's not shown as still there.
Well, something's making a bang. It's the Mosler.
The Mosler sounds fabulous.
Making a delicious noise.
Chevrolet Corvette corners with the Chevrolet Corvette engine, but in the wrong end, or the right end.
Is it 7 litres or something? Something quite beastly.
Fantastic to drive. Absolutely awesome to drive.
I'd love the opportunity to. It's so low to the ground, but it takes up quite a lot of the ground because it's very, very wide.
I drove Martin Shorts at Donington in the company of teenagers in Formula Renaults who got sort of annoyed at being out-accelerated, so annoyed that they'd outbrake into the corners and then fall off. Here's Dylan Popovich.
Yeah, the Short family have been Mosler experts for a number of years now. We enjoyed their company in several of their Moslers.
Sam Alpas coming back out into the
wonderful,
wonderful. With the BMW Chev.
And it looks like Aidan Bradley is now on the move. So if the pit lane time is less than 96, no, he's
Sturgis in.
So Aidan Bradley's actually pulling into the paddock. So no, he will not be rejoining. Yes, Jamie Sturgis is in, Ross Irvine is in. As we see that gorgeous Mosler. There's the number 31 Golf. That is Ross Irvine, along with the number 78 BMW. Monstrous noise of that Mosler. Again, no complaints whatsoever. Nigel Mustill is still glued to, still engaged in battle
with Russell Humphrey.
With Russell Humphrey. The Interceptor BMW hasn't been in for its driver change yet. What a fabulous, fabulous battle that is. Various growls and screams of the different engines we've got here. And again is that Mosler of Richard Guy. The newcomer, that Mosler MT900, 7 litres. He's in the high capacity category, which is any cars that would be eligible to outperform the A1 class, which is anything over 3.7 litre highly modified or latest model cars. So anything a la Nigel Mustill's car and that Mosler, if they're likely to significantly outperform the A1 cars, they go into the high capacity cars, and they also have to serve an additional 15 seconds as a pit lane penalty, as we see the battle never ceasing between the Interceptor Interceptor Racing BMW and the now yellow liveried Volvo. Mentioning the Mosley, that's just pulling into the pit. Several other cars pulling in. See what that pits. Oh, I'm not sure who was wrong-footed coming through the chicane there, as the number 98 BMW is also coming in, as the camera has picked up that wonderful Mosler. That's released Nigel Mustill from challenge. The pit lane has got another, I think, 10 minutes to run. Final third of the race will have the pit lane closed, so anybody that hasn't served their pit stop by then will face a penalty. You can see the Interceptor Racing crew going through the driver change. So out comes Russell Humphrey and in will jump Mark Wyatt to continue to push the BMW and see what challenges they can offer to what has primarily been Nigel Mustill in that bright yellow Beamer. Just going through camera shot, that's David Harvey that's still got Matt Sanders for company in the Suits Me Limited 3.2 litre M3E46. I bet you're warm in there, sir. Yeah, Sam Allpass. Oh, he's found one of his usual stablemates. He's actually got hold of Nathan Wells in the 23.
And that's 47, isn't it? That's Niall Bradley in behind them. Triumvirate of very different BMWs. Here comes Nigel Mustill into the pits with the Liquid Moly Volvo, newly liveried for this year.
He had a sort of blue and red, very fetching scheme on it before. Still very distinctive. That
There's the Mosler Coca-Cola Zero.
Anyone that doesn't enjoy that kind of engine has
something to answer for, I reckon.
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, to somewhere, to someone. There it is, the Wessex Vehicle Services Volvo Chevrolet. Nigel Mustill runs that business down in the West Country. Kind of local circuits are here, and Castle Combe, so Thruxton and Castle Combe. Pretty much equidistant, I'd have thought.
Watching Nathan Wells still keeping Sam Allpass company, coming through Allard, heading up towards Complex.
You can only tell it's a Volvo by the name on the end plate of the wing.
It doesn't give an awful lot away, does it?
No. That sort of periscope air intake in the roof is quite something.
Just saw the Nan family coming through in their new toy. That's Billy Nan.
Billy started, yeah.
He did indeed. There it is, the number 54 Porsche. Had a good old chat to Nan Senior. He's not handing the toy over, look. Unless they've been in. Have the Nairns been in? 54.
Looking down the order.
No,
they haven't.
So
there's David Harvey coming into the pits.
Along with the 82 Ginetta.
And that's the Nibs, that's the lead car.
It is indeed. So Aidan Hills will be taking that one over. Both of them have competed in the Mazda Miata Trophy Championship last year. I think Aidan still also races a Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So a bit of a difference from a small Mark III MX-5 to a 3.7 litre Ginetta G55.
Here come the BMWs, the quickest BMWs with Olpass on the back. Now he's playing catch-up. He's stone last at the moment. He's 5 laps off the lead.
He may have had to obey a blue flag there.
Of course, he's made a stop, but that was a technical stop, and it was outside the window.
It was, so he hasn't technically served his pit stop because he had that shredded tyre.
And so Popovic was also in a bit early.
He was. I certainly looked at it from the clocks, but Dylan has been in twice, according to TSL's timing screen.
He's
so
made
he
his
has,
other stop, yeah.
So he has. He's in. Oh no, beg your pardon. Wrong Ginetta. That's the Nibs and Hills car that is currently in, serving their driver swap. So the way that this has to be executed is the car comes to a halt. As I can see, the Nairn Porsche now coming in. So the car has to come to an halt, engine off, belts off, open door, extract driver, and then you reverse that process. The engine cannot be disengaged until the car has come to a complete stop. With the timed pit stop, it doesn't put too much pressure to execute the driver change quicker than is comfortable to the drivers. And the stream currently looks at Matt Sanders. That car changed colour fairly recently. It was blue and white. It's now a kind of orange colour.
Another leader. And it's Niall Bradley in the 47 who leads at 14 laps. Now he's yet to stop. And Nathan Wells in second place. He also has yet to stop. So we'll wait for the stagger to unwind to see who comes up next of the stoppers. But Jamie Sturgis looking good. Jamie's just done a personal best, a 1:18.862.
Wells and Bradley still together, all past, basically forming a spectator spot right behind them. Nathan Wells looking on the inside line.
Irvine in, and 73, that's Matthew Sanders going in as well from what is effectively third place.
Oh, we got a 3 wide forming. Not quite. All past deciding not to commit to that. Well, he's still got the door open right ahead of him. Wells and Bradley side by side coming down into the chicane. David Harvey's a little bit slow ahead of them. Is there a problem for the Lotus, or is he coming in?
Yes, going in again.
Trouble potentially for the supercharged Lotus 340. Well, these 3 BMWs are putting on a great show.
Yeah, Bradley, Wells and Olpass with them. That is a fantastic sight, isn't it? Bradley and Wells running 1 and 2. Olpass has leapt up to what, 14th, but a long way off the order.
Very true indeed, but that's not stopping them having a good go at each other. On this particular shot we're looking at on stream, it's Bradley from Wells.
The pressure really is off Olpass, isn't it? Nibs has the best lap of the race, a 1:18.364.
That's fastest by a good couple of tenths over Niall Bradley. And there is the aforementioned Ginetta.
Of course, Sturgis has done an 18.8, so he's not hanging around. And in qualifying early on, of course, Nibs, Hills, Sturgis, Olpass, all those cars in the 1:17s.
And Nigel Mustill.
No, he's turning off.
Yeah, he's disappearing. The mighty Volvo has had enough. Doesn't want to play ball anymore.
Olpass coming back in. No, this is his proper stop, isn't it?
Scheduled stop. Yep, pit lane is still open and will be for another few minutes. There's the yellow Volvo, and that's disappearing off. It is a shame. We've enjoyed the company of that mighty Volvo, or mighty Volvo by name at least. But still entertaining us out there in the race lead. Niall Bradley not wanting to give Nathan Wells any leeway whatsoever. These two are the only cars yet to see the pit lane. They really need to do it. And they can they afford another lap? Ooh, not really, I don't think. They don't really want to push it that close. It really depends on what the clock is saying by the time they come back round to us. There's the Mazda, just going through the shot. A little bit on its own now. Matthew Layton in the Suits Me BMW. Lost his playmate, the Lotus. We saw David Harvey pulling that car in earlier on. Nathan Wells having a look on the inside line, coming down towards the chicane, but no, too far back. And again, you see he's getting really, really loose. Under braking, this is exactly what we saw.
And they go in together.
They come in tandem. They knew they left it to the last minute. I bet you they were waiting for the other one to react.
Yeah.
And they
see who makes the call, see who rolls the dice and get in there.
But they realise they're going to leave it too late if they leave it any later.
Wells is another 50 metres down the pit lane. He's gone past Bradley effectively, but they have to stop for the same amount of time. They should leave together. The spotless H2O car, absolutely immaculately turned out, isn't it?
Absolutely stunning. It's been that colour for a little while now, or that livery for a while. Just checking tyre pressures. There was the tyres get hot, the pressures tend to rise, so they will let just a little bit out just to get it down back to an optimum tyre pressure. Yep, we see you, Nate.
Bit of showmanship.
I was going to say, we do see you. You're a little bit difficult to miss, especially in this glorious sunshine that we're now enjoying here in Thruxton, here in Hampshire. So it's now going to be a case of who gets their timing right between these two.
Yeah, because Jamie Sturgis, who pitted quite a few laps ago, he is currently fourth. He's 3.7 seconds behind Hills in the Nibs TVI, number 82. But both of those are charging around, and here comes the Ginetta.
Right behind them is Jamie Sturgis, though, in the Cupra.
And the BMWs, here they go. The black one goes first, and they've been overtaken. They're going to be third and fourth. They're going to be third and fourth as they come out, Chris.
Oh, 15 minutes of qualifying laps then for the BMWs. They come back out in tandem. So either they've both got it absolutely right, or they both have got it wrong by the same margin. We'll know if the penalties flash up on the timing screen. Nathan Wells still glued to the tyre tracks of his pursuant.
That's just has come round and shown that he's on 18 laps.
Bearing in mind that the timing beam is probably been interrupted before they properly left the pit lane, so we'll wait.
The timing beam gets clipped as they come into the pits.
Oh, okay.
But he's not a lap ahead of Bradley, because they're together on the track as well. So he's not a lap clear of the field.
We'll see what happens when they break the timing beam once more. Unless there's a transponder failure there or somewhat. But they've been in each other's shadow all day.
I think we'll see an 18 laps come up in a minute for Hills in the Ginetta, started by Nibs,
which is just coming through now.
Yes, that's come back. Bradley's come back to 17 laps. So that is 18 laps for Hills.
And for Sturgis. So then the BMWs will be hot on their heels.
That's come down. Sturgis with a new PB. Personal best, 1:18.555.
Gained about 0.7 of a second on the Ginetta last time around. So we are going to have a battle for the lead and a battle for the last podium spot well before that checkered flag falls. Is that a trouble for Mark Wyatt? He looked a little bit slow coming past us.
He's not as quick as Russell Humphrey anyway. He'd be the first to admit that. He is running down in, 7th place now in the Interceptor Racing BMW. Good little tussle there between a couple of BMs as well out there on the track. As
the Beamers go 2 by 2.
Alpass, who's just done his best lap of the race, 1:19.575. Funny, he's a couple of seconds adrift of where he was in qualifying, so maybe something's not quite right.
As Matt Layton gets past the number 33, that's Dean Beckett, Shane Taylor I believe, in their car. That was Dean Beckett that started the number 33. Still glued together, Bradley and Wells. Battle for third.
Mosley's about to go a lap down. Mosley's about to go a lap down. Richard Guy in 6th place.
Still making a hell of a lot of noise. Well, no, Simon Allpass making a lot of noise coming past us.
Yeah, and the gap is 2.8 now. 2.8 between first and second.
Campbell Goblin Zero getting very, very busy. The Ginetta getting stuck behind the Mosler, doing the right thing, just taking his time, but that's definitely going to cost him a little bit of momentum there.
I bet in a left hooker Mosley you don't see much of out of the mirrors. I can't remember seeing much when I drove one.
Could well be.
But that did certainly hinder Hills.
Doesn't seem to have cost him an awful lot of time to Jamie Sturgis, though. It was 2.8 when they came over the line last time around. That gap doesn't look an awful lot different as they're coming through the camera now. But we'll see when they cross the timing line once again.
Oh, that's right. I think from where he was, sitting another couple of 100 metres back, Jamie Sturgis had the time to read that situation. He didn't have to react to it, but just probably saw with a grin that it was inconveniencing the leader. And they're much closer. That's not 2-point-something seconds at all.
Much closer now as they come past us. So
we've got a novices BMW to pass, and the gap has come down to 0.92 of a second at 20 laps.
The novice cross on the back of the BMW there, just indicating that they've yet to get their 6 signatures. But we welcome them nonetheless to this series. Look at this. This is so close. Jamie Sturgis now can see into the soul of the Nibs Hills Ginetta. So very, very close now. The Cupra really back on song. Looks like Noah Bradley has given himself a bit of a breathing space.
What's the TCR making? About 380 brakes, something like that. It's a lot of power going through the front wheels of that TCR car.
Certainly in that region, that turbocharged 2-litre engine is keeping the Ginetta very much on song.
And the Ginetta with the 3.7-litre Ford Mustang V6 under the bonnet.
The Mazda MX-5 veterans at the helm of it. So we did see that Ginetta out in Donington. Sadly, didn't see the flag, but he's going absolutely great guns here. And there goes Sturgis on the inside line coming into the chicane. But the Ginetta is having none of it and keeps the position. You see Sturgis coming, gives the necessary racing room, but denied is the lead change at this time.
That's a key part of this race. It won't. It certainly won't show in Sturgis. He will come back. He won't put him off. He'll be daunted by that.
But some people kind of think, okay, that move is done. The Ginetta's like, I'm small enough to squeeze through this gap. I'm going to go for it. So coming out of the complex once again. Good exit from both of them. Couple of car lengths between them. About 5 or 6 car lengths.
They were still closer together that lap, despite that Chamazel at the chicane.
About a 10th difference in Sturgis' favour.
Sturgis is so good on the brakes, isn't he?
Absolutely. He just somehow manages to slow that down. You see when the nose dips and you just think that's sailing off into the Hampshire countryside. Yeah. Somehow.
Probably a chunk lighter. It's certainly got more aero on it. And here it comes, back up the hill. Here comes the Seat.
This is where the Seats have the advantage over the Ginetta. Has a look one way, but the door is closed. Goes for the outside line. Is that realistically going to pay off? And that's too deep for Jamie Sturgis. He's going to have to bounce over that and give up the advantage. And that's going to cost him valuable time against the Ginetta.
8 and 3/4 minutes to go, Chris. That was a good effort, but ill-fated.
Well defended, though, from Aidan Hills. Knew exactly how to position the car to defend against he was a veteran racer. Jamie Sturgis has raced a variety of different very quick machinery, knows exactly what to do, and still Aidan Hills did a fantastic job of closing that door.
Is slowing again with the BM Chevrolet,
no.
I'm afraid. But yes, it was a couple of years ago, wasn't it, that Jamie Sturgis in the old Golf did something like a 118 on 152 miles an hour on road legal tyres.
I remember the car, yes.
Staggering.
Absolutely incredible
on the hill,
and it was heavier than the other car he was racing at the time. I seem to recall. Sam Allpass coming back into the pits again. in the somewhat sick BMW. Well, that is likely to be the last we'll see of that car with less than 8 minutes to go. There's something very wrong in the rear left corner of that. That is bouncing in a very unhealthy way. So that's had a major issue. He's straight into the paddock, and that will be the last we see of that particular car as the Ginetta has found the back of the Suits Me BMW of Matt Sanders.
Yeah,
oh,
now,
that's close.
That was interesting. So a 19.7, a 19.3, it's 1.8 seconds. 1.8 seconds that time. 1:19.1 and 19.3 in fact. So a couple of tenths eked by the leader, despite the slower car to negotiate at the chicane. Bradley third, he's 8 seconds adrift of the lead pair. And Wells is closing in on Bradley again, albeit by a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there. Sanders and Guy are 5th and 6th, 73 BMW is 5th. Guy in the Mosler is in 6th, as he's been for some while. But there's the Ginetta out front on the screens. Cars these days made in up in Leeds, although the originals were made in Suffolk, where the four Walklett brothers made agricultural buildings. Made their first kit cars effectively back in the 1950s. But the company, of course, has changed hands numerous times over the years.
The Ginetta was actually...
and Jamie Sturgis has run really wide. He's locked up. He's had a spin. He's gone round at 180 degrees. He's kept it out of the barrier, which is something, but just trying everything he knew to get back with Aidan Hills. And he's rejoined behind Bradley in 47. Will he get gobbled up by Nathan Wells?
Not
yet.
Not quite. Well, that would have woken Jamie Sturgis up somewhat, pushing as hard as he is. And is he getting back up to speed? It looks like it. And we'll see if he's able to just get back into the rhythm, just reset himself and get back into that all-crucial flow. Here they come through the complex once again. Bradley getting past the back marker BMW there. Now with Sturgis having to do the same. And then Wells. So yeah, that would have definitely shaken Jamie Sturgis a little bit. Not necessarily shaking his confidence, but he's just going to have to rediscover where the grip is.
But here comes Nathan Wells.
That's on the back marker.
That's the back marker he's going past, or a lapped car, put it that way. And Nathan Wells has now got the taste for a podium place, because he can see Jamie Sturgis up ahead.
With just under 5 minutes to go.
Is there going to be one final sting in this in the tail of this race, Chris? Who knows?
Could well be. Could well be.
Sanders has made a bit of a mess of the chicane. Went in too deep. Oh, and a spin!
That's Bradley!
And that's Bradley going round. That's gifted Sturgis second again. Wells is now third.
Oh, he's pulled out in front of the Mosler. Oh, Struth. It was a good thing that Richard Guy saw Niall Bradley and saw what he was doing. But oh my goodness, that could have been somewhat nasty. But Richard Guy anticipated that one. It may not have been as close as it looked at me in the commentary box, but that, gosh, Struth, that was a crisis averted.
I thought there might be a final sting in the tail of this race, and that was.
I don't think that was quite what you anticipated.
It wasn't. But careful what you wish for.
Well, indeed. Commentator curses strong in you today, Mr. Pye.
No. We haven't got Jeff Bloxham here. Where the incidents are, Jeff is snapping away, a big smile behind the barrier.
What I was coming on to say earlier on, actually the Ginetta G4 was actually one of the first cars I saw in my very first CSCC meeting.
Really? Yeah, G4s are nice little cars.
Yeah, Nigel Winchester.
They handled really, really well.
Yeah, Nigel Winchester pushing his car along to his little tent with his little toolbox, right next to John Cockerton's mighty great transport.
Back in the mod sports days, there was a local couple, John and George Gould, who were based down Ringwood Way. They had a mod sports one. The John Absalom one still races with the CSCC and other clubs in the hands of Brian Lambert. Someone going very slowly. Is that the
Mosler?
Mosler shaped. I think it might be down at that church.
I reckon it is.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, we've got it on the screen now, and Richard Guy in the Mosler is crawling up Woodham Hill.
Goodness me. Well, if he's lost all motive power, he is coming to rest there. Unless he can find something. Box full of neutrals, perhaps, but...
And this, I'm afraid, could bring an early end to this race because we've got a couple of minutes to go. It's pretty much sorted. The order is sorted. And
exactly what I was just thinking. And that's now
ground
halted.
to a halt.
Oh, a brief cough of life there from Richard Guy's Mosler. But alas, no dice.
Out of fuel, maybe?
Certainly possible.
Tight fueling. Here comes the leader then.
No sign of the checkered flag yet. Aidan Hills gets to enjoy another lap of this incredible circuit as Jamie Sturgis has found the back of Matt Leighton, the red flag.
Red.
Understandably so, with Mosler in the fastest part of the circuit and in quite a dangerous position. The marshals can't get to it with the circuit live. That is absolutely the right decision. The race has been halted. So your victor will be the number 82 Ginetta G55 of Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. Second was Jamie Sturgis in the number 99 Seat with Nathan Wells. After all his duelling with Niall Bradley, claims the last podium spot. Niall Bradley in fourth in the 47 with Matt Sanders in the 73, claiming fifth with the Humphrey Wyatt. Number 98 BMW finishing sixth in the end. Richard Guy being classified as seventh in the Mosler. Then Ronan Bradley in the next to the Beamers in eighth, with the Billy and Carl Nairn Porsche in ninth, with the Beckett and Taylor number 33 rounding out the top 10. The rest were non-finishers, being Samuel Pass, meaning David Harvey, Nigel Mustill, Ross Irvin, Dylan Popovich and Aidan Bradley. So to confirm the provisional positions as they currently stand, there it is then. So after 27 laps, the Nibbs and Hills, number 82, claiming that top spot in the Ginetta G55. Jamie Sturgis in second in the turbocharged Seat Cupra. 23, Nathan Hills rounds out the podium 3 in the N3 46 GTR. Niall Bradley, the 47 car, coming home in fourth, with Matthew Sanders in the Suits Me number 73 E46 in fifth place. Then Mark Wyatt bringing home the Interceptor Racing number 98 BMW E92 in sixth position. Richard Guy, despite the fact you didn't find the checker flag in the end, but he is classed in seventh place, 3 laps behind the leader. Ronan Bradley in 8th position of the number 78 E36 M3. Then the Nairn family number 54 Porsche GT3 Carrera Cup, the car they only bought in February, and today was its first day out in anger. They'd only had 2.5 hours testing leading up to this point, and that wasn't all in one day either. The Beckett and Taylor number 33 E46 comes home, rounding out the top 10. The rest were non-finishers. Samuel Pass, as we know, in the 6-litre M4, didn't find the checkered flag. David Harvey in the Lotus 340, along with Nigel Mustill in the Volvo S60. Ross Urban in his VW Golf GTI Mark 1. And Dylan Popovich in his Ginetta, and Adrian Bradley in the M3 E46. That's how the provisional standings sit. Of course, these are always open to any kind of judicial action. We've got a few cars that have parked up right by Kieran McGinley. See if he's found some drivers to have a chat to.
So an early end to our Liqui Moly Slicks, but let's have a chat to some of the drivers then, preferably the top 3. Let's see who we can find there. We have Aidan Hills, who's jumped out here of the race-winning car, and he's giving a handshake there. Let's see if we can, let's see if we can jump in here and see if we can get an interview. We've got Aidan Hills here. Aidan, premature end to that race, but you are the winner. Talk us through it, because that was a pretty interesting race from our point of view.
Yeah, we had a nice lead into the pit stop, and then basically I couldn't tighten the belt up, so our pit stop was probably 20 seconds too long. And that just brought the TCI car back into us, and traffic really cost me. I had a nice gap and was sort of trying to just manage the gap, but he's a lot better on the straights and on the brakes. That TCI car is unbelievable, so I was just trying to put the car in the right places when he caught me, and thankfully yeah, it led to a mistake, and that gave the last few laps a little bit of a nicer run, shall we say.
Was it a relief to see a slightly smaller TCR in your mirrors after that?
Yeah, it was stressful, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of racing in my time, and it's the first time I've raced this car. So massive thanks to Michael Nibbs and SafeSight for trusting me with his car, and I've got credit to him. He drove amazingly for the first half of the race, so well done to Michael. But yeah, when I saw that I had about a 15-second gap in the end, I saw could cruise. Then it was much nicer.
Yeah, great stuff. Congratulations on the victory. Is Michael around here at all, or is he? He doesn't like.
No. So he's probably run off somewhere, so he didn't have to talk to you.
Yeah, you know what? Good call. All right then. Thank you very much, Aidan. Good for the chat. Let's have a chat to Jamie Sturgis. I think he's just here. Jamie, second place. Congratulations. Is that what might have been? What could have been, perhaps?
I think that's kind of probably where we deserve to finish. I got a bit erratic at the end. I guess that might be for the win, so that's why I made a few moves. And I got down the inside. We were level. We did 2/3 of the chicane side by side, and then he sort of squeezed me a little bit, and I went over the rumble strips on the right-hand side. And then a couple of laps later, I had to go on the outside and went a bit deep. And then a few laps later, I went really deep on the outside onto the grass, backwards through the behind the tyres, but I didn't hit anything, so that's the important thing. But yeah, it's a fun race, but it was on the edge all the way, absolutely.
Great stuff. Get some water in you. Congratulations on your runner-up spot, and we'll just have a very, very quick chat here with Nathan Wells, because what a battle that was for the third place spot. Yeah. Talk us through it from your point of view, because you were battling in the pits.
I know, yeah, I was about an inch behind him coming into the pits, but then I thought I won't be mean, I'll come out straight behind him as we were, because he's a mad Irishman, he'll probably have me off. But yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, I sort of overcut my tyres a bit, so I was losing pace throughout the race. I think my fastest lap was one of my first ones. So Niall got past me, then we had a good battle. I just couldn't get the thing stopped into the chicane. There's something going on with my brakes today, so we'll have to find out what that is. But then, unfortunately, Niall, he made a bit of a mistake, so I got back past him.
Sorry, Nathan, I've got to cut you up because we've got to go to our next race, but thank you very much. Next up, though, is our Co-Ord Sports Tin Tops Puma Cup and Modern Classics.
Onwards then to race number 5. 3 categories take to this one. It is the Co-Ord Sports Tin Tops, the Puma Cup, and the Modern Classics. So
big field of cars, isn't it?
Huge. There were 52 entrants all in all, including reserves coming into qualifying.
46 went out in the Q session earlier on, Chris, and it was Stuart Dayburn who was involved in an incident in the previous race in the TVI Tuscan Challenge, who qualified on pole with a 1:26.195 seconds ahead of Adam Brown, going great guns in the Ford Fiesta ST 150, car number 1. Dave Griffin, another driver who had issues earlier in the day. The Aussie in his BMW M3 E36, he was on P3. And Andrew Windmill, second of the Tin Tops, with the very, very rapid Honda CSL Type R, as he calls it, EP3 Civic. Who's this? It's Dayburn and Brown, Griffin and Windmill. That's the top 4. Then it's Roger Hamilton in his Ginetta behind him. Then it is Gary Barlow with the Honda Integra. Then we'll get to Richard Field with the omnipresent Proton. Then we get Clinton Ewan with the BMW M3 E36. The Bethel and Mensley car is on 9th. That's a Renault Clio, number 318. Then it's Steve Papworth with his Honda. Then we go to Russell and Nick Hamilton. Michael Russell, BMW M3. Nick Hamilton with Jetta G20. Then it's the Scott, which is Richard Fowle with his Clio. Churton alongside Smith and Bellamy, Reynolds and Ridgeon with Clark on row 9. Then we go back to Rob Hardy. We've got Rose, we've got Place and Davis, Sharp and Clovia. Complete the top 24, and there's so many more to go. The Copox
barely over halfway.
Yeah, we've got Claire next, Wilshire and Johnson. Ford and the Hayes team are next up. Cotgrove and Powell. Cotgrove in one of the Pumas. And Powell next. Mann and Lane. Drain and Jackson. That takes us to 36 cars. McDonald and Baker, Routledge and Wall, Bocock and Brain and Rollerson. They are on row 21. And are there going to be any more? Well, we'll see when they get back here. The Dayburn TVR is none the worse for the earlier incident.
I believe 42 is the maximum that can start here. Certainly,
well, you can start in quali. You can start plus 20% according to regulations. So that would make sense.
That would be about right. Yeah,
gives us the full grid we had expected, and this should be an absolute corker because there they are.
Such a great range of cars.
Our left. Yeah.
So, and there's a great range of characters out there as well. It's one of the things I absolutely love about club racing is the people behind it. It's great knowing about the cars, and of course we bring you as much information as we can. But
128 going into the pits.
That's Liam Place.
Liam Place.
Oh dear, trouble then for the Toyota Corolla. Quite an unusual car, and that has pulled into the pits. Is it pulling out? It's going to its team rather than to the paddock area, so there is going to be a gap on the grid where that Toyota should be. There it is now on stream. That's a bit of a shame. But they're still, the last cars still haven't actually come through the chicane yet. There you can see on the stream. This
quite remarkable.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing how many and the variety of cars as well. You've also got the Mazda RX-8s down there. We've got the Puma Cup as mentioned, along with our 2-litre tin tops. Now, the tin tops are categorised by engine size, but also a few other little caveats in there. The B1 category is for French models, 2-litre on individual stroke multi-throttle bodies, and B2 is French models 2-litre on single throttle bodies. C is for Ford Fiestas only, up to 2-litre, and then it is the further categories dealt with by engine size. The modern classics purely down to engine size, A, B, C, and D. M is for M cars with 3-litre and 3.2-litre S50 engines, and T is for TBR Tuscans, of which just the sole occupant of Stuart Dayburn is in charge of. Right, the field. Look at that. What a field. Tuscan, BMW, Fiesta, and Honda taking up the front row. Lights are on. We are racing here in Thruxton once more as we've got someone still on the line. The number 91 cars and moved us one of the Mazdas. It's now getting going. A disastrous start there for Lee Powell. This being his second year racing with the club, but does manage to get away, roaring down towards the complex. That's Dayburn fending off the advances of Adam Brown. TBR Tuscan staying ahead at the moment of the Fiesta. Then Andrew Windmill and that incredible Honda of his just manages to nip past the Hamilton. They share those those two little Ginettas. It's Roger, I believe, in the red one.
That's right. They're about 4 abreast through Campbell Cobb and Seagrave, Chris. Absolutely amazing in the midfield. But out front, they're already streaking around the back of the circuit here with Dayburn in the grey TVR Tuscan Challenge car, 5 litres, just holding sway from Adam Brown. Looks like Andrew Windmill going after him. Down into Church they go. So tricky on cold tyres. Roger Hamilton is 4th, Gary Barlow is 5th, Dave Griffin is 6th. Barlow got a fabulous run out of Church, and you saw the Honda Integra charging after the Ginetta, but the Ginetta's got to the chicane before him. Andrew Windmill looking round Adam Brown. Dayburn who leads. Adam Brown is 2nd, Windmill is 3rd, Hamilton is 4th, Barlow is 5th, then it's Griffin, then it's the 33 BMW, Michael Russell, the Primrose coloured car. And behind Michael Russell, it's Bethel, then Field, then Nick Hamilton completing the top 10 ahead of Ewan and Patworth.
They're still 3 wide coming over the lines, two or three.
And they're still coming through the... okay, where's the leading Puma? I can see one has got away from the rest. It looks like Johnson in 163, clear of Clare and Jackson.
So Stuart Dayburn's got himself a few car lengths of breathing space over Adam Brown. He's fending off the advances of Andrew Windmill. He's determined to make his way towards the front. Andrew Windmill is carrying a 30-second winner's penalty for winning the class out here, winning the race overall at Donington last time out. So when he serves his pit stop, although for Tin Tops it is as fast as you can do, it's the only class that's running that type of pit stop this year, he will have to be stationary for 30 seconds, like it or not, and then serve the mandatory pit stop element. So you're now seeing the Ginetta fending off the advances of the Integra, so that is Hamilton against Barlow, against Griffin. Dave Griffin's had a lot of success here with that BMW in the past, currently 6th and 6th place. The top 3 remain as they are, continuing to gap the next group.
And Nick Hamilton was absolutely all 4 wheels over the curbs in the second, the Ginettas, the blue one there. He's just keeping Bethel and Field at bay. Field in that unusual Proton.
Raced that for a long time. Usually races with his son Richard Jason Field. It is just senior that is racing that one at the moment. Richard Bethel, that's actually Tom Mensley's former car that they are now sharing. Richard Bethel took that one over, I think, last year. Yes, he did. He ran it a few times. Was 3rd out in Donington. And in Tin Tops race was 5th in Croft last year. So is hoping to continue success and development with Tom Mensley's help. Need to look up the starting drivers to see who started. Tom Mensley is starting that one. A little bit further down, you can see the number 10 car. That is Fowl, that was fending off advances from behind. Now the top 3 coming back towards us in the commentary box. Again, Windmill having a look at the outside as Brown is slightly wrong-footed. He's boxed behind the TVR. He had nowhere to go as Andy Windmill tucks in behind the Fiesta once again.
Yeah, that's it. The TVR with that sort of bandaged nose as a result of the incident earlier on. And Andrew Windmill comes around the outside towards Allard in the 888, the raised wheels. Honda that's had a big diet over the winter, carbon seat. It's got these lighter rims on it, and some other niceties have been added. And into the pits, we've lost one. That's Michael Russell, I think, in 33.
It was indeed the Primrose BMW, the M336 coming in. He was one of our numerous reserves for this category. The pit lane is not open, won't be for another 5 minutes. So too early for Michael. We haven't seen that car for a few years. 2019 was the last time we saw it. So it's a bit of a shame to come back after a few years and have an immediate problem as we see Windmill again hustling Brown hard. Well, Leo places back out, so the Toyota Corolla did manage to start. Oh no, that's a retirement. That's the 123 car. That's Paul Clothier. The Sussex Road and Race Renault Clio 200 is pulled off. Not 100% sure where that is, but it is quite some way out of the firing line by the look of that camera shot.
Yes, trying to pick up where that may be.
Meanwhile, Adam Brown doing what he can to keep the ever-persistent Andy Windmill behind him. Andy Windmill again trying that outside line, has to concede it. The Fiesta bounces off of the apex coming through the chicane. Again, closes in on the Tuscan, but just is outgunned.
He rather hobbled himself, Windmill, by going a little bit too deep and having to make too many adjustments to the steering, which meant he couldn't get back on the throttle hard enough coming out of the chicane. That lost him a bit of time, but he'll be back, and
most certainly will.
The Hamiltons in their Ginettas were united on the lap charts, but they're still a few seconds apart.
Yeah, Roger Hamilton actually carries a 20-second winner's penalty from being the Modern Classics winner from Donington Park a few weeks ago. So the penalty structure is slightly different between Modern Classics and Tin Tops. For Tin Tops, the winner's penalty is a 30-second penalty that persists throughout the entire season. And every successive win thereafter gains another 30 seconds added to it. So 30 becomes 60, becomes 90, etc. to serve for the rest of the season.
We've seen Danny Cassar negate, with a bit of help, 2 minutes before now, I think.
It's pretty rare, but it's certainly doable.
It's when a yellow comes out at a sort of certain time and and the leader has stopped and etc. I think the dice have to fall in your favour.
It's a shame we haven't seen Danny Cassar. Here comes Windmill again, trying that same move, outside line, coming down to the chicane. Again, Adam Brown, he knows how to defend it. He's got to be careful, though. He can't just look behind because he closes right in on the Tuscan as they come out of that chicane.
Brown in the Fiesta was superb out of the chicane. He just hopped the curb. He was on 2 wheels. He put his foot hard down and was really challenging the TVR, which has got a mighty V8 under the bonnet. So the two saloons giving away a big chunk of power to Stuart Dayburn, the leader, with the TVR Tuscan Challenge.
Amazing stuff. Stuart Dayburn, of course, we've already seen out. Unfortunately, that incident in the chicane last time around hasn't slowed him down at all. But are they lining up to be side by side? Andy Windmill's got the run on Adam Brown this time, inside line, but the Fiesta somehow manages to fend off the advances of the Honda. Very, very nicely done. Now, did Andy Windmill back out of that, or did Adam Brown get the momentum? And then now catching one of the back-marking Pumas side by side. Brown nearly got alongside Stuart Dayburn there, and now he's wrong-footed. Here comes Andy Windmill, tries to get the inside line this time on Adam Brown. But, oh, goodness me, there is battles going on all over the place. You just see them at the back of the shot. Windmill's still side by side. Adam Brown doing everything he can and just about again fends off the advances of that ultralight Honda.
Yeah, and it's under braking where that Honda really scores, isn't it? And this time I think a little bit more circumspect from Andy Windmill. I think he wants to get the exit speed from the chicane this time. That's been costing him up to now. He got his personal best lap last time, and there's a whole gaggle of traffic to negotiate now, and the Torquay TVR has shot through a couple of them at this point, and they round another, I think it was a Clio they were going past coming up towards the complex. There is our leader then, and it is number 70, Stuart Dayburn. But look, he looks in his mirrors, those two white and blue tin tops, pesky tin tops, are still there.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? 5 litre Tuscan being hustled by 2 litre Fiesta and 2 litre Honda. But that is what we love here with these mixed grids. There's plenty of battling going on throughout the field. One for the lead. He's absolutely scintillating at the moment. It is superb. Yeah, it's very, very different drivers, very different characteristics. There's John Baker in the Satsuma Racing Clio. Also one of our driver representatives for the club.
Satsuma Racing. I'm sure it's not an easy peeler.
Bravo, sir. His designation, not mine. Oh, now has Adam Brown got an opportunity here? He's managed to wrong foot the TVR, perhaps put off by, I think that's the Mazda. Now Andy Windmill's capitalising side by side with Adam Brown coming down to the shade, but that's a position he's been in so many times. They've got one of the Odell Fiestas right ahead of them, and Andy Windmill sweeps around the outside. Has he managed to finally dislodge Adam Brown? Yes, he has. That is Windmill up to second.
That was a beautifully constructed move from Andy Windmill, helped by the slower car ahead of them, of course, but he put himself in exactly the right position. What can he do now about leader Stuart Dayburn?
That is the ultimate question now. Andy Windmill is no stranger to winners' penalties. He's had huge amounts of success in that incredible Honda of his. Look at the pack they've got ahead of them. That's James Clare in the next of the Pumas, alongside, I think that's Jackson in the green Puma, and then he's one of the Mazda RX-8. So quite a field of varying cars. They've got to be very, very careful to tiptoe their way through. Of course, they've got quite a power advantage. Oh, then Dayburn's been wrong-footed again. He's been boxed in behind. That's Alan Drain in the number 42 Boxster. Andy Windmill doesn't need a second invitation of that, but Adam Brown's followed him through. He's staying in the Honda's tyre tracks, but now surely is the opportunity Andy Windmill needs. He doesn't usually need an invitation. He's supreme in that car, and he's claimed that win. Perfect timing, well choreographed. That's the lead to Andy Windmill. Oh, Dayburn's thinking about it though. Adam Brown is thinking about it as well. He's going to try Andy Windmill's own tactic. Tries to get the outside. Oh, side by side coming into the next one. Andy Windmill's got to concede. Bounces over the apex. Adam Brown bullishly where it gets through, and Dayburn gets the exit of Kings coming through the chicane. Can he get both of them coming through Allard side by side? Adam Brown doesn't want to relinquish the lead. I don't think he's going to have a choice. Dayburn in the Tuscan, still side by side coming up into the complex. He's nailed the pair of them before they get up to Campbell, and now again the two tin tops getting side by side. Bit of a nudge potentially, couldn't quite see from the camera. Windmills back up into second.
Just unbelievable. What a battle this is. And a big moment for Stuart Dayburn. He jumped on the power, and that big V8 chimed in so strongly. It snapped the tail out of line. I think it took Windmill by surprise. Didn't take the wind out of his sails, though, did it?
I wasn't going there, but you could. Oh, look at that. Stuart Dayburn just perfectly positioned his car to prevent an attack from both of the Honda and the Fiesta behind. Now Adam Brown trying to find a new line through as they're working their way through the traffic here. As much as we'd love to talk about the various battles of various other cars, these three are stealing the show for the overall lead. Of course, Stuart Dayburn way in the lead of the Modern Classics contingent. The next one down the road is Dave Griffin in his BMW, but that's some distance back into the chicane once again. Andy Windmill cannot get the traction he needs, remains in second. Adam Brown gets a decent run from the exit of the chicane. He's had that door very firmly slammed in his face, remains in third. Not sure whose engine's louder there, actually the pair of tin tops or the mighty Tuscan.
Well, I think the pair of screaming 2-litre tin tops are sort of certainly equaling the grunt of the V8 up there. A little bit further apart this time, but as soon as they get to traffic, I think Dayburn is a little bit more circumspect because he knows that he's got so much grunt. He'll fry those rear tyres at the slightest provocation, and so he's got to try to keep them together. There's another 26 minutes of this race to go, and there is Andy Windmill in the raised wheels Honda Civic CSL.
Pit lane is open. A few cars have opted to take an early pit stop, I can see.
Field came in with the Proton, I noticed.
I think Barlow's been in.
Barlow's been in as well.
Bethel Mensley car, so that's now Richard Bethel, the car owner, in command of that one. But so many cars still out there fighting for their bit of real estate. There's the 119 we're looking at on stream. Dominic Rose usually shares that car with Paul Masters. Along with that Porsche 928, we have already seen that. We saw it competing in the Open Series. Another couple of cars in. The pit lane getting very busy now. Liam Plate's coming in again because he started more from the pit lane more than pitting earlier on. So he's now pitting in the correct window.
There's the top three. That's 10 laps down.
Number 69 car is also in. That is Charlie Ford. Joined us this year in that 2-litre C-Class 4 Fiesta ST150. Another lesser spotted item actually is the Hayes family, that Toyota Supra. That's not a common car. It's
42 comes in, another the Porsches.
That's Alan Drain. Several cars coming in. A couple of the Odell cars as well. The Odell
Papworth is in
the Fiesta. And then the second of the Hamiltons coming in the blue Ginetta, along with Papworth in that Honda Civic. The Odell Motorsport team maintaining several cars. The Fiesta and the Honda that we've seen. Also Chris Herbert's car, he was a reserve. There was no room for him, unfortunately, in this grid. There's that 420 Civic. We saw that earlier on. That's a bit of a fight there between Rose and Fowl coming through the chicane, but Fowl is coming in the number 10. So that battle a little bit short-lived. The Renault Clio serving that pit stop as well as...
big Porsche's in.
Yeah, the 911 car. That's not actually a 911, but you know what we mean. The 5.4 litre Porsche 928 GTS.
And Andrew Windmill goes into the pits. He's got a Red Lotus Elise ahead of him, but that's Freeze, Dayburn and Brown.
Glyn Davies, beg your pardon, in the Red Lotus. There you can see on the stream Andy Windmill coming in. Now, as a reminder, he has got 30-second penalty to serve with the quick as you can pit stop. It's the process I somewhat described earlier on. So it's come to a halt, engine off, belts off, out the car, shut the door, open the door, and back in again if you're a single driver. Of course, that is where you conduct your driver swap if you are doing one. As the Hayes Toyota Supra comes in to serve exactly that.
Windmill's already parked up in the
penalty box.
In the penalty box.
So 30 seconds stationary, and then he can do the mandatory pit stop element.
That will seem like a lifetime, won't it, sitting there with everyone else charging past?
Absolutely so. Now he's serving his penalties, so that's why his engine's still running. And he will conduct, or he should conduct, the necessary... Oh, that's a slow mover. That's that Fiesta SI that looked a little bit recalcitrant. Paul McDonald. There goes Richard Fowle in the number 10 car. He's done his pit stop along with the, also coming into the pits, the Coppock Jaguar, father and son combination in command of that one. David Bellamy in the Peugeot 106.
Shouldn't he be scrambling through the bushes in search of something?
Oh, that's never a good sign.
No.
That's Clinton Ewan, I think it is. It is the 236 BMW, who, actually, when I was speaking to Andy Windmill earlier on, he said that this was the car he actually was having a great duel with. It's a possible overheating issue there. They're having to manually insert water. Andy Windmill is still there. That's sure. That not been 30 seconds by now. Time flies when you're having fun, can't you? But
here he comes.
There he goes. So on his merry way. So of course that 30 seconds is going to be, or minus the tiny bit of advantage he had coming into the pits, but now is when he's going to really push that car. If he had anything in reserve in the first half of the race, he was just going to do full-on qualifying naps now.
Yeah, constant charges through traffic as and when he finds it. And
as the Coppock Jaguar.
Because the top four haven't pitted yet. Griffin did his personal best last time round, a 1:27.433.
Andy Windmill, his Honda screaming its way through the field. Just going past the, I think it was the 82 car. That's Mark Lane in his Honda Civic. Coming to the club. There is Dave Griffin in his BMW, the Ceramet livery Diet Coke car. Flashing the lights, just alerting oncomers that he is on his way up.
Ceramet, that was the Morris team's, was it a winery, wasn't it? T.E. Morris backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave Brabham or Gary Brabham?
I can't remember. One of the Morris lads drove really, really well.
West Suffolk Racing maintained car.
But it's not an original. It's a tribute car. Dave Griffin is an Aussie. There's Stuart Dayburn in the 70.
Oh, it was Jeff Brabham. Excuse me. I'll just check my notes on that one. So I completely guessed that one wrong. Stuart Dayburn, had a lovely chat with him earlier on. You see the Tri-Pack Supplies livery or the emblem on the front. That's his company. In comes 27. That's the lead of the two Hamilton brothers. That's Roger Hamilton, brother of Nick. He has a 20-second penalty to serve, as mentioned. The penalty structure a bit different for the modern classics. As a reminder, the modern classics do have the time penalty. The tin tops is a fast as you can do it pit stop arrangement, which does seem a little bit confusing when you mix the grids, but it makes sense. It does make sense when you compare each class to itself.
Windmill is 11th, incidentally, at the moment in the 888 car, so it goes to 13th as I look, because of course he's not completed that next lap, but he's certainly down in the mid-pack and will be charging forward. Here comes Adam Brown, and he dives into the pits. He's the de facto leader now on 14 laps.
The Hillwood Autos emblazoned Fiesta. He's shared John Hammersley's absolutely stunning turbo VW Scirocco in the past. He's also shared the new Millennium spec Honda that Danny Kazai usually pedals for Nigel Ainge. Glad you knew I was struggling with that one. Oh, hello, Mr. Griffin. Getting a little bit leery coming through Campbell. Whether he was slightly off put by the back marker there, or whether he's just giving it all the beans he's had.
Yeah, he's now the leader, effectively, because he's yet to stop. And he's one of, three in the top 10 who haven't. Dave Griffin in the Diet Coke car.
The others being, trying to look at the timing screens, is it Smith and Rose?
Yes.
So it's Kev Smith in the 420 Honda we saw earlier on, and Dominic Rose in the Renault Clio, yet to see the pit lane. A few more through the field yet to, but vast majority of the field have seen the pit lane. In comes number 66. That is Ben Brain and Wayne Bocock, who started that. That was Wayne Bocock that started that one. So Ben Brain taking over the black Renault Clio 172 as Dave Griffin gets caught up behind Liam Plate in the Toyota Corolla. There's the inside line. And
Ben Brain, the racing vet. One of the racing vets.
Out comes Adam Brown, young protege.
Griffin leads then in the 43.
But how long for until he has to...
Famous number enjoyed in NASCAR by King Richard Petty, who I see is coming to Goodwood for the Festival of Speed.
Very nice.
Richard Petty, 200 NASCAR wins across his victories from Randleman, North Carolina.
Oh, it's getting busy getting into the chicane with the Hamilton brothers side by side. Oh, goodness me, that's a sibling squabble going on there. They're still having a go at each other.
Yeah, one has made his stop and one... in fact, no, they both made their stop.
They've both been in, yeah.
But after that 20-second extra stoppage for that previous win for
Roger Hamilton,
Roger, they're running. Do you know they're running second and third at this point on the road at 15 laps.
Amazing. Ginetta G20s, 1.8 litres in those things. Again, you've got one for each foot. And but they've regularly been...
It's like a pair of slippers. Deutsche Batti.
Absolutely, absolutely. Stuart Dayburn. Really, now the sun's out, you really do see the gaffer tape. It wouldn't be a club racing meet without someone's car being gaffer taped back together, let's be honest.
That's right.
It's part of the show. Someone's got David Bellamy. Griffin is in. David Bellamy, I think, has got something hanging off his car, or what it looked like when he came past us. It looked like there's something flapping on the front. In he comes.
Gary Barlow about to be overtaken by the 888, Andrew Windmill.
I got a little bit close coming through.
Gary Barlow necessarily saw Windmill coming.
I remember Gary Barlow having an airborne moment at Snetterton a couple of years back. Which
airborne moment. They're always understeer in the air, don't they?
Yeah, they get a little bit awkward when there's no traction to the floor.
They're the Hamilton bro.
Still trying to decide who's who's head. So
Nick then Roger.
Nick leads Roger at the moment. So Roger came home in third at Donington, head car of the Modern Classics. Nick came home sixth overall, second of the Modern Classics. So he's looking to get one back over his brother on this occasion.
Rose has fastest lap of the race, 1:24.223.
Crikey, that's somewhat. Again, no disrespect. Remember it's rare to see a fastest lap from a sole driver this late in the race. It usually happens much earlier on.
Come up as that, and the rest of the times. I'm trying to look. Dayburn's best is a 26.
I fear that may be somewhat
apocryphal.
Yes, somewhat disingenuous there. But
Griffin's back out. And
so much side by side going on now. The Hamiltons have swapped round, so they've decided that, or Roger has decided enough's enough. He wants the race lead to himself, which he's now claimed.
And Griffin has the lead over the Hamilton brothers. I keep hearing squealing of tyres.
There's a lot of tyres to look at who's squealing. Oh, Nick, you're kind of stuck there behind the number 46 Fiesta.
Oh, three abreast into Allard, and Red Hamilton goes through on the inside from blue.
Is that different from Red Adair, I wonder?
Yep.
I love that livery, the BTCC inspired livery on the Puma. That's the 163. That's Luke Johnson. That's such a superb looking car, but look how busy it is. Oh, John Baker, you're very popular now, as you've now got an absolute flood of cars around you. Yeah, John Baker's sort of pulled over and thought, don't fancy this. Knows realistically he's not in a battle with them, so just lets them go.
Yeah, the Pumas are so close together. Clare and Johnson are absolutely together.
James Clare has been a front runner in the Puma Cup for a number of years and remains the stalwarts of the series.
It's a shame there's not 10 of them, really.
It is a bit of a shame because they're wonderfully cost-effective method of going racing. They still have
exactly that.
Yeah, they still have things on the radio and the dashboard in it. So yeah, obviously they stripped out as much as they're allowed to, but it's quite a homologated series, so you can't throw silly amounts of money at the car and get an advantage. It's a single spec. It's meant for just that one mark of Puma. So yeah, but it is a bit of a shame that we don't see more of them. But the ones that we do see are doing battle quite nicely. James Clare ahead of Luke Johnson at the moment. They've also are in company with Alan Wilshire in the Valhalla Ford Fiesta, the number 45 car.
Take me to Valhalla.
Take me to
Very, very good beer from our local microbrewery.
Noted. There's Alan Brown, the number 1 Fiesta, former race leader. He's now in 5th place.
Two more Pumas here in close company. Stuart Dayburn wends his way through them. Stuart Dayburn 4th overall.
The sun has really done away with the clouds now, so that's going to raise the temperature somewhat. Tyres may well struggle a little bit more as we've got just under 12 minutes remaining of this race. Has everyone done the pit stop? Certainly that we can see the top 30 have. Oh, side by side, Richard Fowle! Oh, that was, if that wasn't contact, that was exceedingly close between himself and the, not entirely sure which Clio it is that was even having an argument with. But that was very, very close indeed. No harm, no foul on this occasion. Didn't mean to make the pun there, but there was made it nonetheless. I apologise in advance. I'll be escorted off the field for that. That's Matt Shurton in the number 40 Clio, the Beckfield Motorsport car that Richard Fowle was having an argument with. Dave Griffin just coming past them. And Dominic Rose in the next car with Jackson in the green Puma.
1.8 seconds between the Hamiltons now, but they are a whopping 36 seconds off the lead BMW.
How on earth? I can understand
the Hamilton
Roger,
with the penalty. Yeah.
Mind you, Nick was further down the field, 7th or 8th or so before the pit stop. So that's just the way the cars have fallen. But Dave Griffin making hay while the sun shines, and the sunshine very high here in Thruxton.
There goes Dayburn through in 4th place. And we've got the last of the unlapped runners. That's Adam Brown in car number 1. Also doing some racing at Castle Combe this year. And Dave Griffin, the race leader, comes through. Now he was leading at Donington by quite a long way. We had a fuel system problem. And saw this puff of vapour come out of the car, and it started to slow. Saw in the paddock off. He said, "That was probably me crying." He said.
Oh no! Yeah, you never want to see it. These things do sometimes happen. Still, the field filtering through the chicane there. There's the teeth emblazoned Porsche Boxster, Rob Hardy, who runs the Viren Builders Company based in Thiel, around near Aldermaston, near my old stomping ground. It's always a joy to have a chat with them. Oh, that is very close, the Odell Civic.
So you arrived too late to go to the Great Auckland Hill Climb.
Sadly, yes.
Which is very, very close to where you are, or were.
Where I was, yeah. I was born in Reading, and so I know Thiel, Aldermaston very, very well. Oh, we've got it off that.
That was the car going slowly at the back that was sort of trundled off onto the grass.
Yeah, it was Paul McDonald, I think, in the Fiesta SR. Oh no, Gary Barlow, the number 30 car has failed in the Honda Integra. First outing this year for the car, and that's the R&J Motors, also part of the Hillwood family, has come to a halt in the pit lane to take no further part.
Dayburn is now 2nd, so the Hamiltons are now shown in 8th and 9th.
Makes me wonder if there's a transponder. Well, I wonder if there's a transponder problem there, because that's 2 laps they've been penalised for, if that's the case. So that seems a tad harsh. Andy Windmill is continuing his march. Where is he showing? He's now showing 4th behind.
Yeah, Windmill 4th. So it's Dayburn, Brown and Windmill.
I can believe they're in line astern, but quite where the Hamiltons filter. we're not entirely certain, but again, another reason why sometimes the results are provisional, as discrepancies like this can then be challenged.
Yeah, Windmill's the first of the lap runners, but the Hamiltons are suddenly way down.
Not certain on that.
Okay.
We'll come back to that one later. More battles continuing as we continue to see Richard Fowle, number 10, trying to clear 172, fending off the advances of his playmate. There's Andy Windmill now on his own, free of challenge. There's Richard Fowle, we were talking about before. Oh no, Dave Griffin slow. Or no, so pick him up, isn't it? He's not slow. That's the Toyota that's slow. The number 2, that's the Hayes family Toyota
Dave
that's
Griffin
slow.
slowed in reaction to that because he
it.
saw the yellow flags and he had to wipe off most of his speed.
Oh, that's going to be a little bit unfortunate for Richard Fowle. It won't cost him too much, but he's still being challenged by the number 40 of Matt Shurton. But in comes the now sick Toyota Supra. Has it lost its turbo, I wonder? It's in it comes.
This is where you're very grateful for a 36-second lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Andrew, one of the Hayes brothers, was actually going to race his own Toyota Celica GT4 car in this meeting, but they decided to share this one instead. Their father, Roger, used to race the family Toyotas with the boys. As Richard Bethel almost makes a 3 wide, trying to challenge the Coppock Jaguar, which Coppock is unique. Richard started, so it's Lawrence that is in it at the moment. That's Coppock Senior. Has that one from Oxfordshire. Very, very, very busy coming through the complex. Is I think it's Rob Hardy. Couldn't quite see which one of the Porsche boxes. Almost got a bit of a punch in the face there. Oh no, there's Rob Hardy just coming through complex now, so it must have been Alan Drain that was up ahead, tangled and all that lot. There's Richard Bethel getting the inside line on the treble 1 car. That's Casey Wall.
It's 1 minute and 10 seconds between Griffin and Dayburn. But there's Brown and Windmill, and they're back together, just going past Griffin. So
with Griffin, yeah.
So Windmill has just unlapped himself from Griffin, effectively.
Again, with the 30-second penalty that Andy Windmill had, that wouldn't have put him a lap down. And
wouldn't have seemed so, but Brown and Windmill are absolutely together again, and they are now on the same lap as each other, which they weren't until Windmill managed to unlap himself from Dave Griffin.
Well, they certainly have dispatched of the Diet Coke BMW now. Brown ahead of Windmill once again.
Griffin 29.9 that time round, Chris. So a slower lap.
But then so was Brown, and Windmill was the quickest of the 3, setting the race fastest lap with that 26.060. Oh no, that was a little while ago, beg your pardon.
26.
Oh wow, Windmill's, whilst we were looking at that, Windmill's already gotten past Adam Brown. So what I was saying earlier about Andy Windmill keeping something in reserve for post-pit stop, he is now absolutely deploying it. His right foot not being as heavy as it has been now. Paul McDonald back up to speed again in that Ford Fiesta. It's Andy Windmill leaving nothing behind as he gets into the chicane. Adam Brown just behind him, but it doesn't look like Adam Brown's got an answer.
Dayburn's now showing as the leader.
Interesting. By about 15
Windmill,
seconds.
from Brown, from Griffin. 29, 26, 27, 27.
Makes me wonder there's been a transponder error somewhere.
Somewhere down the line.
I think there's been a transponder error that's been corrected. But either way, and look at the gap. Andy Windmill's already given himself in just 1 lap. He's got himself half a dozen. Oh my goodness me. That's a lot of cars that are now all streaming their way into the chicane. Whatever lap they're on, they're all going to be arguing for their own bit of real estate.
I don't understand how Windmill has made back that 30 seconds he was stopped in the pits. So there's some dark arts going on somewhere.
If he's consistently 2 or 3 seconds quicker than the rest of the field, he needs merely 12, 15 laps to do it.
Yeah, but he's lapping in the 26s, 27s for Brown. It's going to take a lot of laps to make up 30 seconds.
Well,
they stopped in the middle of the race. Anyway, whatever.
Either way, we
go what we're told.
Absolutely. As on stream, we see Lawrence Coppock in the bright white XJS with an absolute army of cars behind him. And there's already all challenging for positions. There's our two Boxsters. That's Drain and Hardy. Alan Drain in the number 42. Rob Hardy in Bruce the Porsche. Oh, side by side almost is Richard Fowle alongside Matt Shurton. No change in position there.
Drain and Hardy are a lap apart, incidentally. Hardy.
Oh, Adam Brown. Wow, threading the needle between a pair of Pumas. Oh, Struth, that was a bold move, most certainly, and it did pay off. But crikey, I bet that certainly woke up James Clare. Interesting. Well, James Clare was the lead of the two, beg your pardon, so that was, who was the other one? That was Luke Johnson. That suddenly was ringside seat to that. Flash of the lights there again from Dave Griffin, alerting car ahead of him. It was Alan Wilshire, I believe.
25 laps down, meanwhile, for Stuart Dayburn.
1.5 minutes to go.
2 laps then.
And the Windmill still pressing on. Dayburn from Windmill from Brown, as it currently stands at least.
And Windmill's going to get another 30-second in position for the next race, isn't he? Because he's at the head of his group.
He's lead of the Tin Tops, he will indeed. And
Danny Casso, who was in the box with us at Donington, he was kind of ruining the fact he wasn't out there slugging it out with his old sparring partners at the moment.
I was talking to Andy Windmill earlier on. He was the last guy I had a chance to chat with before coming up to the box, and he said, yeah, he was slightly disappointed that he didn't get to spar out with his usual playmate, but he's still putting on a good show nonetheless. So for Modern Classics, the winner's penalty is a 20-second penalty for the winner, which currently stands as Steve
and one of the Hamiltons is gone.
Oh, it's Roger Hamilton.
Red Roger.
I must remember. I'll use that to try and remember which Hamilton is which until they switch cars, which they do sometimes do, or they share the same one. And yeah, Roger Hamilton parked by the roadside. Adam Brown is hanging on to the last podium spot against the advances of Dave Griffin. And Dave Griffin, he's going to be second in the Modern Classics nonetheless. So if the race finishes the way it is now, although the checker flag is being readied for the next time around for Stu Dayburn, Dave Griffin having a look on the inside line coming into Allard against Adam Brown. Has he done it? No, he hasn't. Fiesta remains ahead of BMW at the moment. So the way the winner's penalty works for Modern Classics is a 20-second penalty that doubles each following win, but then comes back down by that same increment.
Now where they're going to catch the red Elise, that's going to be, it's there with Roger Hamilton. There's exit of the complex.
Oh, Glyn Davis, stay over to your left. And he does. Glyn Davies.
Yeah. A few flashes of the lights from Dave Griffin.
Probably trying to put off Adam Brown.
Aussie coming through.
I won't insult him by trying to imitate the accent. Checker flag ready. You must be very hot in that suit, sir. So, I mean, he's pretty warm up here. The commentary box does act as a greenhouse, but to then put on a furry animal costume, fair play to you. He's just seeing this animal's head hanging out of the flag box is a little bit strange. But the recipient of the checker flag coming through, your winner for the Tin Tops Puma Cup Modern Classics race is number 70, Stuart Dayburn in the Tuscan. Andy Windmill will take second. Adam Brown just and only just hangs on to third overall, with second in the Modern Classics going to Dave Griffin. Steve Papworth in the number 14 Honda will then take the third place of the tin top, 5th overall. Nick Hamilton, the surviving of the Ginetta Hamilton pairing, finishes hit 6th with Clinton Ewan in 7th. Reynolds and Ridgeon, number 46 car. That's their usual toy that they have, those two. That comes home in 9th, although there was a shuffle of the order then.
Yeah, Mensley Bethel came up, didn't they?
Suddenly
into 5th.
Bethel Mensley is now registered in 5th place. So there's definitely some strange oddities going on with the timing. Unsurprising that Andy Windmill's...
Petworth and Hamilton just gone back past.
Okay, so the timing trickery is still continuing. Rather than me trying to read out and constantly changing finishing order, we'll wait until everybody has crossed the line and then we'll give the provisional finishing from that. Reynolds and Ridgeon, as I was mentioning, they're in a Honda Civic now. They used to share a Renault Clio. They switched over to the Civic Type R, which they're still developing. We'll sometimes see that out in the new Millennium class, which isn't here this weekend. Again, some wonderful but sometimes fragile machinery we see there. But that is our 5th race of the day coming to conclusion. Yep, quite agree. Provisional results are ready, so let's have a look at where they currently stand. Of course, there are adjudications to consider, but as they currently stand, it is Stuart Dayburn the victor in the TBR Tuscan Challenge. 2nd is Andy Windmill in his Honda CSL Type R. Then 3rd, Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta ST150. 4th, Dave Griffin in the BMW M3 E36. 5th is Steve Papworth in the number 14 Honda Civic Type R. Then 6th is Nick Hamilton in the number 22 Genetic G20. 7th is the 236 car of Clinton Ewan, the BMW. 8th is the Bethel Mensley 318 Renault Clio. 9th is the Reynolds Ridgeon number 46 Honda Civic Type R. And rounding out the top 10, his maiden season with the club, is Matt Shurton in the number 40 Renault Clio 182, managing to overhaul barely the number 10. So great effort from both of those Renault Clios. And Richard Fowle coming home in 11th. Liam Place in the troubled Corolla, starting from the pit lane, coming home in 12th in the end. Kev Smith in the Honda Civic Type R in 13th, with Dominic Rose in the 119 Renault Clio coming home in 14th place. 15th, David Bellamy in the Peugeot 106 in 15th. Adrian Clark in the Porsche 928 in 16th place. And the father and son Coppock pairing in the Jaguar XJS in 17th place. David Sharp in the Lotus Elise S1 comes home 18th. Rob Hardy, the Viren Builders boss, in Bruce the Boxster, beg your pardon, in 19th place. With Charlie Ford in the number 20 Fiesta coming home in 20th. Glyn Davies, Lotus Elise 21st. Alan Wilshire, Ford Fiesta 22nd. Luke Johnson is the victor of the Puma Cup in 23rd overall. James Clare in the 100 Puma in 24th. Mark Lane in the Civic in 25th. Lee Powell in the lead of the Master RX-8 in 26th place, with Mark Jackson, the next Puma home, in 27th place. Alan Drain, the number 42 Boxster, comes home 28th. Stephen Ratledge in the Ford Fiesta in 29th. Bocock and Brain coming home in the Renault Clio in 30th. Gareth Cotgrove in his Puma comes home 31st. Paul McDonald in the Ford Fiesta SI in 32nd. David Mann in his Mazda RX-8 in 33rd. John Baker in the Satsuma Renault Clio 172 in 34th. In non-finishers, Roger Hamilton in his Ginetta G20. Richard Field in the Proton. Andrew Rollison in his Puma. Casey Wall in her Puma. Gary Barlow in the Integra. And the Hayes and Hayes Toyota Supra not finding the line, along with Michael Russell in his M336 Evo, and Paul Clothier in the 123 Renault Clio. I think only just all of the cars have come back into the pit lane. As you can see on camera, several cars have pulled over ready to have a chat to Kieran McGinley.
Well, that's an end to that race. Unfortunately, Stuart Dayburn is in the next race, so we won't be able to have a chat with him. What we can do, though, is have a chat to our second place driver in Andrew Windmill. Andrew, congratulations, second place and fastest lap. How was that out there? Because you've absolutely gone through that 2-litre bottle of water like it's absolutely nothing.
That was brilliant fun. really was. I mean, the first half of the race, the first sort of 3 cars just dicing, swapping for the lead. I mean, that's what we do this for. It was just brilliant fun. Adam and I were literally door handle to door handle, and it was as clean as you like. Absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, but I didn't expect to see anybody after the pit stop because of the 30-second penalty. So to see Adam and catch him and see P2 on the pit board, I'm just, speechless. But it was just really good fun. Really enjoyed it.
Was there any chance of catching Stewart in this one, or was the 30-second penalty just too much to overcome this time?
Apparently another 2 laps, but I'm not so sure. He was flying, and he was consistently flying. And, you know, with traffic, you have to give everybody, you know, let them get on with their race. So there's a few laps where you drop a few tenths, but just glad to be back in P2, glad to bring it home in one piece. It's a pretty warm day, and live to fight another day.
Absolutely. You spoke about the traffic. I mean, 40-plus cars out there. What's it like trying to manage through that?
What's it like? Yeah, I mean, you meet groups of cars having their own battle at the most inopportune moment, and I've got a button on the steering wheel that flashes the lights just to let people know I'm there. But, you know, if they're committed to a corner, you just have to try and pick your way through, maybe change down a gear. So it gets interesting, but you do your best.
Great stuff, Andrew. Congratulations on P2, and I'll let you to probably fill up that bottle of water again.
And finish it off again, yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations, well done. We'll have a chat now to our third place driver in Adam Brown. Adam, you had a great battle with Andrew there, and about less than a quarter of a second between you and Dave Griffin across the line there at the end. That was a bit of an eventful race for you.
It was, yeah. I mean, we were really strong at the start, which we didn't really anticipate to be up there with the modern classic cars, but we were really strong at the start, which was great. Brilliant battle with Andrew at the start. When we came into the pits, I'd lost the clutch. So when I went to pull off, I stalled. The lads pushed me as hard as they could to get me going as soon as possible, but that's where we lost a boatload of time to Andrew. And then the biggest mistake that I made was I came out of church and there was a white flag for a slow car, but it looked pink in the lights. I thought it was a code 60. I was alongside a back marker, so I braked to not overtake under code 60, and that's where Andrew got back up to behind me, and I couldn't quite get back past him again. But it was an awesome race. I say Dave Griffin caught me at the end. But I wasn't going to let him through as well.
No, definitely not. But, I mean, from your point of view then, your race had a little bit of everything. What was it like trying to keep on top of it?
It was quite difficult. I mean, massive credit to my dad and Tom on the pit board trying to at least tell me what was going on whilst I could try and figure out bits for myself. When I came out of the pits, I saw that the Stuart Dayburn in the TBR was down the road a little bit, so I could sort of gauge where I was roughly. But it wouldn't have been possible without the lads on the board, so massive shout out to them.
I would have loved to just have one more lap just to see what you could have done about Dave Griffin, keeping him behind you. Are you thinking the same on that one, or are you just happy to see that checkered flag?
I was happy to see the checkered flag, but I'm pretty confident I could have probably kept him behind. I say the AC Valve Alliance Fiesta is just absolutely on rails at the minute, so it's spot on, so I'm fairly confident I could have kept him behind on the angle.
Great stuff. Adam, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy that P3.
Brilliant. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And with that then, unfortunately, as we said, no Stuart Dayburn. He's in the next race. And the next race being the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports.
The second visit then of our Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports are in the holding area, absolutely resplendent. Doesn't look like they've turned a wheel. Well, they did battle earlier on in the second race of the day, and now they are lining up to for race number 6 of the day as a whole. Grid then, much the same as the first one, but we'll run through it nonetheless. On the front row is number 309, Danny Morris in his Peugeot, alongside Tom Carey in the number 31 Honda CRX. On row 2 is the number 4, the Ellis & Ellis Turbo Summing Lotus, alongside Craig Percy in the V8 Morris Minor. 63 takes 5th position, that's Jeff Beale in his Turbo Summing Lotus, alongside 184 Tim Mole in his Golf. Row 4 is the number 56 car of Tony Marion, alongside 351 of Darren Clayton in his Porsche. Row 5, Jamie Sturgis in his number 87 BMW, alongside the Nardoni pair in their 188 BMW. Row 6 is Andy Southcott following the 10th place penalty for winning the first race. Starts him in 11th position alongside number 26 Paul Dolan. Row 7 is Alex Thistlethwaite Got it right this time. In the number 68 car, alongside 156, John Hammersley in his Astra. Row 8 is 122, which is Jerry Bailey in the Rover SD1, alongside Colin Claxton in the number 86 car. Ray Barrow in the number 97 is alongside Donald Duarte in the 170. Row 10 is number 60, which is Paul Turner, alongside Steve Frey in the number 65 Mondeo. Row 11 is the 166 Thomas Brain car, alongside the number 92 Neil Vaughan in the Chevrolet Corvette. Row 12, number 93 is Gary Cole in the Citroen BX, alongside number 49 Matt Saunders. Row 13 is number 70. We didn't finish race 1, just finished the race that we've just seen. That's Stuart Dayburn in the CBR Tuscan. Jim Seward in the number 89 Triumph, alongside number 10, which is Thomas Hendry, alongside 501 Alex Childs, and finally number 76, which is Dean Clayton. So these are our retirees from the first Special Saloons and Motorsports race. Sounds like we've got a fair amount of noise down there. Are they being released? I can't see from this particular position. See some. I think some of the tin tops are actually still leaving the way. Oh no, we do have some action on track. The Special Saloons and Motorsports have been released for their second visit to this incredible circuit here in Thruxton. As always, Marcus, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, very much so. The Special Saloons and Mod Spots always spectacular, always quirky, and a good mix there with the Open Series cars as well. And it was amazing earlier on to see how well some of the less modified cars did in the field. Earlier on we had problems with Dylan Popovich's car, which shed its HT lead in the first race.
Oh dear.
He's got to go from right down the back. I think he can get it going again, but he said there were no guarantees. And I'm not sure that I can see it there. I can see Stuart Dayburn sort of starting right down near the back of the...
Dylan Popovich wasn't on this grid.
No,
so,
he hasn't made it out. So, but the car went into a kind of limp mode after that first race. And here they go then, rolling start. And a 10-place drop at the start for Andy Southcott, who won the early one. He's up into about 5th or 6th already at the rolling start.
Oh, side by side for John Hammersley in the Astra.
Jim Stewart out already, I'm afraid, in the TR8.
Oh, the Triumph still playing difficult for Jim Seward. Through Campbell Gobble Seagrave, then Danny Morris still leading the way. Craig Percy in the Morris Minor with the Ellis and Ellis Lotus. I can't say it. Lotus.
Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. That would be it.
Yes, right words, wrong order. Oh, look at Andy Southcott still carving his way through the field in his mighty MG.
Yeah, this is quite something, isn't it? There he is, behind Craig Percy in the Morris Minor, not for very long.
Goodness me, it's
absolutely charging. He's up into what looks to be third, fourth place. Third, isn't it?
I believe that's third, yes. So that's behind. Or they're coming into our sight now, and it looks like he's already having a go.
Morris out front.
That's second he's having a go with. But
second is the Talbot Sunbeam. That's the black.
That's the Ellis and Ellis car.
The Ellis one.
And he's going to have the inside line. I think they know it.
So no Tom Carey in this
no,
in this
indeed.
Race. He's missing.
The Honda CRX he's absent, unfortunately. So Danny Morris doesn't have his usual playmate. And he's going to have the company of Andy Southcott charging towards him very shortly.
Yeah, Percy's fourth. Tony Marion is in fifth place in the Porsche, which is going very, very nicely, the 944. And behind Tony Marion is Jeff Beale.
Thunderous roar of that Corvette C3 as usual. Oh, it's getting a little bit up close and personal coming through Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. Craig Percy's lost a spot to the Marion Porsche.
And he's got Paul Dolan in behind him with the orange Lotus Elan. Watch for Stuart Dayburn coming to.
Oh, well, there's Tom Carey.
Oh, there's Tom Carey. Yeah,
he was out, but alas, trouble has befallen him.
He was out, but he is now out.
He is very out. His trouble has befallen the Honda once again. was due to start alongside Danny Morris on the front row.
That was misfiring in the first race, apart from that sort of exhaust area fire, which was smoking at the end of quali as well. And that's pulled off just after Kimpton, hasn't it?
Has indeed. It's just out of our sight, I think, here. As that's Craig Percy being challenged by Jeff Beale. The blue Talbot Sunbeam Motors then trying to challenge the Morris Minor. Tony Marion still trying to fend off Paul Dolan in the 26.
Yeah, Tony Marion has been an instructor around Thruxton for many, many years, and he knows how to make that Porsche.
So he knows how many blades of grass there are.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Superb.
How many are stuck in his wheel room? Dolan goes through into Allard, takes that place.
The 2-litre Lotus Elan overcoming the Porsche 944. And Craig Percy keeping Jeff Beale behind at the moment. And how long he is able to hold that, we will see. Oh, there's another slow mover coming into the chicane.
That's that Golf again that had problems this morning, wasn't it? It's Clayton, isn't it?
Well spotted, yes, Dean Clayton. Alas, the new investment not working well. That's actually rolling backwards. That's not going to help.
But it's going again.
Oh, he's managed to probably threatened it with harsh words and got it back running again.
Basil 40 got beat it across the bonnet with a stick.
Beat it with a tree. Code 60 has been
wise to continue, I wonder. I'm not sure.
Well, he's chosen to do so. I would have thought bringing it back into the pits would have been the better option.
Code 45 at the moment. So here's Danny Morris, all on his own.
What's happened to Andy Southcott?
It's a very good point. Well, Andy Southcott is down the hill somewhere.
There. So Andy Southcott may well have had a problem of some description that's been exasperated by the fact that the marshals are now recovering Tom Carey's Honda, or Honda alike. How much actually comes from the Japanese manufacturer is debatable.
3/5 of nothing beyond the badge, as far as I could see.
That's the special Slings of Motorsport's way, isn't it?
Absolutely right. So 147.5 for Southcott.
Green flag racing once again. So it was indeed to recover Tom Carey's car.
Now the cars are all over the place. So the first three are well spread.
It's Jeff Beale on stream with Tony Marion right behind it. Paul Dolan just ahead. Craig Percy in the Morris Minor behind. I mean, that Morris Minor alone makes such a thunderous roar. It turns the head as it should at 6.7 litre V8.
It's absolutely stunning. And from the back of the, we've got Darren Clayton there. From the back of the grid, there is Dayburn. He is up into 9th place, ahead of Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ovaltine Camaro, 1968 Chevy Camaro, running number 68.
Army of cars coming past us as the stream has just picked up. The Sturgis.
Golf's going all right again now.
It does seem to have been.
It's got a pair of Alphas in its mirrors. He'll be pleased about
with
that.
With the Citroen BX and a Triumph Dolomite.
And then hardly moves out to the chicane. And so the Alphas go by.
It looks like he has got some kind of intermittent issue that he's trying to drive around, which probably isn't the wisest thing. But
yeah, it's Ian Titchmarsh, our veteran commentator of yore, would say. Shutting down probably to admire the Alfa Romeo 105 type cars for every beautiful angle.
Approved.
And there goes Danny Morris.
Completely on his lonesome.
Where is Southcott? He is
exactly what I just wondered.
Has he gone through? Has he gone through 10 seconds? He has. Morris, he's gone through 10 seconds up the road. So Morris has done a 150 on that lap. Southcott's gone. Disappeared into the distance.
Okay.
According to TSL here. They'd know. They've got the transponder access.
Well, true enough. We'll wait to see what's going on when they next come past us, but I didn't actually see. He was that fast, we didn't see him.
But a 150 for Morris.
Which would indicate a problem for Morris.
An issue somewhere out the back. Tyres have got cold again. Dolan is 4th, Beale is 5th, Marion is 6th, Percy is 7th, Dayburn.
Oh, there's Southcott just dancing past the Alphas who are enjoying their duel. So Southcott is is absolutely flying through. He's just catching Neil Vaughan in the earthquake-inducing Chevrolet Corvette C3. If you were to commandeer any one of these vehicles, Marcus...
Oh, of these? I just have a real soft spot for that Peugeot. I think it's absolutely stunning. And the fact they've done it all themselves with their friends at Holmes Racing. And I was instrumental in pulling together the Spirit of Art RPM kind of ethos around the car, and the wonderful stickers we had done in the wake of poor old Ricky Parker Morris's passing. I love that car. It's a great thing.
And Windows on Song, my God, is it incredibly fast.
But my favourite back in the day was it takes about 50 years, John Turner's Skoda Chevrolet, which was absolutely awesome.
Such a strange sentence to hear, isn't it? Skoda Chevrolet.
He built the car over the winter.
That's trouble.
That's gone bang, isn't it? Is that the Claxton Escort?
I think it is indeed. Yeah, that's the Claxton.
Pulled it together over a winter in the wood yard down in Stallbridge, Dorset. Did 25 races over 23 weekends. 9 wins and a class win, and just wonderful. So yes,
that's smoking is a bad habit at the best of times, but yes, that is. Hopefully, that isn't depositing liquids or what have you all over the place, as that is crawling its way back into the pit lane. So, not been a good day in the office for the 86 Escort. The rest of the field continuing along their merry way, very busy up there in Campbell Cobb and Seagrave at the moment.
The Peugeot is in trouble because Ellis now is
that's very slow.
A very clear second place.
Well, Danny Morris did allude that these things were fragile, and alas, disaster has struck the 501. I'll tell you what he's doing, Marcus. He's pulling over for you to go jump in and have a go. 50309, beg your pardon.
It's not healthy, so sadly he's out of the race. Amazes me to see the Citroen BX, which is the most unlikely race car.
Somewhat. I had wanted to catch up with Gary Cole and get the story on that, but sadly I didn't get a chance to. But that is quite an unusual vehicle. Mind you, I didn't actually... I asked you the question of which vehicle you would commandeer. I didn't answer it in return. And that's because I still can't make up my mind. They are all absolutely fabulous in their own way. Do I go with, well, for instance, we're looking at the Nardone BMW chasing the Camaro, or the 68
we've got the another spec of Camaro there, a later spec Camaro.
Ray Barrow,
who's won here in the past. And I know you like the Rover. The Rover's good.
I am somewhat partial because it is quite a rare in CSCC circles.
And the livery is great. That Toshiba livery, as raced by Kurt Tiemann, the Dane.
The European Championship.
Not his actual car, but one dressed to look like it.
Oh, that was a big hit off the curb there from the Nardone car. And slightly further down the field.
But the battles are all the way down the field, aren't they? There's no battling out front, that's for sure.
I love the Lurt. If I were to pick one, which would be exceedingly hard because they're all amazing cars, it would be this 92 Corvette coming past us. I would just love to try and tame 8 litres and what on earth that is like. Absolutely hopeless at it. I mean, I doubt I'd fit the thing. I'm not exactly small. But I wouldn't mind having a go. Well,
Daven's about to make another 3 places. He's got Percy, Marion and Beale ahead of him.
Bearing in mind he started from the back of the field, having not finished in the first of our special saloons and motorsports races. He's working his way through with that car eligible for future classics and modern classics because of the eras that car was built in.
They were great fun, those TVR Tuscans. Did a couple of rounds, one with the Rover.
Wish I would have seen grids full of them. I
raced one in the Rover when it had the Rover engine, and I tested one with the AJP, which was unbelievable. And then drove the AJP engine in a Formula 3000 Reynard at Pembrey.
Oh, wow. Bit of a difference.
Pretty impressive.
Speaking of Neil Vaughan, in the very Corvette I was whacking lyrical about.
Alphas are looking fantastic together, aren't they?
They do, and they are not leaving each other alone. They are keeping each other company and really pushing each other very, very hard indeed. There's Paul Dolan. There's little Lotus Elan. Generally seen in BMWs, but he's bringing out the Very brawl and very squiggly. Lotus land.
Yeah, that was getting a bit snaky, wasn't it?
Well, there could be fluid down from the retirements that we've had.
It
So
could well be. Here are the Alphas.
along with the Bone Shaker, Beale, Dayburn, Marion, Percy.
And look, if Beale is still there in fourth, but he's about to get deposed. There's 2.25 minutes to go.
Suspect he's going to be gobbled up here by the ever-charging Stuart Dayburn. Who are dancing around the Alfa Romeos as well. So we see again the C3 coming into Cabot Common Seagrave with an absolute huge flood of cars behind. Well, the Alphas have split up a little bit. Have we lost one? Oh no, there he is. They're split up slightly because there's a lot of other cars around them. So Beale getting through the inside. There goes Dayburn as well. I think Neilford just trying to get out, just trying to stay out of trouble.
There goes Southcote through for the 9th lap.
Oh, checker flag's out.
And it's been flagged early. Okay.
He's been flagged early. We've got there is someone stranded somewhere then. So Andy Southcott makes it 2 for 2 in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Second is the Ellis & Ellis Talbot Summoning Lotus, the car I couldn't say properly earlier on. And then Paul Dolan comes home in third. Second of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Jeff Beale will claim fourth.
No, he won't, because he's just been overtaken by Stuart
by
Dayburn up the
yes,
hill.
Yes. The Tuscan, the Battleship Grey Tuscan, with gives it a kick of the tail, coming through the chicane as well. Those tyres must be absolutely on fire by now. That's through indeed goes Dayburn into fourth, last to fourth, not bad effort whatsoever. With Jeff Beale rounding out the top 5. Tony Marion 6th, Craig Percy comes home in 7th. Here comes Darren Clayton in 8th.
Yep, and Alex Thistlethwaite's got through into 9th place as the race has progressed.
Ahead of the
Nardoni BMW. Luca Nardoni absolutely on his tail.
And John Hammersley chasing him home. And that leaves everybody, I believe. So that is going to be it for our Future Classics and Special Saloons and Mod Sports. We've only got 3 races left, Marcus.
We have.
All good things must come to an end.
But what do we have? We have coming up next the Ramea BMW Championship and Durham Builders Open Series returns for its 2nd race. Then the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Checkered Championship. They run together for their 2nd outing, and then at the end a 40-minute slipstreamer for 7th, the Magnificent 7th.
So provisional results then of race number 6 on today. Andy Southcott making it the double in the MG Elena Midget. Then it was Matthew Ellis that brought home the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus in 2nd place. Paul Dolan in the Lotus Land 3rd. Stuart Dayburn in his Titanic TVR Tuscan in 4th. Jeff Beale in 5th in his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Tony Marion in the Porsche in 6th. Craig Percy in the Morris Reiner in 7th position. Darren Clayton in his Porsche in 8th, with Alex Thistlethwaite in the Chevrolet Camaro in 9th, with the Nardoni pairing, the 180 BMW rounding out the top 10. The club chairman John Hammersley coming home in the Astra in 11th position, with Donald Dewar in the VW Golf GTI in 12th, Ray Barrow in the Camaro in 13th, with Jerry Bailey in the Rover SD1 in 14th, Jamie Sturgis in the BMW M535 in 15th, Paul Turner in the Suzuki SC100 in 16th place, Neil Ford in the Chevrolet Corvette C3 in 17th, the Thomas Brain 166 Alfa Romeo in 18th, Alex Giles in the Alfa 105 in 19th, Gary Cole in the Citroen BX in 20th, Matt Saunders in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint in 21st. And those not seeing the checkered flag were Danny Morris in the Peugeot, and Colin and Dean Claxton in the Escort and VW Golf respectively. Bit of a shame for them, but a great race nonetheless. And as always, we've got our top few parked up, ready to have a chat to Kieran McGinley.
So we're down in the pit lane now, or I should say down near Parc Ferme. Let's have a chat to Andy Southcott, our winner of today. It's 2 wins out of 2, Andy, and what a glorious car your MG Midget Space Frame really is.
Well, that's that guy over there. He's the one that built it. 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 of them I think he's built. But yeah, so thanks again to Mike, race engineer or whatever. I don't know what happened, because Tom obviously didn't get, well, we didn't think he got out, but then I think I passed him. So he must have got out. I don't know, unless it was another car. But I don't know what happened to Danny. There was a code 60, wasn't there? Was it code 60 where you got to slow down to 100 mile an hour? No, 60 kilometres. Sorry. Yeah. That was just a joke. And I don't know. And then he got away from me. I don't think he saw them. And then round the corner here, I don't know. He was going really slow. But then there was a green flag, and I just went. So, yeah, so I don't know what happened to Danny.
Yeah, he pulled into the pit lane not long after that, so, yeah, to retire. But still, take nothing away. 2 wins out of 2 for you today.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Yeah, I don't usually go that well here, so, yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks to the marshals and the flag lady. Thanks very much.
Oh, great stuff, Andy. Go and drink your water. Get some water in you. Congratulations on win 2 out of 2. Let's have a chat to Matthew Ellis, who 2nd overall winner of the Future Classics. Matthew, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Matthew, class win, 2nd overall. How are you feeling after that?
It's all right. A bit warm. It's all right. Nice meander around the countryside, looking out the sights. No, it's really good. The car's incredible as always. At one point I thought I might be able to keep them all in sight, and then the code 60 happened and they all just vanished. And I was just on my own, like, all right, fair enough. So, yeah, plodded around. But it's such a good car, just joy to drive. And just, yeah, thank you obviously to my dad, my sponsors that get us here. But love being here, it's brilliant. What a car.
Of course, Martin was out in this car this morning, wasn't he? Or at least earlier this afternoon. But obviously you've done this great car a great service. But I'll leave you to get on with it and celebrate. Congratulations on 2nd place. I think we've just got enough time for one more interview. Let's see if we can have a quick chat to Paul Dolan here. Paul, just a quick chat for you because we've got the next race getting ready underway. Yeah. 3rd place though, 2nd in class. Yeah, how are you feeling?
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely made up. Yeah, I started from 12th, so I didn't think I'd get that far up the grid. So yeah, absolutely. And I had a bit of an incident in race 1, so to come back from that, yeah, well happy.
Great stuff. And I have to say, black overalls in this weather is a good, interesting choice.
Yeah, well, what can you say? Can't afford 2 sets, so, you know, at least black doesn't show the dirt so much.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Paul, and congratulations on 3rd place. Up next, though, it is the Ram Air BMW Championship and Verum Builders Open Series.
Leaving the holding area then is our 7th race of today's festivities. As Kieran's explained, that's the Ram Air BMW Championship and the Verum Builders Open Series. So a split grid again. Let's have a run through of who starts where for the 7th race of today. It is Graham Crowhurst on the number 15 car alongside Nathan Wells on the front row. Row 2 is 47 Niall Bradley alongside Matty Evans in his number 62 Absolute Monster. Row 3, 89 Michael Vituli alongside 32 James Card. Row 4 is 27 Paul Cook alongside 612 Adrian Bradley. Row 5 is number 26 Brian Branson alongside 76 Jason West. Row 6 is number 25 Ben Pearson alongside number 78 Ronan Bradley. Row 7 is number 17 John Wyatt and the number 33 Taylor and Beckett car. On row 8 is number 82 Giuseppe Calari alongside number 43 David Griffin, and the final row of the BMWs is number 44 Oliver Neves alongside number 10 Ian Crisp. Now for our Verum Builders Open Series, they'll be starting behind. Well, hopefully we won't have the same kind of difficulties we had last time around. So starting on the front row for the Verum Builders Open Series is going to be the 136 car Oliver Smith alongside number 6 Jonathan Strickland. Then the 189 car Bruce Wilson alongside number 67 Darren McCormack. Then is 134 Richard Green alongside number 236 Clinton Ewan. 31 Ross Irvine alongside 911 Adrian Clark. Then it's Martin Dolan, number 7, alongside 420 Kev Smith. And finally, it is number 9, Dylan Popovich, alongside 141 of Oliver Gemmill. What a series we've got here. They come looking absolutely resplendent in the Hampshire sun.
Yeah, behind that awesome safety car, which represents BMW very nicely at the front in that lurid shade of parakeet.
It's something quite spectacular, isn't it?
It is. You're going to miss that in a hurry, aren't you?
It's actually dark. It's pitch black. It's just that thing that's actually illuminating everything in the countryside.
Yes, the stripy car of Graham Crowhurst is back on pole. Nathan Wells with that kind of, it's almost stars and stripes, IMSA liveried E46 GTR BMW alongside. Then we've got the black cars on row 2 of Bradley. Bradley in 47, and then Matty Evans, who with the 1M Coupe 4-litre car, he should get the power down really well and may well challenge on the opening part of the first lap as they'll funnel into the complex at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Looking at that next group of cars, and I don't see any sign of the Dylan Popovich.
Sadly, nor do
Chevrolet.
I.
So that's gone, fallen by the wayside. That means that Ollie Smith still leads that section in the 136, the bronze BMW, one of 2 BMWs that's not in the BMW pack, if you see what I mean.
I think we've lost someone from next to Mr. Green. Well,
yes,
we'll have to wait.
the 6th car in that open pack has gone. Only 7, but there are only 6 open runners now left.
But either way,
snarl the BMWs. Matthew Evans didn't make a good start. In fact, he's 3 from the back as they get to Allard, so it didn't quite work for him.
Huge amount of wheel spin for Nathan Wells. The car almost sideways in the road as they come down to the complex for the first time in anger. Already a lock up there.
Oh, something's very, very deep on the outside.
That's Wells.
He's kept it together.
He's been struggling with his car all day, hasn't he? There's pace there, but
trying to make it stop, as he said, was a bit of an issue, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of braking going on here, but there is somewhat significant braking going on as the BMWs now work their way through the Hampshire countryside. All so far so good. No one coming to grief, but Nathan Wells, a horrendous start. Yeah, Matty Evans towards certainly the back half of the field.
Tyre getaway, just didn't hook up at all. Only when he got a little bit of torque, play did he get through. Crowhurst then from.
That's Branson. That's Brian Branson.
Got less bother than Arva. And
there's issues there. So something's gone horribly wrong that's pitched him off into the grass, as that's a challenge there from the 76 car on Nathan Wells. So it's Nathan Wells' day going from bad to worse, it would seem, and then a bit of a kick of the tail as well. That's Jason West that is putting the pressure on that GTR, but it is still positioned to Nathan Wells. So it's Crowhurst from Vituli from Bradley, your top 3. Here comes into the pits with somewhat rearranged front. Here's Brian Branson.
Yeah, Brian Branson went off on the outside of Church, and the front spoiler buckled underneath. And he filled the rads, oil coolers, etc., with grass, and it immediately started to smoke a bit. So at that point, you come into the pits, and that's the day over.
Matty Evans alongside, that's Pearson, Ben Pearson in the Turbo 2 series, who was a little bit on and off the pace in their first race. Matty Evans manages to get past him. So then now the turbocharged, the little Beamer's got to try and do something that's not going to do anything against the next Bradley that's coming through. So that is trying to identify which one of the...
that's the Bradley with the Advan Yokohama colours, isn't it?
I think it's Adrian Bradley in the 612 car. Oh, a little bit further up front. That's Nathan Wells is in trouble because he was fairly easily overtaken there by Paul Cook in the 27 car. Is that going to be Nathan Wells with this? No, he's continuing. So perhaps it was a bad run on the way down towards, or he's just being a bit more cautious on the base. And in comes the aforementioned 612 car. So that is Adrian Bradley.
And Ben Pearson in as well.
And
so
it's not a pit stop race.
They both called it a day.
Well, we know that Ben Pearson was struggling with that car in the first race, but the way Adrian Bradley was running okay, but he's just pulled that one straight into the paddock. It's almost like Ben Pearson's come to rest and waiting for his pit crew to come out, but afraid no one's going to join you there, sir. It's Graham Crowhurst continuing to build up a lead then over Michael Vajuli. You see that's Nathan Wells then trying to get that position back from Paul Cook. Doesn't manage to do so for now, but a mighty GTR is proving a little bit troublesome for him.
Pearson going back out again, Chris.
Curious, unless he felt he jumped, unless he was advised to serve some kind of stop-go penalty, but not. Well, the only reason you do that is if you jump the start. Either way, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all together.
Yeah, Vituli, Bradley, Cook. In fact, Bradley, Wells, Cook, and West.
Indeed. There's Jason West in the Underscore sponsored car, the specialist recruitment firm. Nathan Wells scoring the fastest lap at the moment. That's with some traffic to deal with, so he's had enough free space to get the horses to gallop, but there's Michael Vajuli at the lead of this particular pack.
Ollie Smith ahead of the opens, but he's now clawed his way past the...
That's another Bradley in. That's Ronan Bradley now coming into the pits. Another one. They're all coming in. What on earth is going on? We've got several cars that have come into the pits. Number 33 is very, very slow. That's the Beckett-Taylor car.
You almost wonder, and that's got Dean Beckett in it. Yes, the 7 was called in, stop and go. He's gone out again.
Away goes Niall Bradley again. Oh, Ronan Bradley, beg your pardon. The number 78 car, and that was very quick. So that was more, I think that was more precautionary. It's Michael Vajuli under pressure now for second position. That is Niall Bradley, as I mentioned earlier.
Car, that's right. And Nathan Wells chasing them down. Then the gap back, and then you've got 76 there, which is the car of West, isn't it? Just ahead of Cook. They've changed places again.
I wonder if some of the BMWs are just absolutely cooking their tyres, because now Nathan Wells really up to speed, as that's a big move from Niall Bradley on the inside line, and then the tail getting a little bit lively coming through the complex. Gets out of Campbell through Cobb, and can he hold on to it through Seagrave? Michael Vajuli trying to get the momentum. He's caught the inside line. Here comes Nathan Wells now.
And Wells round the outside. Look at that. This is fantastic. Up to the long curve that just goes out of our sight. It's the left-hander. He's made it through.
That's 2 positions that Michael Vajuli has lost in as many corners.
Yeah, so that once the door was opened, we saw Nathan Wells take no second invitation to go through it.
There's Crowhurst with a lapped number 78 right behind him. Now you've got second, third and fourth with Julie, Bradley and Wells, not in that order.
And here comes Nathan Wells. Can he stop it when he gets to the top of the hill? He's had problems with braking today.
Only one way to find out. He's trying to line up to the inside line. Racing room given on the inside by Bradley. Wasn't needed as Nathan Wells couldn't commit to it. Then you got West, Cook and Evans. Matty Evans is now, he's starting to get some life out of that E92 emblazoned number 62. We will see another fastest lap by Crowhurst as Wells tries to get alongside Bradley. No such dice coming up to the complex once again. Now Niall Bradley's been braver on the race than Nathan Wells so far, and that served him in the defence coming up into the complex. As they're now catching the back of Ronan Bradley. Great exit from Seagrave though for Nathan Wells. Is this an opportunity for him to wrestle second from the number 47 car of Niall Bradley? Oh, is Bradley going to block Bradley? There's not many times you'll hear that sentence in correct context. Well, I mean, Ronan Bradley isn't really doing anything wrong. He just
he's had to jump on the brakes, and that's advantage for Tully momentarily, but they were 2.5 abreast around their Wagon Village.
There was a case,
and he's come through on the inside, I think, Nathan Wells. He has. He's bustled through. They're passing the Porsche 928, and Vitulli is trying to use that as an opportunity to get past Niall Bradley.
And here comes West as well. He's gotten past Vitulli, so Vitulli's lost another spot. Now the underscore emblazoned car is going to try and do a move here. No, Niall Bradley, what a move! Outside line through the chicane. Take a bow. That was superb.
And Nathan Wells coming back at him, jabs the brakes on the inside.
Side by side coming through Allard once again is Wells back up into second, Bradley third, West now fourth, Vituli fifth, Evans and Cook all together, all arguing for second place. Into the complex once again. This is as many. There isn't a backmarker in this lot. They are all fighting for second. That's second to seventh, all in that particular battle. So Wells now starting to get a bit of traction and starting to give himself a bit of breathing space to his pursuers. Then you've got Niall Bradley, who's now being challenged by West, the underscore car, trying to get alongside. Can't quite do it yet. Vituli still has a great ringside seat. The battle ahead of him. Then it's Evans, who is riding in the tyre tracks of the red BMW of Vituli, with Paul Cook expectating the whole lot. That's the back marker trying to get out of the way. Matty Evans looked like he was trying to commit to a move. Not quite. Couldn't get alongside Michael Vituli on this occasion.
Crowhurst way ahead, isn't he?
11 plus seconds.
This is the car that the engine was out of it on Tuesday.
Oh my goodness. That's Matty Evans having a go at Michael Vituli. That's another spot lost for the 89 red BMW as the Liquid Molly in Blazon number 62 gets through. Such a great livery on that car. Michael Vituli thinks about a counter-attack coming into Allard. Can't do it. Matty Evans shuts that door and he's now eyeing up Niall Bradley to have a go at him. Jason West, excuse me, Niall's up in third. So Jason West is actually Matty Evans' next target. So Nathan Wells couldn't actually get away. So he did have a small advantage leading into this lap, but that advantage is gone and Niall Bradley is dragging everybody else with him. So Nathan Wells has no breathing space at all.
Yeah, he's tried to open a little bit coming down to the sweepers after the complex. As they go down towards Village, etc. The big battle is behind him where looks like West is trying to unseat Bradley. And at the moment, Niall Bradley just about holding on. Matty Evans having a go as well. He's in there pitching too with the V8 car.
Evans is absolutely flying. So he's hustling West. He's been doing a pretty good job.
Desperately trying to make up those places he lost at the start.
At the start, yeah. It was just all came undone. So Jason West has been
outside. On the... Oh, he comes up the outside and goes round one of them. He's in really deep.
Couldn't quite claim both. He
got one.
Slightly upsets Jason West there, who's been on the podium twice in the championship so far. We didn't see Jason West in Alton Park.
That was a scrabble, wasn't it?
Somewhat, yeah. Then Michael Vituli gets into the slipstream as well with Paul Cook. So there's still now 4 cars arguing for what is essentially third. It's a little bit of breathing space for Nathan Wells and Niall Bradley, but let's see how long it lasts for. Oh, that's a lot of back markers. That's West gone very deep into the complex, into the pits. Comes number 33 as the Beckett and Taylor car was going very, very slowly earlier on.
Dean Beckett in this race.
Yeah, they were trundling over the line a couple of laps ago. They've decided to call it a day. But Matty Evans has as much breathing space as he's had all race long. Had to work his way back on a recovery drive from that horrendous start. Matty Evans starting in 4th place now.
Back to 4th.
And back into 4th. It's taken him this long to get there. Here comes Nathan Wells catching the back of the number 8 car. There's a number 8. I don't have a number 8, but I'm not sure who it is he's exactly catching there, but whoever it is, he's dispatched. Oh, number 6 car. It's Jonathan Strickland, excuse me. So Strickland staying out of the way as the next wave
Bradley
of
and Evans now is the next battle, and here they are on screen. That 62 car with the very sinister looking paint job on it.
Superb looking car, and that's Strickland. Very, very awkward spot for him to be in, and he's doing absolutely the right thing, staying out of the way. Of course, he can't completely vanish. It is up to the faster car to make their way past the slower one, but the slower one has to stay predictable.
Yeah, that's right. You can't just evaporate in that set of circumstances, but much as you'd like to sometimes.
Yeah, you're not expected to just jump off the road and compromise your own race entirely. As long as you stick to the line you're committed to, then the faster car will make their way past
the briefing. Stick to your guns, stick to your line, don't move. let the others find their way past you. They're probably more experienced, they've got quicker cars. And down the outside comes Matty Evans down towards Church. Is he going to get past Bradley? He's got past, and he's kept it within the grey stuff. That's quite important there at Church when you're doing probably 140 miles an hour.
Absolutely so. Another position gain for Matty Evans, and he's catching John Wyatt in the gold-coloured BMW Mini. It just manages to get that one done before he commits through the chicane. Oh, Bradley has to wait until after the chicane to get past the jeweller from Hatton Garden in London. Even though he's somewhat outgunned, there's still 300 horsepower at John Wyatt's disposal. But I fear that in this field that seems somewhat diminutive, which is a bit of a shame to say. But John Wyatt, a regular in our Turbo Tin Tops category. It's another one that fortunately we haven't seen this weekend. But will definitely be joining us for future CSCC events.
Tell you what, this car, beautifully driven, the open leader, Ollie Smith's bronze BMW, is deceptively quick in a straight line. It's a narrow bodied car, it doesn't have the big frontal area. It looks so well driven.
Absolutely so. It's coming through shot once again is Nathan Wells. Matty Evans is just destroying the gap. A new fastest lap of the race by Graham Crowhurst at 1:18.7. So still feeling the need to push despite the fact he's long gone down the road.
And a very smoky red car here coming through. That's
Spatuli. Oh, that's a big failure there. So into the pits.
Saw the puff coming up Woodham Hill. That's still hanging, lingering, kind of over the top of the track.
Oh dear. Quite a catastrophic failure then on Vituli's BMW. He has pulled that one into the pits as soon as he could do. As we see Matty Evans continuing to try his best to whittle away his gap to the GTR of Nathan Wells. It was around 2.5 seconds, give or take, last time around. Personal best as well from Matty Evans, 1:19.3. Gained 1.1 seconds on his prey last time around. That's getting very busy for Jason West and Niall Bradley behind Bruce Wilson, who's he's going to feel really small in that Caterham, surrounded by the Beamers. There's a lot of pace in Caterham, don't get me wrong, but a bit more grunt in the BMW spec cars. So Jason West then continuing to keep the pressure. Is he going to try and move coming down into this chicane? He's a little bit too far back on this occasion. Niall Bradley remains in 4th place at the moment. Jason West doing what he can to usurp the 47 car. Has a look, we're not close enough into Allard.
1:19.24 for Matty Evans that time, a new personal best as he reeled in Nathan Wells.
1.3 seconds last time around, and that's the gap this time around. So
if only you get it off the line.
If only you get it off the line. Easy for us to say. I mean, I'd love the opportunity to try.
But when you snatch 13th from 4th on the group within about 100 yards, there's something's not kind of quite gone right.
No, that's somewhat against the game plan. Still, Jason West doing what he can, tries to commit to the inside line on Niall Bradley, can't do it. Niall Bradley, that's too deep.
No, that's West. That's West off into the grass, isn't it? And he's going to go round. But meanwhile, Matty Evans has caught Nathan Wells, and as they come through the left-hand kink up Woodham Hill, they are into the braking area. Round the outside comes Matty Evans. He's done enough to get through. And Wells has got ready sideways. He's spun, and he's going to get going again, but he's going to...
he's rolling backwards back onto the circuit. Oh, my goodness me.
Here comes the rest of them.
Well observed there from Pearson. It was the next car on scene. That is a stranded BMW. That is almost, if Nathan Wells can't get that going, that is going to be a red flag. Absolutely convinced of it. He doesn't look like he's able to get number 23 going again. That's a huge shame. That was a great battle that was forming. But alas, a little bit too late on the brakes. That sent the 23 round.
You almost wanted to lock the brakes on.
Oh, there was a cough and a splutter from it then. But either way, still not moving. No sign yet of the race being stopped. They are continuing.
Here comes Crowhurst, the race leader.
The BMW's being very, very cautious past Nathan Wells there. And then getting up to speed again.
Checkered flag I can see.
Yeah.
And it goes out to Graham Crowhurst at 14 laps.
And Mr. Crowhurst very, very happy about it, and quite rightly so, because he really was unchallenged.
Matty Evans is going to be second. Great recovery drive from him.
He gave that 62 a right old bootful coming out of the chicane. Why not?
A right ragging.
Jumps up to second as a result. Can't blame him, really.
Now Bradley is going to be third. Fourth is going to be 27, which is Paul Cook. Fifth is going to be James Card. And in sixth place is going to be the recovering Jason West after that huge moment at Church. You can see he was on the grass going downhill and wondering where it was all going to end up.
Well, I think it's fair to say now that the car is not going to be moved as Nathan Wells is no longer in it.
Yes,
so
trudging off.
What a shame. He's had such incredible pace, but alas, failing at the last has brought about premature end to what's been a fantastic pair of races for our BMW Championship and Virenbira's Open Series. We'll wait for our podium 3. So Graham Crowhurst, Niall Bradley and Matty Evans to make their way back. They haven't returned to us just yet, but they will do.
Comes Ollie Smith. He's actually yet to finish lap 14.
A superb effort from him as well.
Like, he may well just go straight into the pits here, but
which he does.
He's a long way ahead of the rest in the Open.
I think he was right ahead of Crowhurst when the checkered flag came out, so he may have thought that.
Yeah.
But either way, he will have deemed to have crossed the line even if it was in the pit lane. And the field continuing their cool-down lap. Provisional results then for this event with the background of Nathan Wells' still stranded car. Graham Crowhurst taking the double in his E46. Niall Bradley is classified second in his E46 with Matty Evans. Superb recovery drive in his 1N Coupe. Paul Cook in his 46. In fourth with James Card in his E46. In fifth with Jason West in the underscore E46. In sixth, Oliver Smith, the first of the Open Series cars in his E36 Evo. In seventh, Ben Pearson in the 2 Series Turbo. In eighth, with Bruce Wilson in the CSR Superlight. In ninth, Jonathan Strickland in his E46 in 10th. Darren McCormack in his 420R in 11th, with Richard Green in his Caterham 420R in 12th. John Wyatt in his BMW Mini Cooper SR56 in 13th place. Ronan Bradley in his number 78 M336 in 14th. The stranded Nathan Wells classified in 15th position in the E46 GTR. Adrian Clark in the 911 Porsche 928 GTS Cup car in 16th place. Those not seeing the flag were Michael Vituli in his E46, the Taylor and Beckett number 33 car, Adrian Bradley in the 612, and Brian Branson scooping up some grass in his 26 car, not seeing the flag as the recovery operation goes on for the number 23 for Nathan Wells. We'll hand down to Kieran McGinley to have a chat with our top 3.
Wow, a fantastic battle there all the way throughout. And here we've got Graham Crowhurst's car, but no Graham Crowhurst at the moment. I think he's all the way over there. But let's see if we can have a jump in and have a chat to our race winner. 2 wins out of 2 for him. Let's have a see if we can chat to him. Graham, yeah, hand over your stuff. Graham, 2 wins out of 2. And you made that look easy. How was it out there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happens to everyone else. I just couldn't believe that my mirrors were empty after what 2 laps or something. I just, got a good start, which I'm not renowned for in other championships. And just hooked up, went, I think it was Michael Vitulli behind me. Just got my head down really. And then, the next time I looked, there wasn't really anyone there. So, I was listening to every noise and just thinking, please, just get me home now. So, really good, really happy.
Yeah, it was a mammoth P2 battle behind you. That's why you managed to get the lead. But it's quite nice when you have a lead like that, is it?
I mean, it is. I'll take it every day of the week. But, I do want to battle as well. I do want to earn it a little bit. I mean, I've earned it in a different way, but it is nice to have battles as well. But, no, I'll take it every day of the week after the year I've had so far.
Well, congratulations, Graham. 2 out of 2. I'll go and let you celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Let's see if we can find Niall Bradley. Here he is, Niall, who's second place on the road. Niall, second place for you this time. Yeah. Beaming smile on your face.
Yeah, we have a bit of time to find though to keep up with that man. Credit to Graham. Flying. Happy. We've been chipping away. We've been playing with suspension all day. Try this, try that, because we really want to try and dial the car in to get the best that we can from it. And I feel like if we just stick to one thing all the time, you never really know. So we're doing some things and we're going backwards. We're doing other things, we're going forwards. But we'll get there. Enjoyed that. Really good race.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and great battle for P2 as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't really much of a battle for me, to be honest. Matty, Nathan got past quite easy. Matty, then there was a bit of a battle. We had a better race in race 1, but he got past. So, to be honest, I was just fighting the whole race, and I kept looking at my mirrors. I was just like, who's coming next? It was just a matter of getting to the checkered flag. But look, we got here and ended up and we're second, so we'll take that.
Well, get your feet up, relax, you've earned it. Congratulations on P2.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Niall. And let's see if we can have a chat to one more driver in Matthew Evans. He's over here in the Dayglow and matte black livery. Matty, you're P3 on the road on our standings, so we'll talk to you as a P3. How was it out there?
Yeah, it weren't too bad. I mean, it's better than today for some reason. The car just gripped this afternoon, but start was terrible. Start was awful. I mean, I was almost plumb last, I think. Almost stalled it, but managed to catch it before the revs died, and then it was graft from there, really. So, I mean, these guys were having a good battle. Michael Vitulli made it hard work to get past him, so I enjoyed it, really enjoyed it. So to finish second on the track, I have had a penalty, but to finish second from where I started, I'm really pleased with that. So, yeah, good, enjoyed it.
Great stuff. Congratulations on the P3, Matthew, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. That's Matty Evans there. So up next now, it's the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship.
Our final returning grid of the day, our penultimate race of today, is the MG Trophy and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. They're already on the field, so let's get through this grid once more. Number 156, Andrew Harper, takes the pole position alongside number 7, Tom Lenthorpe. 67, Colin Philpott, is alongside James Ram. These two Jaguar veterans crossing swords once again for row 2. Row 3, Michael Seaborn in the 24 car alongside Chris Boone in the 139. In row 4 is number 17, Ewan Spooner, alongside 58, Michael Atkinson. On row 5 is Andrew Maynard in the 163 car, alongside David Ringham in number 45. Row 6 is Mark Bennett in the number 82 car, alongside Colin Porter in the number 3. In row 7 is number 34, Charles Jackson, alongside 56, James Wall. The final Jaguar is number 14, Jack Robinson. Only a few MGs to speak of, but wow, did they put on a show last time. Very much looking forward to the same for this time around. Number 1, Tyler Ballard, is on pole position for the MGs. They will start a few rows behind the Jaguars as they did last time. The brightly coloured number 31, Fergus Campbell, joins him on the front row there. 248, Jack Woodcock, is joined by number 88, James Cole. And number 39, James Blake, is joined by number 20, Matthew Harvey, at the back of the MG field.
So I think in that first race, Chris, it was the speed of the MGs, the way they carved their way through the field, that was hugely impressive, wasn't it?
It was the lack of difference as well between the MGs and the top of the Jaguars, let alone the back of them, is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, a lot of bang for your buck in an MGZR, clearly, and it's a shame there are only 6 of them, and the higher powered class not represented at all.
No, a bit unfortunate there, but that is the nature of the beast as the brightly coloured Rammer BMW pulls in, as our big cats then work their way through some
Colin
people.
Philpott giving his a big squirt.
Some more exuberant than others. Through the chicane then comes our field of big cats, very shortly followed by the MGs.
We've got kind of Motul big cat, we've got kind of silk cut, we've got another type of era of silk cut liveries out there, flavour of Castrol down there, and yeah, what a mix. And then of the MGs, the number 1 car, last year's champion, is Tyler Ballard, and the blue car 31 is the Dayglow car of Fergus Campbell. We've got 248 is the white car that is next up.
Jack Woodcock.
Jack Woodcock, yeah. And we've got Graham Cole, haven't we?
James Cole.
James Cole in the 88. And then we've got the 2 cars which are pretty similarly liveried at the back.
They are somewhat, which is fine at distance. So 39, James Blake, is starting alongside number 20, Matthew Harvey. Cars lined up in position. We'll get the green flag going for the penultimate race of today. There he goes. Green flag doth wave. The impatient wait for the lights to come on.
So it's Harper and Lenthal on the front row. Harper and the silk cut car, supercharged car on the inside. Lenthal on the outside. And Colin Philpott trying to come between and made a good initial getaway. Then when he came to snatching second, it wasn't quite so good. Ooh, 3 there became 2 as Seaborn. And I'm trying to think which one that was. The grey car on the outside chopped past one of their rivals.
Atkinson, 58.
Atkinson, yeah. Harper's only 3rd into the complex. There go the MGs. Fergus Campbell gets the jump on Tyler Ballard initially. James Cole is 4th.
It was mainly a tale of I say mainly a tale of the top 2, but then it became the top 4, the top 2, top 4, and then all of them at one point. So it was a real scrap between the MGs, with the Jaguars still trying to sort out that 24 Michael Seaborn.
One of them looked like it was losing some fuel through there, the purple car.
That's Michael Seaborn's car. It's brightly coloured. The MGs all in formation at the moment. It's Campbell from Ballard at the current moment, but they'll get into their stride. They gave us a lot of fighting last time. I have no doubt they'll do the same again.
That's Ram and Philpott up the hill. Philpott brakes later than Ram, but up front it is Tom Lenthal, isn't it, who leads in the number 7 car, and he's working really hard. Harper's down to 4th. Chris Boone in the Cofcats supercharged XK8 next up.
Through they keep streaming, and now the MGs entering the chicane. Tyler Ballard really had to get out of that. Ferguson didn't have a too good entry there, and that's bunched up 5 of the 6 MGs. The number 39 car, that's Blake, has fallen a little bit off the back of his fellow MG runners, but Markham absolutely flying through Allard once again. Oh, that's Cole going for an inside line there. You can hear the superchargers of the Jaguars, their next targets, a little bit further down the road, but they're staying really bunched up coming through the complex. No harm, no foul. They all survive to lap another lap.
Yeah, and still Fergus Campbell out front of the MGs in the Dayglow car. Tyler Ballard content at this point in the race to track him. It looks like now we've got James Cole in 3rd. Here is a battle for position. Let's battle for the lead, and it was Philpott has taken the lead, but Lenthal's coming back, and on the inside, is he going to outbrake Philpott? Well, they're side by side. They won't surely fit through. Philpott straight lines it, but he felt he had to. There was no way, certainly off the curbs, and he keeps the advantage on track. Lenthal now in behind him, but Lenthal threaded the needle, and it looked as though Philpott decided, it's not going to quite happen.
May earn the eye of the stewards, but either way, Philpott remaining in the lead. Lenthal, oh my goodness me, side by sides with the MGs as well. Well, there's a bit more room for them to go side by side because there's a lot less car involved.
The sixth one has nearly caught them.
They have indeed. So they're all together once again. Now Ballard leads the way. No, he doesn't. Beg your pardon. That's Ballard's actually down to fourth in the MGs. So a bit more fighting to do there. The top two Jaguars still having an argument. So Philpott still ahead of Lenthal. Ram is not far behind them. So three of the XJSs still squabbling now. It's Campbell from Cole, from Ballard, your top three MGs. Tyler Ballard trying to get the momentum on James Cole. Can't do it though, has to slot in behind. Oh, was that a bit too deep there for Philpott? Not quite. The Powerwell Jaguar still remaining in the lead. Now this was where Lenthal was able to get the momentum. He's forced to the outside line this time. It looks like he's going to slot in behind, but that's allowing James Ram to close in little by little behind them. That's a little bit uncomfortable for Philpott there, but no room for Lenthal to get his horses galloping at all.
Yeah, Lenthal has a look up the inside into Allard, and he had a probe, but had to back off out of it. But it was a valid effort.
Fastest lap then from James Ram. He's the one following on, although TSL screen is actually showing as Colin Philpott with the fastest lap. Not on that occasion. Oh, that's trouble! That's trouble for Cole. He's got the chicane quite wrong. He's now behind Fergus Campbell alongside Taylor Ballard. So outbraking himself into the chicane was the 88. He's conceded second in the MGs. They are catching the back of the Jaguars now, so they're now going to have to bear that in mind when they're trying to do their side-by-sides. There's Fergus Campbell. The next couple of Jaguars who are still squabbling for wooden spoon avoidance in the Jaguars.
And you can smell the aroma of oil and tyres, can't you?
Eau de Pirelli, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Eau de Dunlop, probably. Here they come then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is indeed the entire pack of MGs swarming to make the Jaguars' life a little bit more complicated. Here we go again. It's the tale of Lenthal and Philpott.
Getting big cars stopped from that kind of speed up Woodham Hill is not easy. Great flame out from the leader through the chicane. Colin Philpott, bit of unspent fuel in the end of the exhaust there, just ignites, and that was super spectacular.
Putting on a show. Nicely done, Colin Philpott.
James Ram not quite close enough to appreciate it. Harper's dropped back into a kind of no man's land, as has Boone. And here comes the Dayglow car. And I wasn't going to miss that in the mirrors.
No, he doesn't need his lights on really to make himself any more obvious. As now
but it's all going to get kind of concertinaed, isn't it? And the last of the MGs got sort of hung out to dry there. That was the number 39 car, James Blake. Having said that, he's holding on the inside through Allard and may yet be able to get back with them as they work their way through the first of the Jags.
It is Charles Jackson. That is the tail end of the Jaguars, and the MGs are now navigating as they are now catching up to Andrew Maynard in the Castrol flavoured Jaguar, who's gone a little bit deep, probably feeling the need to perhaps do a bit of avoidance there. Either way, the race continues. There's the next one of our turbocharged XK8s, fending off the advances of Ewan Spooner. That's is that Jack Robertson? No, that's the 58 car. That's Michael Atkinson that is trying to hang on to his position. Numerous battles going on through the field. We're fast approaching halfway in this race. Still Lenthal on the tail of Philpott. They are continuing to build that gap actually to James Ram. That's now up to 3.1 seconds back to the third place Jaguar.
Yeah, Harper is next through in the supercharged S-Type R. And then Boone with the supercharged Covcats.
Cole getting a bit.
XK8.
Cole getting uncomfortable again, coming into the braking zone for the chicane, but he's gotten past Ballard for second in the MGs.
It's down to 4 in the MG pack in terms of the lead battle. 2 black ones have been shaken off.
It's Jack Woodcock trying to make a move, or at least trying to get alongside Tyler Ballard. Not able to do it.
During the Lappery that they all got separated. Prior to that, there were 6.
There must be an anecdote for Ballard and Allard, but I'm sure we'll find it at some point. And it's still, I won't say comfortably in the lead, but certainly leading the way. Here's once again Fergus Campbell. Even though there's less of them, they are still putting up one hell of a show. Oh, that's Lenthal off! Tom Lenthal in the number 7 car has gone off backwards at the chicane. Huge amount of smoke. I think that's tyre smoke. There's the number 7 that's come to the rest. He's going again.
Yeah, he's going again, but is there any bingling down the side?
Doesn't look it.
It looks like he's got away with that.
It depends what went wrong, whether it was driver error. He's carrying on though.
Yeah, side of it's still straight, so lucky boy.
Well, very lucky boy. It was a huge lockup. His tyres will feel horrible as Michael Seaborn now kicks up a bit of debris. That cat's sick. Tom Lenthal was not able to defend against Seaborn whatsoever as the MGs almost being rejoined by Harvey and also the 2 black MGs behind. There goes Ballard on the inside of Cole once again for second in class. Coming through Allard. And did he complete the move? They've gone out of my sight, I can't quite tell, but Campbell's still leading the way. Campbell's probably quite happy that his fellow MG brethren are arguing. Oh, wow. Got very close to the back of the next Jaguar in line. Side by side there between Woodcock and Cole. But the 88 car, James Cole, just managed to hang on to 3rd place.
Top MG now into the top 10 because Campbell has gone past Ringham.
That's David Ringham then, the very much the odd one out in this picture. Jaguar somewhat staying out of the way, realising that this isn't his fight. Not worth him trying to get involved in it. But that's allowing the entire all 6 MGs to bunch up again.
Yeah, it looks like it as they come down towards Church. And there is Fergus Campbell, Ballard and Cole, Woodcock in behind, and the other 2 managed to get past. Harvey and Blake managed to get past Ringham, go on the way to Church Corner.
Side by side, Ballard having to defend again from Cole. They're still not losing a lot of time from Campbell. In comes Lenthal. Tom Lenthal has decided to bring in the number 7 Jaguar. It wasn't just it would seem that either something did snap on the way in or something was broken as a result of his impact with the wall coming into the chicane.
And the 4 MGs up towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave are all together. Here they are diving down the inside of another of the big Jag Coupes.
Absolutely.
Campbell runs really deep, has to heave it back to the right, then to the left to go through Cobb Corner.
Goodness me, I know they're small cars, but even still, there is only a limited amount of space out there.
This is where he's open to attack because the toe now will be really strong as they go down through Village Church out at the back of the circuit.
Oh, that's Ballard again having a look. He's managed to shake off the immediate advance of Cole. As coming through once again.
I don't think Interchurch is going to work very well, but on the exit up the hill, those 4 and the cumulative tow in the 3rd and 4th will be huge, and the 5th car is not far away as well. Here comes Tyler Ballard then. He's stuck into the slipstream of Fergus Campbell. He's tucked onto the back bumper. Woodcock coming up the outside of Cole. He's gone round 1 but has to back off out of it. He remains 4th of the MGs, the white car.
Yeah, Woodcock locked up a little bit going into...
And there's 5 now in that lead group.
Sixth is closing in again, so he's not too far away. So once again, the MGs all bundling up. There's only 7 minutes left of the race, so they're going to have to figure this out as they are catching the back of, that is the 17 Jaguar, that is Ewan Spooner in the XJS. So again, the big cat's not obliged to get out of the way, but Campbell does not want to cost himself. Oh no, that was impact between Ballard and Spooner, but that's side by side for Cole and Woodcock. They're making it 3 wide. The Jaguar didn't fancy that and got out of that. Still side by side between Woodcock and Cole, between the MGs. They're still going to be side by side, but this time it is Woodcock. It's Jack Woodcock that's gone up into third in the MGs, trying to shake off Cole, but Cole's having none of it. Here they come once again.
Yeah, Woodcock's rounded Cole, so see if Cole can retaliate as they come up the hill. As Ballard again sizes up Fergus Campbell. There's nobody ahead of them. That's all about the exit speed from the chicane. That's what they want. Woodcock holds on to third. Cole is fourth. Fifth is Harvey. And then there's the displaced XJS before we get to James Blake.
Oh, that's gone a bit wrong for the number 45 Jaguar. In a bit too deep. That's David Ringham. A little too deep there, but the MGs starting to fragment a tiny bit, but not entirely for Fergus Campbell. Well, not at all indeed for Fergus Campbell, as we can see here for them. Oh no, it is still 5 as they were going up towards the complex. They were fragmenting
Campbell now
slightly.
up into 7th place, Chris.
That's impressive.
Overall.
I mean, we have lost, I don't know, we've only lost actually one of our big cats. That's Tom Lenthal. So that is very, very impressive pace, and he's dragging almost the entire MG field with him. Campbell, Ballard, Woodcock, your top 3 here. Then Cole. And one of the 2 black MGs behind, which is Harvey, I believe. And still the Dayglow orange car.
It's interesting among the MGs because Campbell's best is of 131.122. 3 of them are in the 30s. Ballard 130.796. Harvey 130.973, but quicker than Harvey Blake, who's the back marker.
Can he make it stick? What a move from Woodcock there to get around Tyler Ballard, the number 1 MG, slightly displaced there. That's giving an opportunity to Cole to go around the outside of Ballard. Can he get it done? I think he can. The green MG up, then displacing the champion down into 4th. Wow, Woodcock is now suddenly challenged. He's been around 4th or so, certainly in the tail half of this MG queue, and now suddenly he's occupying the mirrors of Fergus Campbell for the lead.
Yeah, that's right. Best laps 31-31 for the leaders, 30-31, 30 and 30 for the chasers. So it's very, very even.
Something to be said for consistency, yes.
Even those out the back are lapping quicker than the last 2 are lapping quicker than the leaders in that group.
It's truth alive. So here they go once again. Fergus Campbell still holding on to the lead, this time under considerably more pressure as they're catching the back of Michael Seaborn in the purple 24 XJS. Because each car they catch will take more work to get past. The pack still heavily condensed, just over 3 minutes remaining.
Supercharged cars together there. Harper and Boone in 3rd and 4th places.
Very close together indeed. So Philpott and Ram are kind of off into the distance, but here comes Woodcock then. Now he made the outside move work last time, can't get it done this time. He's running out of opportunities to really try and stick in the move. And immediately Campbell goes to that defensive line. He's really feeling the pressure, nearly side by side as they come over the line. Woodcock tries to cut to the inside of Allard, but again the door is slammed in his face. Still as they were from laps prior. You hear the screaming superchargers as the MGs continue to keep the lap count going.
Campbell's done so well to resist so far, but there's just 2 minutes to go in this race. Can Woodcock pull something off in the dying embers of this second MG and Jaguar race? Cole is waiting to pick up the pieces in third as he hooks over the curb.
Looking at the lead of the Jaguars, that doesn't look like 3 seconds to me. Let's have a look as they come over the line. 33 for Philpott, the 31 for Rab.
2.6.
2.6. That's going to be 2 laps left. It might be close for the top spots of this race, but we'll see. As the now the top 4.
Boone is up into third place.
So he's displaced Andrew Harper then of the 156, the supercharged S-Type.
And here come the MGs, and they're not that far behind Michael Seaborn, who's having a bit of a squabble with the 82. Is that? Here's Bennett and Seaborn together. They're slowing each other down, and Fergus Campbell would like to be between them, or preferably ahead of them by the time he gets to the complex.
He's still going to be behind them as the big cats get galloping up towards the complex once again. There we go. So that's Bennett.
Oh, and Campbell down the inside. That was superb. Has he gone in too deep? Well, he's managed to look at that. He's managed to put all the others between the two Jags between him and all the others. So that was a really opportunist move. What a fabulous move from Fergus Campbell on lap 13.
Somewhat do or die, but my goodness me, he made it work.
Yeah. Fortunately, it was the former.
Yes, that could have been horrible.
But the rest of them are all thinking,
how the hell did you
how
just
did
do
he
that?
pull that one off, and why weren't we close enough to do it too?
Checker flag has come out slightly earlier, within a few seconds of the full time being called. So Colin Philpott taking the top spot. And James Ram will be second. But
Boone holds on to third from Harper, but not by very much. They're absolutely together. And here come the MGs.
I think with that incredible move, that's going to be victory for Fergus Campbell. Oh, it's a big lockup for Seaborn. Very, very big lockup, but he does manage to recover just ahead of the Swallows number 3, that's Porter. So second in the MGs is Woodcock in the end, and then Cole comes home third. Ballard in fourth with it's Blake that came home last of the MGs in the end, but my goodness me, once again the MGs giving an absolute squabble.
And Bennett at the end there got sort of absolutely monstered by all the MGs and dropped back, didn't he, on that last lap into 9th place. But of the MGs, Campbell's best was a 131.1, Woodcock's a 131.1, Cole's a 130.9. Then we go to Ballard, 130.7, Harvey 130.9, and Blake 130.8. So all 6 of them
4 tenths of a second.
A few tenths of a second, yeah, absolutely brilliant. But that move by Fergus Campbell into the complex on the last lap, into the corner bearing his name,
yes,
it should be said, would make him, I think, driver of the day from the point of view of the MGs.
Without question.
That was unbelievable. Didn't finish the first one, did he? But my goodness, he pulled that back together. That was a sensational run.
Provisional results then for our penultimate race of the day. Colin Philpott taking top honours. James Ram comes home in second, with Chris Boone in third place. Andrew Harper in fourth. Fergus Campbell up into 5th overall, the lead MG. Michael Seaborn 6th, Jack Woodcock 7th, James Cole 8th, Mark Bennett 9th, with Tyler Ballard rounding out the top 10, Matt Harvey 11th, James Blake rounding out the MG contingent in 12th, Ewan Spooner in 13th, with Michael Atkinson in 14th position in his XK8, David Ringham in 15th, with Charles Jackson in 16th position, with Andrew Maynard in 17th, Colin Porter number 3 in 18th. We lost Tom Lenthal in the course of the race. My word. There's going to be some very smiling faces down there. So I suspect that Kieran McGinley is going to be speaking to some quite happy people. Or probably quite relieved in some ways, because for some people that race was very, very intense. We're just waiting for the lead 3 to come to position. 2 of the big cats have arrived, and now the MGs are coming into position, so hopefully Fergus Campbell will be pulled aside. It'll be very interesting to see what he has to say, because gosh, Ruth, he had so much pressure from pretty much every MG in the entire field. Yep, he is pulling over. So our interviewees are ready. Let's head down to Kieran McGinley.
So the Jaguars and the MGs have made their way back into the pit lane. We have the winner's car here in Colin Philpott, although Colin himself is just congratulating James Ram behind him. In fact, let's get the two of them try and jump in there with a microphone. Colin, 2 out of 2. Well, you're happy with that?
Very pleased, yeah. Also, I'm really pleased to see James out there, my old sparring partner, really. We've had some good battles before. It's nice to see him up there. Good battle with Tom earlier on. He lost it coming into the chicane out the back. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, yeah. I was last few laps, though, about 5 laps from the end, my gearbox was really chattering. I had to sort of back off a bit, but then when I see James again, I thought, I've got to keep this going. So it's do or die, really, and it finished. So
and you did?
Yeah, brilliant, it finished, that was good.
Oh, great stuff. I mean, 2 out of 2 for you, that pretty much is a cherry on top of a great day.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I really love today. I love this track. We don't get to do it a lot. There's something about it. I know it's very fast, but you don't get enough time to sort of really practice it. You know, you get it right, you hit the sweet spots, and it's great. I really enjoyed it. It's been a lovely day. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, Colin. Congratulations. Well done on your win today.
Just say thanks to all the marshals as well out there. You know, they've done a good job, and I gave them a good wave at the end there. I think they've pleased the ex-JSs have been up the front. So, thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Colin. Winner of our Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. Let's have a chat to James Ram. James, you're back up here again. Well done, you. How are you feeling?
Well, it's unusual to be up here, I have to say. I think we had some teething problems with the car at the start of the year. Just a bit of bad luck, really. The gearbox was an issue, and then we thought we resolved it. It was still an issue. Guy Conyu, Spirit of Jaguar Racing, gave me one of his old gearboxes. It is fitted here today. Did have a rust issue, not with the car, with the driver, but it was starting to come back in that race, and I really enjoyed it. It was nice to sort of have a reference point with Colin, but he was, it was too quick for me today. You never know. I'm sure we'll get a bit faster.
Well, that rust seemed to well and truly come off, James. That was the point.
I had a wire brush in the car, just gave myself a bit of a dust off. But no, the car's been fabulous. It's a new engine for me. I've never had a V12 before. It's quite different, but yeah, really exciting to drive. Yeah, she really means it.
Great stuff. I'll let you celebrate with Colin. Old sparring partner, he said.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We've had a fair few ding-dongs in the past and remain close friends, so that's fantastic.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, James. Congratulations.
One more thing, actually. A big shout-out to the fellas at Powerbell. Andrew, who works with Colin's partner, made a load of suggestions on the setup of the car, and it was much better in race 2. So big shout-out to Powerbell.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, James, and congratulations on second place. We'll quickly have a chat to Chris Boone, who finished 3rd place in the Jaguar Championship. Chris, congratulations, 3rd place. How are you feeling?
Oh, right, yeah. I didn't expect to get first in class, though. Managed to get past Andrew Harper. That was a bit of a fight, though. But, nearly outbraked myself into the chicane. I'm going, a little bit easier next time. And just managed to get down the inside of him, and that was it. And, of course, I had to fend him off for the last 2 laps of the race, and that was hard work as well. But it was worth it. Well worth it. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap it up there, but congratulations on 3rd place overall.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And was Chris Boone. Next up is our final race of the day. It's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens.
Unfortunately, I was not able to negotiate another 9 races for today. Much as I tried, I need to enlist the services of Kieran McGinley to nick the checkered flag so the race never ends. However, it is the final race of the day. It is the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, all cars based on the original Colin Chapman Lotus 7 design. So have a look at the grid then for the final race of the day. Number 91, Stephen Collins. He's joined by number 27, Luke Zuru. Number 62 is Darren McCormack on row 2, alongside number 77, Simon Lancashire. Row 3 is number 141, Oliver Gemmell, alongside 117, Kevin Barrett. Row 4 is 134 Richard Green alongside number 64 Giuseppe Fillet. On row 5 is 189 Bruce Wilson alongside number 21 Malcolm Ash. Row 6, number 7 is Martin Dolan and 114 Alex Harbour. Row 8 is 188 Robert Forsdyke alongside 75, which is Spicer and Randall. Row 8 is number 50 Chris Biglin alongside the 70 of Trevor Harbour. Row 9 is 191 Darren Granger alongside 16 Martin Leadbeater. And at the back of the field is 199 Nigel Liddell. Well then, what a racing day we have had. Multiple grids, such multiple classes within classes, of course, as is the way here at Classic Sports Car Club. But this is a bit more of a traditional Classic Sports Car Club category. The Max 7s have been with the CSCC for quite a number of years. There they all are. It's real scrap between these cars. Some old names ready to do battle once more. It'll be a standing start for these amazing vehicles. A lot of them are looked after by the Boss Racing stable, as they're working their way through the chicane once again. Now, the class structure for this category is dealt with by power to weight ratio. So the smallest category A, is up to 135 horsepower per tonne, and up to the big boys class H, which is over 300 brake horsepower per tonne, along with class J, which is for bike engine entrance. Well, this is going to be interesting. It's not always just the same class that battle with one another. Sometimes you will get a mixture of different categories all doing battle for the same bit of real estate. Marcus, what a way to see off the racing here in Thruxton.
Yeah, it is. They're always very close around here. A lot of slipstreaming going on in all the classes, and you often see some giant killing as well, as the more consistent guys in the lesser powered cars are able to jump between toes and make their presence felt on a grid. It's not unusual to see a boss car at the front of the grid, but there it is, and they're on track for 40 minutes.
Indeed, it is our last race of the day. It is a pit stop race for this one. So there's only one shared drive in this one. That's the Spicer and Randall car.
A big anniversary for the Sevens last year, wasn't it? And they went eventually, I think about 26 or 7 of them went and raced at Bushy Park in Barbados.
Oh, right.
They freighted them out on a banana boat. They don't bring many bananas back from Europe to the Caribbean, so
disappointed.
That's why they went back to Bushy Park, the home.
Well, they don't weigh an awful lot, so maybe rowing boats was needed. Now the start's been delayed for some reason. I'm not sure why. Is someone not in position, I wonder? We just saw the start delayed board out, so over the Orange Army that are out there, always very thankful for their efforts. We really couldn't do what we do most of all without them. It looks like someone has misjudged their grid spot. So you can
kind of row 3 or 4, something like that.
I can't tell. I think that's Richard Green, but I'm not 100% on that.
Inside of row 4 is being moved back, I think.
It is Richard Green, so the 134 is being pushed backwards.
There you go. The black car with the white top and the green stripes down the...
Oh, so you can see what he's done. It's okay, Richard. No one's looking. Oh, he's not the only one either. So someone else being pushed backwards and someone else is having to reverse.
It gets a bit cumulative, doesn't it? When
one's out, it knocks everybody else out of kilter. So we will...
Good try, but didn't quite work, moving up a couple of grid rows. Here we go.
That's Bruce Wilson,
isn't it?
Yeah, that's Bruce Wilson.
Road registered car, that one, has a couple of them are, I see.
There's nothing actually stopping people driving their race car to the circuit. I think they're bonkers if they do, but I've seen people do it.
1, 2, 3 road registered cars I can see, and they're 4. And then novice crosses.
You can see 3. That one's
1, 2, 3. Is that not a number?
No, that's Nigel. That's Nigel. That's Nigel Liddell on the back. That's well, he could try to drive it. I don't think the police would be too happy with him.
And most of them Caterhams. There's one Pro Comp LA Gold.
Indeed.
Martin Leadbeater. Car that was made in the Midlands. It was Graham Nern from Caterham Cars who picked up the baton from Lotus, and they're fantastic. They're so quick.
Green flag doth wave. So then for the final time in the Hampshire home of horsepower here in Thruxton. The sun has graced us all day. We did have a tiny threat of rain just before the racing began, but that, well, it did fall very, very slightly, but of no particular consequence. And still, well, green flag was waved, but still no sign of the lights.
It's all very quiet, isn't it? 40-minute race. It's now 17:30.
Okay, so the 1 minute board has gone out. So
it'll be a short minute, I suspect.
I would think that
a virtual minute.
I was going to say that.
There we go. 30 seconds.
It's like you've done this before, Marcus.
Yeah. Green flag.
Green flag lap then. So I think because
one or two of them think it's the start.
Well, I think they've really.
You're not supposed to overtake.
No.
There's one or two are actually at racing speed, I venture.
Oh dear. That'll be somewhat awkward for them.
These two are.
Have they realised?
They're away with the fairies, aren't
they? We had a very unusual start to the day. Now we're having a very unusual end to the day. Yeah, this is somewhat bizarre, isn't it? So, there we go. So they have realised.
That's the pole man.
That's the pole man there. So yeah, they have clocked that. Hang on a minute. Something's not quite right here. So they have realised that it is another green flag lap, not the racing start. So hopefully we will. Well, they do one or two things.
Oh, here are the two who think they're racing.
Oh yes,
they've got a great lead, haven't they? Cool, considering it was a green flag lap. What's going on here?
Well, they're waving green flags on the side, so yeah, that's Simon Lancashire in the 77.
And our Italian friend.
Well, he's realised.
He has realised. He's been here before.
So, well, now he's gotten going again. Now the red lights have come on, so they are going to red flag this one. So yeah, we had a somewhat disrupted start and a somewhat disrupted end to today. Well, it's memorable, Marcus.
77 Simon Lancashire, the one.
He must be thinking he's
one ball racing team, and
he must have thought he's had the start of the gods.
Giuseppe Felle is from the Italian, French, Swiss border, and has raced here before. They've done their own thing, so to speak.
Enjoy your time up front, gents, but sadly it will come to an end rather abruptly.
Yes, I think the moment of glory was somewhat brief.
Yes. Bit of a shame, but hey ho, we will get this grid reformed. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. I mean, the grid order was just one person being out of kilter, and then you line up in relation to the person ahead of you. So,
and they'll do it all again and assume that everyone knows where they're going. I'm imagining the two.
They haven't reappeared.
They're like the pacemakers, aren't they, in a running race? So they're only there to make the pace, and then after a while they drop out. Just.
Well, there's Simon Lancashire.
Yeah.
Why, he would have seen the red board, so he's not absolutely flying, which is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So now they are reforming the grid. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
– Surely you won't be allowed to come through the grid and...
well, if they're reforming the grid, they would allow them to reform Well, that's what happened in the first race, wasn't it? Because
that was because there were two separate grids.
Granted,
and
that's
the
very
first
true.
grid, the second grid didn't go anywhere. That was still stationary.
Well, yeah, they weren't told to, were they?
No, they weren't flagged away.
Oh.
Well, we've got one of the two, and the second one is there as well now, coming up through...
I thought the 16 wasn't able to move then, the Pro Comp, but he does get to move. Well, this is going to be interesting. What does Simon Lancashire and
what do they think they're going to do?
Well, they'll obviously wait for instruction from the marshal, and if they get pointed to the pit lane, unfortunately, it is somewhat of their own doing. But here comes Simon Lancashire. No, he's unless they're going to let him form at the back.
No, he decides he'd like to have his original place back.
He can squeeze through there.
Where was he? He was...
Simon Lancashire was in 4th.
4th.
Any wonder he wants his original grid spot back. So just being informed, they will have another green flag. Now there is Giuseppe
Fele. There he goes.
So he's been allowed to resume his original grid spot as if...
He's 8th, I think, isn't he?
He is indeed, yes.
I think he saw a big hole appear in his vision up front. Thought, I'll go for
I'll
that.
have this. Well, it's racer's instinct, isn't it? You don't go for a spot that isn't in front of you. You're not a racing driver, as the old statement goes.
So another green flag lap, and still 40 minutes. And
so welcome to the Magnificent Sevens, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Lancashire got going pretty quickly again.
Magnificent Sevens at the OK Corral.
It's one of these things, isn't it? You've been waiting all day to get racing, and it's hot. It can be, when you do something that is out of sequence, that you're having to not necessarily make up on the spot, but these guys know how grid procedures work. They've all raced numerous times before. But when you do something that rocks that boat, that rocks that regularity, sometimes the brain just doesn't know what to do, especially when you're tired, when you're hot. But green flag lap is underway, so this allows everything to get back up into the right temperatures.
I hope they're not very, very tightly fueled.
That would be a tad awkward, yes. A lot of lifting and coasting going on. Of course, no refueling mid-race. Oh no, where's he gone? Where's Lancashire gone? Unless he's the one with the yellow lights. I can't quite tell the colour of the car.
All bright yellow, isn't he? He's in...
Oh, there he... Oh, no, he's done it again. He's done it again. He's run off ahead of the pack.
And there's someone else there as well.
That's just Giuseppe Fele again. They've both done exactly the same thing again.
How very bizarre. I think you go into the pits, chaps.
I think you might need to be... I think you might be called up in... I think you might be called up... Yes. Headmaster might want to have a word with you on this occasion. Oh, dear.
And the rest of them are at church.
Indeed. All behaving themselves.
They might be stopped for... It's not quite even song yet. Do it on Saturday sometimes, don't they?
Well, there was a nice green van behind us. Maybe we should send that down there just to cool them down a little bit.
This is...
They've both reformed on the grid again. I'm trying to find a defensible answer here, gents. But
our cameraman to our right is incredulous at the whole thing, which is brilliant.
Well,
no, we've not seen it before.
No.
Not twice, anyway.
I mean, Giuseppe Fele, I think, is new to the club. So
but he has raced at Thruxton before. He told me this morning. So.
But possibly not with CSCC. So
yeah, maybe not.
A little bit of leeway there. But Simon Lancashire, kind sir, you've done this quite a few times.
We'll run out of time soon.
Well, there is a curfew, isn't there?
There is a curfew.
They might shorten the race if that's
absolutely.
The case. So, I mean, but there is a hard curfew of 6 p.m. Is it?
6:30.
6:30.
And they have we've got 41 minutes and a little bit to go for the 40-minute race.
Again.
Yeah.
I mean no disrespect, but when you make the same mistake twice, back to back, it becomes a little bit indefensible, I'm afraid.
You might get sent to the back of the class at very least.
Get the big dunce hat and put them on. So.
There's some discussions going on now. Please.
It's a green flag lap.
Besieged now.
Yeah.
That last time, but they obviously didn't listen.
I feel horrid laughing, I really do, but it's... what else do you do? Well, ladies and gentlemen, another green flag lap. Well, welcome to the Magnificent Sevens again.
Lucky.
if Simon or Giuseppe listen back to this, we mean no disrespect, honestly, but you kind of brought this on yourself. Race distance, race time has been shortened
to half an hour.
So half an hour, which is somewhat what I thought they would do. So we will finish at broadly the same time if
they behave.
Wait for it. Oh no, not again. Someone's run off. No, Giuseppe Fillet is there.
It's
Simon Lancashire again. I can't believe this. Simon Lancashire's done it again. That is the number 77.
Well, it's consistent.
Well, granted. Well, I have no words. Which is not common for a commentator, I grant you. Surely he would know that the race would start under the lights, not under the flag.
I mean, you know, if it's been a Union flag,
you would understand.
They've been told it's going to be a Union flag, chaps.
Which only really happens on split grids, from
or when the
lights fail. Yeah.
But you don't just go at the green. It's a bit like Santa Pod, isn't it? As soon as you see something that goes green, whack, you've gone.
You're still going. The reds haven't come out yet. This is when we realise we're the ones in the wrong and the race has started and Simon Lancashire's having a great day. Sure, he has realised now. I don't think he can see us. We're gesticulating toward the pit lane. I'm sorry, Simon, you're bringing this on yourself, my friend. As admirable as your cause is, this is not how Magnificent Sevens is supposed to work. I hope he's not trying to do this 7 times.
It's Magnificent 3 so far.
He's reformed on the grid again.
No.
Oh, I am giggling.
I'm dumbfounded.
I've never, ever, in all the races I've watched and commentated on, I've never seen the grid.
Well, I've been coming here since October the 28th, I think it was, 1973. And
if you haven't seen it before.
Before.
Oh, goodness me. Ladies and gentlemen of the stream and of the circuit, I apologise on behalf of the organisation. This is somewhat unprecedented.
I've seen people pass black flags numerous times. And
I've seen that.
And meatballs. They go past meatballs for about half an hour.
Not commonly. Are we actually going to go straight for a standing start? Right, yes we are. Right, lights are on. And away we go. We are racing here in Thruxton in the most bizarre fashion. And at least Simon Lancashire has got the right idea this time. He's actually challenging for second. Oh, I suspect he may well be pulled up in front of the cloud of the course. He has actually got up into second and having a go at Stephen Collins in the 91 Boss machine. Oh, this is going to take a while for me to start giggling. I do apologise. Right, we have a race to talk about. 30 minutes of Magnificent Sevens racing. And Simon Lancashire, despite the somewhat... Well, his tyres must be absolutely roasting by now. He's done more faster laps than anybody else. So, it's Collins from Lancashire, your top 2. And then an argument between Zuru and I think that's Darren McCormack for 3rd.
Yeah, Luke Zuru is pretty rapid, and I think he's moved up into a quicker car this time. But he's certainly a front runner. But it's the White Boss car that leads the way. There's Fillet, I see, with the car with the red, white and blue colours on it.
Superb livery on that.
Yeah, although he is Italian, so it might be the other way around.
Flamboyant.
It's lovely. And here they come then, up the hill. And it is our leader.
Stephen Collins in
qualifying, Stephen Collins.
Indeed, that's Richard Green on the inside line of the 27 machine. That's Luke Zuri, so he's lost a position to the 134 car of Richard Green. Usually races with some Pascal as well, but just the one Green occupying the car. So Collins, Lancashire, McCormack, the top 3.
Yeah, McCormack 3rd, Wilson 4th. He's come up well. Green is 5th. Zuru is 6th. And then it's Barrett, Fillet, Ash and Forsdyke.
So Nigel Liddell from the back of the field has gone ahead of Darren Granger. So 17 competitors all running. I think we originally had 19 total qualifying. We did originally have 19, but a couple fallen by the wayside. Bearing in mind that quite a number of the Magnificent Seven cars have already raced in the Open Series earlier on. Here we see it's the number 62, the Darren McCormack, exploring all of the track to try and get some momentum on Simon Lancashire.
Yeah, he's making ground. That's on this lap by the looks of things. There is our leader, Stephen Collins. Lancashire now has McCormack all over him.
He does.
Bruce McCormack going to pop out of the slipstream coming up Woodham Hill for the second time. Let's have a look. Not quite close enough. Bruce Wilson's right there, though, in the blue car.
He is. Yeah, Bruce Wilson in the 189 car. That's one of our Class F, so that's between 231 and 260 horsepower per tonne. And he's really hustling the next two. So Lancashire and McCormack going to have to really think about it. So the 62 car, that's McCormack. That's one of our Class D cars. That's for Caterham 300 or 420Rs /7 championship spec cars with the Toyo R888R tyres. So these are Caterham 7 championship spec cars, of which I think only is McCormack in green in that particular class. So they are really hustling for those top positions. Collins not broken away too far in the Boss Racing and Blazing car. But still running away as best he can. 1.4 seconds when the last came over the line. Lancashire still keeping Darren McCormack at bay. Oh, look at the tail there. When you're turning left into a right-hander, you're either having a good time or it's about to go horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, a lot of opposite lock to catch the tail there. In third place did Darren McCormack, but he's not quite as close as Lancashire. In fact, Lancashire is closer now to Stephen Collins than McCormack is to him, and McCormack has Bruce Wilson all over his back coming up into the chicane.
Have we lost lead? We've lost.
Oh, a little bit out of shape for the leader. Hopping over the curb in third place was McCormack.
I wonder if we'd lost Leadbeater for a moment, but Simon Lancashire with the fastest lap of the race. He was definitely closer that time around. Actually, no, fastest lap I think is just by 0.02 of a second gone to Bruce Wilson. So this top group really heavily condensed. Not all of them in the same class either. So, well, three of them are. It's Darren McCormack, that's the odd one out, essentially.
Yeah, Richard Green is his rival, down in sixth place in car 134. So 62 McCormack, that's his principal opposition. And now Simon Lancashire is...
Oh, having a look on the inside line of Collins.
Yeah, he does.
No momentum, though, for the 77, or more momentum, I should say, with the number 91, Stephen Collins. Was able to keep that at bay. Simon Lancashire doing what he can to usurp the Boss Racing prepared number 91.
Yeah, they're both Boss cars, I think, aren't they? I think there's Boss on the back of the yellow car of Lancashire.
I think you might be right on that one. Yeah, they don't always have the white and orange.
Some of them are black and orange, some of them are,
whatever they feel like.
Colours. Oh, Wilson up the inside now into the chicane and very wide has gone Darren McCormack. He keeps it on the island just by courtesy of clambering over the chicane, but he drops back into fourth.
Yep, they are both indeed Boss Racing cars, as emblazoned on the back of them. Collins and Lancashire broken away now from Wilson, who's just claimed that third position, already seeing to getting involved in that top battle. Very nice indeed, all three of them in the F category, as mentioned, between 231 and 260 brake per tonne. I mean, I reckon if you put a bottle of water in this thing, you would add a significant percentage to an already very light car. They are so, so light. I'd love to give one a try, but I highly doubt I'd fit in it. But Collins, Lancashire, Wilson.
I'm sure if you turn up at the factory with sufficient spondylics, they build one around you.
Yeah, but then I'd never get out of the thing.
Maybe you have to wait at the factory for a week while they do it. Tailor it.
Tailor-made car. It's an unusual item to put on your shopping list, but either way, the rest of the field spread out a little bit. Only one shared drive in this particular category. That's from newcomers this year. That's Spicer and Randall. Stephen Spicer is the one in the car at the moment. James Randall will be taking it over. It's a joint-owned car between the pair of them.
New fastest lap to Stephen Collins, 1:23.924. The leader.
You can see Kevin Barrett, the 117 car, just coming through. A bit of a gap then to Giuseppe, who now finds himself very much on his own. And Malcolm Ashton, the 21, shortly afterwards. Robert Forsyth would be the next one in sequence. So whilst they are of a similar design, obviously the physical shape is broadly the same. The innards are very, very different. The engine, the suspension, the gearbox, all very different. That puts them in their respective classes. There's Chris Biglin in the number 50 car. Commonly shares with Alex Harbour. I think Alex was due to race his own car in this race, but Trevor Harbour, excuse me, that was actually due to race. Alex Harbour is shared often with Chris Biglin and vice versa. In the Pump Express Caterham Supersport. Now the top three beginning to spread out a little bit. Stephen Collins was 1.1 last time.
Of course, the pit stop window factor might be altered fractionally because of the reduction in race length from 40 to 30 minutes.
Traditionally 30-minute races are open after 10 minutes for 10 minutes as opposed to for 15 minutes, and being that there's only one shared drive, it shouldn't make too much of a difference, but then we shouldn't have had 3 restarts in the same race, but we won't dwell on that.
3.3 seconds now, it's gone out
Crikey.
a long way, and that's a much improved lap time, 1:23.690.
Cool, behind Simon Lancashire there's a few cars. Bruce Wilson, I think, might be closing in on him a bit. Less than a second between Lancashire and Wilson. Wilson was 4/10 quicker than the 77 car last time around. We continue to watch the one ball racing number 77. Looks very squiggly, doesn't he? I mean, I know they're very light. There's not a lot keeping on the ground, but it didn't look very comfortable in that section of the circuit.
He's holding his own, though.
Absolutely. Stephen Collins remains unchallenged. And Boss being a very, very successful preparer of primarily Caterhams. We do usually have quite a Boss contingent at CSCC meetings. Well, that is not a second between Wilson and Lancashire. Has Wilson taken too much out of his tyres, I wonder? Also, with the reduction in race length, there shouldn't be a consideration on fuel amount. Whoa, that was a deep line there from Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson's car, it looks to corner flatter than those around it.
3/10, or just over 2/10 rather, to the good over Lancashire. Stephen Collins, 5.3 seconds to himself up front. Yeah, Lancashire was fully 2 seconds slower than Stephen Collins. So, early pace from the 77 seems to have dissipated somewhat. We'll see what Bruce Wilson's able to do at the moment. Simon Lancashire just keeping that gap steady between himself and the 189 car, the CSR Superlight, in the hands of Bruce Wilson. 2.3 litre car. The lights ablaze.
Here comes Stephen Collins. Got the whole length of Woodham Hill now between himself and pursuer Simon Lancashire, who's very busy watching his mirrors as Bruce Wilson tucks in behind. Through they come.
I'm wondering whether Lancashire's got a brake problem, because that's where Wilson really reeled him in, and it did not look comfortable coming through the chicane at all. Well, mind you, that was...
So they've dropped Darren McCormack in 4th place.
Yeah,
he's now running in quite a lonely situation.
Bruce Wilson now very much in the tyre tracks of Simon Lancashire coming into the complex once again.
What he'll be trying to do is get a really good exit from the complex. If he can do that, keep it really neat, get on the power early, then he can build that momentum all the way around. He's probably flat from the exit of the complex to the braking area for the chicane.
The corner exit speed is where the 77 seems to be able to defend itself, whereas it's under braking where Bruce Wilson starts to reel in his prey, and that is Darren McCormack in the 62 car. That is, well, was on the last time crossing the line, about 3.8 seconds back from the podium positions, as Wilson's having a look on the inside line. You can see there is a subtle,
now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a subtly wider car than Lancashire does. Oh, so sweeps around the outside, doesn't even wait for the braking zone. Can Lancashire fight back? If he does have a braking issue, he's not going to be able to achieve it around there. And Bruce Wilson now up into second place. So does Simon Lancashire have an opportunity or have the means to fight back? Oh, yes, he does. Gets the inside line coming into Allard. Nearly impact between the two. Struth, that was close. And there is the Randall and Spicer. That's Stephen Spicer that started the number 75 car. Newcomers to Catering Racing, newcomers to the club. So they were just interested in finishing the race. They weren't too worried about where when we spoke to them earlier on.
Just picking up some licence signatures and getting sort of some mileage under their belts.
Well, James Randall actually wanted to get the signatures done, because what he wants to do before his next, I won't give a number, but his next significant birthday, shall we say, because he wants to do Spa.
And who wouldn't? Who
wouldn't, absolutely. Luke Zero in the number 27 car. So having started on the front row, now serving his pits up. The pit lane has been open for just about 4 minutes now, and has another 6 minutes to run. Martin Dolan has just gone out. Again, you see the 77 car is really, really twitchy. It's got the pace to keep Bruce Wilson at bay, but it does not look comfortable to drive whatsoever. Alex Harbour in the 114 car has just come in.
And Lancashire has managed to fend off Bruce Wilson round the lap.
Oh, there's a car we've seen once or twice.
Yeah, Giuseppe Felle.
He's not looking in the camera. I don't blame him. Bruce Wilson.
75 into the pits.
That's the Randall Spicer car. So Stephen Spicer will be getting out of the car. As a reminder, it is a timed pit stop, so they don't have to rush to get a driver change done, because doing a driver change in a 7 car with the roll cage is not a work of a moment. So there you go. So Stephen Spicer is out, and they will now reset the belts for James Randall to climb in. So for single driver cars, they don't have to kill the engine. They just have to make sure they're in the pit lane for 90 seconds. Whereas if you are doing a driver change, because you are disengaging the belts, you must turn the engine off. 191, Darren Granger in the A-Class Caterham Academy car is now coming in to serve his stop.
Running about 15th. Leader back with us, Stephen Collins.
And still Wilson keeping Lancashire at bay, or company I should say. In comes 188, Robert Forsyth, another long-time Caterham racer in his CSR. Now he's actually in Class G, which is 261 to 300 brake horsepower.
Wilson's back ahead of Lancashire.
And it was into Allard, where Lancashire reclaimed that spot from Wilson last time.
And he's tried again.
Doing it again. Oh, side by side. Now it's under corner exit where Lancashire had the advantage. He's got him as well.
Yep, he's a driver of habit, isn't he?
Yeah. But, I mean, you can't deny that it is proving pretty effective for him.
Yeah, very much so. It was forceful, but it was fair.
It was indeed. We have seen quite a few drivers in the course of the day with a fair amount of bravery pills having been taken.
Barrett and Green have changed places. Kevin Barrett up into 4th place ahead of Green.
So that's the 117 car, the Caterham Sigmax in Class B of Kevin Barrett, ahead now of Richard Green, the Mortimer Green sponsored Caterham 420R from Class D.
Yep. Malcolm Ash is next up.
That's the 21 car, the Super Sport in Class B, and he's into the pits now. Oh, these two have found Chris Biglin.
That is Ash.
Oh, there goes Wilson again. He's coming into that much earlier. but it's not really giving him. Oh, that's not giving him any more breathing space. Race leader is in as well. These two are continuing. They'll get round to the pits again before the pit window closes. I hope they realise it's only a 10-minute. There goes Lancashire again. Superb between these two. Constant duelling going on. Lancashire still hasn't got it done. Just manages to cut ahead of Wilson before Campbell.
Wilson, though, will be thinking, do you know, I can get him on the hill pretty much every time. And that was
not if he does that, though.
Yeah, that was a bit close, wasn't it? Through Cobb.
Nigel Little, beg your pardon, is in along with...
Big Lynn's in as well.
And Richard Green is in. That's almost the entire field. It may well just be.
Second, third and fourth. Wilson, Lancashire and Barrett are the three that haven't stopped.
Where is 117 in each case?
Lead Peters disappeared.
So then, Lancashire and Wilson once more to head the way down back towards us. Coming past our position is Giuseppe Fillet in the 64 car. We know he served his stop.
21's coming back out again.
Oh, they've got Robert Forsdyke now in amongst the battle for second place.
And Lancashire has held on to second place this time through. That is first, it's the lead now, because of course it's...
for the time being, yeah. They have not pitted. Oh no, they'll beg your pardon, they will... No, they won't make it round again. It's a 124 lap with only 120 left on the clock. The pit lane will likely have closed before they get back round again. So the tail deepens for Simon Lancashire, and unfortunately Bruce Wilson. I suspect what it is because they're used to 15-minute pit windows, they've forgotten that in a 30-minute race, that is shortened to a 10-minute pit window.
And they're enjoying themselves so much out there, scrapping away, that...
Which isn't the first time we've seen that, in fairness.
Yeah.
And it has been a fascinating battle between these two. But unfortunately, they are going to face the penalty for it. I believe pitting outside the pit window is a 2-lap penalty.
Fairly draconian.
It is somewhat draconian, yes. There's the 199 car we can see on the picture-in-picture. That is Nigel Little. New to the club this year, was at Donington. And now gets his Caterham Classic, as it's branded. How's that one going?
18.
Where's Barrett, though?
15.
There's Barrett.
14.
Yeah. They aren't going to make it, unfortunately, because that's Malcolm Ash right ahead of them. That's going to slow them down a little bit. I mean, Wilson is actually indicating, I don't know whether he realises, and they've gone past the pit lane again. So, yeah, they're thinking it's a 15-minute pit window, I would think.
Pit window closed.
Pit window closed, CSO confirmed, and they have got the pit window closed board on the start-finish line, so they would have seen that and possibly thought, oh bother, yeah.
It didn't work out, did it?
What they actually said was probably not broadcastable, but either way, they are going to continue this enthralling battle for what is currently the lead. Also, Kevin Barrett has fallen for exactly the same. He's made exactly the same mistake.
Yeah, he's not stopped either.
He's just coming past us now. Oh, in he comes, but he's doing it too late.
Oh, en retard, mon ami.
Indeed. So he's missed the pit window by, 40 seconds? Whether you miss it by 1 or 40. If you're in the pit lane when the pit lane closes, that is absolutely fine. You are allowed to be in the pit lane when it closes. You are just not allowed to enter it whilst it is closed.
You can enter it, but you just pick up a...
Well, you'll pick up a penalty, yes.
A massive penalty.
And you may as well, because if you don't serve your pit stop at all, you are excluded from the race entirely. So... No, I suspect he's just been told. And it'll be the same reasoning, I suspect, as our lead pair come into the chicane once again. Wilson! Oh, is he? Not quite. Clatters over the apex. He had a go. In comes Lancashire, and Bruce Wilson still hasn't heeded the. I guess he's kind of figuring, well, if I'm going to pick up the penalty, I may as well just carry on. Simon Lancashire now coming in. And I suspect his team. Oh, a big belch of flame there from Lancashire's car. I mean, it was a superb battle from Simon Lancashire, but this will, unfortunately, it was all in vain, because he will finish down in 7th or 8th.
Oh, a nice little gyration.
Oh dear, yes. You can't park there, sir, Alex Harbour. There he goes. Well, that is at least everybody except for Wilson has been in the pits. That was someone leaving the pits, I think.
I suspect that might be Barrett.
That'd be Barrett, yeah. Well, there's our race leader to be.
Dolan and Granger down the back of the field in 7 and 191 just set their best laps. 133.759, 136.130 respectively on lap 13 and 12.
That's our Class A cars. So
yes,
they have. So yeah, they're starting to perhaps get a bit of a feel for the cars. I mean, Darren Granger, new to the club for this event in his academy car. In comes Bruce Wilson now. A little bit too late, sir, but you have at least come in. If it was a 15-minute pit window, you'd have been fine. And out comes Simon Lancashire.
It's another interesting discussion.
I dare say he would probably not have wanted this event to be streamed considering its outcome for him. But that is the nature of the beast. So 91 then, Stephen Collins resumes the lead. That car was formerly grey last year, but now into the traditional Boss Racing colours. Only raced Donington last year. So glad to see Stephen joining us for Bloke Racing, as he was formerly emblazoned. So this will put, well, at the moment, Simon Lancashire is showing in second place. It does somewhat depend on where Bruce Wilson reappears. He's still in the pits at the moment because he is still serving the 90-second mandatory pit stop. And there he is in the picture-in-picture.
Stephen Collins is on Woodham Hill.
Oh, in comes Alex Harbour. He's already been in once.
And Bruce Wilson is continuing. And he's going to be overtaken before he leaves the pit lane by Stephen Collins.
Lancashire just coming through the chicane now. And there is the distinctly coloured Stephen Collins with Wilson right behind him now. Well, they can have a little bit of fun for the remaining 5 minutes, I suppose. Who are we to deny them? Although Stephen Collins did show he had somewhat of a pace advantage over the rest of the field. And carries on along his merry way now. Fastest lap of the race still belonging to the number 91, a 1:23.678, the only car to have achieved a 23, and that was on the lap he's just completed. We just saw there the 1:14, that was Alex Harbour. He's just, the steering wheel is off, helmet being undone. Though he will play no further part in the race. As we continue to see Stephen Collins with a fairly comfortable and growing gap between himself and Bruce Wilson. Giuseppe Fillet coming past us now in the number 64 car. He is in 8th position.
So Collins now officially back at the head of the lap chart in the 91 car with 4 minutes to go.
4 seconds between Wilson and Collins, 1.7 between Lancashire and Wilson. Bearing in mind they were all over each other up until their somewhat late pit stop. So can Simon Lancashire close that gap back down? He was, well, we can't judge the previous lap times because of course that was an out lap for Bruce Wilson.
Yeah, but that was a best for Lancashire on a 1:24.134, which was a couple of tenths better than Wilson's best lap so far.
Well observed.
Oh dear.
Oh, that might be why Alex Harbour has parked it. It somewhat need those round things to be inflated. Oh, there's an argument. That's Green in the 34 car with the 117, which is Kevin Barrett. So that is a scrap for 6th between those two. Both of them are in Class D cars. So that is the Caterham 7 Championship spec cars.
Yep, second and third in class. McCormack leads that class but has a penalty.
Does he now? Well, that wasn't as does Spicer and Randall. I wonder what... well, there's one of two things. That could either be track limits or the pit stop was too short.
Yep. Second and third are now half a second apart, so that's building up well.
Simon Lancashire closed that gap back down pretty quickly.
There'll be some discussions afterwards, I'm sure. Lancashire is third. Fourth is Luke Suru. He's about 9 seconds behind.
That he is. As we continue to see Green and Barrett. Kevin Barrett took part in the Catering Graduates Championship last year.
In fairness, McCormack, if he's got a penalty, if it's only a fairly minor imposition, he is a long way ahead of Green and Barrett. Oh, and
oh dear,
scrabbling all over the grass.
That's Darren Granger in the 191 car.
And that was ahead of the Green and Barrett tussle.
That put a little bit of distance between the pair.
Green is 37 seconds behind McCormack, so
well, if
depends what the penalty is.
If that's a pit lane infringement, it is 30 seconds plus the amount you're short.
The shortfall, yeah.
So as long as he's not 7 seconds short, which has happened.
Leader is pushing on. Yes, I mean on occasions I've seen people penalised for being a couple of tenths short in their.
I've seen it.
Pit stop, and they get sort of 30 seconds plus 0.24 or something.
Which sounds draconian, but rules are rules. And Simon Lancashire.
That's Fele ahead of them, isn't it?
Oh, they're reunited. Look. So Lancashire gets the inside line, manages to wrong foot Wilson. Does he? No. Wilson is staying ahead. Or is he? Oh, 3 wide going through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. There's going to be advantage Lancashire, is it? No, Filet's minding his own business. Lancashire clouts off the apex coming through Cobb. And now Seagrave. Wilson has the inside line. No advantage at all.
And Lancashire's been kind of boxed slightly, hasn't he? But he's got the exit speed and they both come past Filet.
Oh, that's close.
Wasn't it? And again, over the curbs was Lancashire. He's been clattering curbs left, right and centre.
Oh, Struth, talk about somewhat of a dramatic finish to this race. Less than 30 seconds before the flag is due to fall. And once again, it's Lancashire in the centre of the spotlight. There's a different battle going on. That's number 7, that's Martin Dolan. But race leader is number 91, Stephen Collins. The timing is going to expire before he gets there, just about. So your winner for the final race of the day here in Thruxton is the number 91 of Stephen Collins. Bruce Wilson will cross the line in second, just ahead. Or will he? No, sorry. No. Simon Lancashire crosses the line ahead of Bruce Wilson.
Wilson was clattered all over the curbs through here.
With, I think, penalties to be discussed between certain competitors. That's up to the stewards, that's not up to us. Luke Siru will claim that 4th place. But where will Dara McCormack fall?
And that'll be a class win for Suru as well.
It will indeed as a class D car. B or B, beg your pardon.
D is McCormack, and he's a long way ahead of Green and Barrett, but it remains to be seen how quickly they reappear, and they're not in sight at the moment. Here they come.
Here they come.
Up the hill.
It always looks more dramatic on board
than
it does from this distance.
Barrett. Yep.
Yeah, so it is indeed coming into the chicane.
Oh, and Green's outbraked himself. Barrett's gone through.
On the last chicane of the final lap, just that tiny bit too late for Richard Green. And that is 6th position to Kevin Barrett. Darren McCormack remains where he is. So whatever the penalty was, it was not enough to cost him that spot. I think everybody else has everyone else come home? Oh, here comes Chris Biglin, the number 50 car. And then 191, which is Granger. I do believe that is the last of our cars as our leaders are coming back into sight once again.
Absolutely. Wow. That was laced with drama, wasn't it?
What a crazy end to what has been a fantastic day's racing.
Yeah, we've had a great day's racing, but we've had a bizarre start to the first race, the most bizarre start I've ever seen to
and an even
one
more
at the
bizarre
end.
finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Quite extraordinary.
I think the word provisional has never applied any more to any other sets of results.
Exactly. So I'll run through them when they come up. Stephen Collins, the winner then in 91. 77, Simon Lancashire on the road second. Bruce Wilson, 189 on the road third. 27, Luke Zuru, class winning fourth. Fifth, 62, Darren McCormack wins his class. Sixth is 117, Kevin Barrett. Seventh is 134, Richard Green. Eighth is 64, Giuseppe Fillet. In ninth is 188, which is Robert Forsdyke. He wins his class. 10th is 21, Malcolm Ash. 11th, 50, Chris Biglin. 12th, number 7, Martin Dolan. 13th, 75, Spicer and Randall. 14th, 191, Darren Granger. That is a class winner as well. 114, Alex Harbour is 14th. He finished in the pits of the puncture. 199, Nigel Liddell didn't finish either, and nor did number 16, Martin Leadbeater. So that was the Magnificent Sevens finale to our Classic Sports Car Club Thruxton Thriller for 24. It was a thriller.
It was.
And we've seen some fabulous racing throughout the day. Most of the classes really have delivered. There have been one or two surprises, one or two disappointments for competitors whose cars let them down. But overall, I think it's been a great day. I've had a super day working alongside you, Chris Buxton, and Kieran McKinley down in the pits, who's kept us entertained down there with all the
Absolutely
information.
so. Yes, it's been a wonderful honour and a pleasure to be alongside you, Mr. Pye. So then, for the final time of the day, we will hand down to Kieran McGinley to speak to the drivers he has found and to see us off. Kieran, all yours.
Well, that race had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Well, we got to the end of it, and you might notice that we are missing the lead car. But I'm delighted to say that our officials have managed to grab him. Here he is, Stephen Collins. Stephen, Sans car, congratulations on the victory. How was it out there for you?
Rather hot and rather tiring. I sometimes get the feeling I'm getting too old for this, you know.
How could you? No, you can't say that. Surely not. That was a great victory for you.
Well, yeah, I haven't won too many races outright in my career, and I've been racing 15 years, so everyone's a real bonus. And thanks very much for the team and the CSCC for putting on a race.
I mean, we're getting to the point now where it's starting to cool down. Did that have any sort of effect on the track from when you went out this morning?
I don't think it did. If anything, the tyres were getting hotter. Coming into chicane, I don't think there's anything down in the last chicane coming in, but towards the end I was locking up the front wheels a lot. So either I was making a mess of it or there was something on the circuit.
Well, we had quite a few attempts at a race start. How does that sort of affect your mindset, especially with a shortened race, having to remember, oh yes, actually the pit window's a little bit earlier?
Oh, it really helps. No, it doesn't really. It really doesn't help at all. I think that's the first time I've ever started on pole in my career, and to sit there and have about 4 goes at it. Well, now I don't need to do it at all. I've done it 4 times, so
it's good practice.
Yeah, very good practice. Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Stephen, congratulations. I'll go and let you celebrate with your team, and well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stephen Collins there winning out the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Let's have a chat to, they're not in order anymore. We'll have a chat to Bruce Wilson, who's just over here in the number 189. Bruce, third place for you, sir. How was that out there?
Yeah, that was good fun. I really enjoyed it. Really close racing. We didn't hit each other, but very, very close at times. A bit heart and mouth a few times, but we managed to avoid each other, and yeah, it was a really good race.
I mean, these cars just offer so much potential in close quarter racing. I mean, what's it like trying to keep the concentration out there?
It was hard, and you know, we had all those false starts at the beginning, so it sort of put you out of your rhythm a bit. And then I didn't know the pit window was being shortened, so I may pick up a penalty for pitting out of the pit window. But anyhow, we'll see. It was really good fun racing there. Yeah.
Well, provisionally you're here, so let's keep it at that for now. Yeah. But I mean, how was it out there? I mean, as the sun's starting to sort of recede.
Yeah, well, the sun actually wasn't a problem, and you know, I thought it was going to maybe rain today, but it didn't rain, so it's been lovely, dry, and I don't think we've had any significant yellow flags in all of our racing, so it's been a really good, clean day's racing. Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, Bruce, thank you very much. Congratulations on third place.
Thank you.
And let's have a chat to our second place driver. Let's see if we can find Simon Lancashire. Where's Simon got to? Ah, here he is. Simon Lancashire. Let's have a chat to him. Simon. You got a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
All right, second place for you. Yeah, how was that out there?
No, really good. Enjoyed it. So, a lot of fun. Great little battle out with, I don't know this guy's name, but it was fun. Nearly took me out a few times. It was good, close racing. So, yeah, shame about the start. I don't know what's going on now. A few cars out of shape. But, no, really happy with the car today. So, nice to be up on the podium again. And big thanks to Boss Racing that prepped the car for me. And to One Ball Racing as well. We raise awareness for testicular cancer. So, anyone around, come say hello and check the team out.
Yeah, great stuff. You were battling with Stephen Collins, it was, at the top of the field.
Yes, yeah, it was a great little battle, us two, yeah. He had a few more legs on me on the top end, but kept getting past me, and I kept me down here on the corners again, so it was good.
I mean, that was a race that had a little bit of everything as well.
A little bit of everything going on out there, so yeah, it was good. It was a clean race, that's the main thing. We all finished the line, and we were going to go home safely, so that's what it's all about.
Bruce was saying as well, it's sort of really good for sort of close quarters racing. It's been really, on the whole, a good day in terms of racing.
Oh, it's been a fantastic day, and it's always close racing. You know, there's probably about 2 mil difference between me and this car going around the corner side by side, but we both had faith in our driving, and we know each other. So.
Oh, great stuff. Well, congratulations on second place. I'll go and let you celebrate.
Oh, yeah, it's hot.
Yes, get yourself a drink in you. Congratulations. Well, that wraps it up then for our Thruxton Thriller. Hopefully you've had a great time watching as we have, bringing you the action. Don't forget as well, next time the CSCC goes racing will be the Summer Spectacular at Silverstone National. That'll be on the 1st of June, so make sure you get your tickets for that. We've got some series you might have seen today as well, the MG Trophy, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. We'll also have the returning of the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, and a whole lot more. So make sure you do join us on the 1st of June. Until then, thank you very much for watching. I've been Kieran McGinley, and have a great evening.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Get it, boys.